don't know what ML was waiting for. He did a good job of making her think. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad. I mean, it might look. I'll be honest with you. If what I read today is correct, they probably all are probably rethinking about how public they're being online. Concerned about time off for ML though. Are they all taking time off? I would say after everything that happened with Haley and all that jazz, I could see that maybe pushing her into a place of being like, maybe I need to rethink how I am communicating to people and maybe rethink my positions on things. I don't know. Apparently they got death threats and Haley's car was, keyed up. And I think it went to all of them. I think it went to Chad, Haley, Mary Lou, and Bob. Like, I think it hit them all. Saw it on the Reddit today. I was like, oh, that's not good. Not good. What's up, Antifa? I'm glad to hear that he is holding her accountable a little bit more. I still think they need to do a better job of, I don't know. I think the word I would use for all of this is there needs to be some more research going on in the background of this. I don't know. ML is having an identity crisis. Let's see. Welcome in, Nick, by the way. Real quick, I'm gonna run. I forgot something downstairs. I'm just gonna put the starting screen back up for just a minute. Give me a second. Trying not to melt. It's been hot. It's been very hot here. Okay, I'm back. I forgot my water. All right, let's get this started.
Before, half the country fears the end of democracy and the other half welcomes. In the aftermath of the 2024 election, America is even more divided than before. Half the country fears the end of democracy and the other half.
Definitely more research. Chad can't counter her. I think he is getting less accountable as the show's gained followers. Yeah. So, hey, what's up, Cherish? How are you doing? So, my theory is this. I think Chad has, 3 or 4 podcasts now. What is it? Game of Roses. This one. He's got Soul Ringers now. I don't know. He just might not have time to do the research, but for me, if I'm going to go in and try and dismantle an argument from someone who is, first of all, less knowledgeable on the facts than I am, I want to come in and actually provide resources and evidence to show them, hey, what you're being told is not real. Like, that's not true. And I would go from there. Like, I would want that, if I was running a show like this. I think, I think Chad just, I think someone said it in the last stream, but I think Chad gets topical information, from the internet, from YouTube, and he just kind of runs with it. I still think 1 to 2 topics per episode will give everyone time to present arguments with more research. I agree with that too. the last episode was kind of that, where it was like one or two topics, but I don't know. I don't know. The video sharing thing is fine, I guess. It just doesn't feel satisfactory when it comes to making a point. It just feels a little bit like, here's some wacky shit that I found on the internet, and I believe it. I'm just staying inside. 116-degree heat index yesterday, 110 today. I've iced my chickens down. Sounds like a weird euphemism. But that's about it. Watched TNC yesterday, had mixed feelings about it. I'll just say this. Anytime anyone's like, hey, they're doing a good job, I'm like, I walk out of it being like, what? No. There's more. We need more.
Welcomes it. As America inches toward the brink of authoritarian rule, now more than ever, we must force ourselves to have the necessary conversation. Welcome to the necessary conversation. I'm Chad Culture. With me is my sister Haley Pop, however she pronounces it today.
Pinch of salt, babe. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. And remember to like the stream. You can like the stream if you want. If you don't, we want to hate like it, or you want to like hate like, thumbs down it. That's fine too. I'll take it. I'll take any engagement at this point.
And my mom, Mary Lou, my mom is MAGA, although only by a little at this point.
She's not denying the MAGA thing, by the way.
My sister and I are definitely not. We have made progress, I think, with you, Mom, over the course of this podcast. Over the course of really the past couple of months, I feel like you have been changing by leap.
Laying big bags of ice down, spaced out so they can lay down on and in between them for relief. Any attention is good attention, I suppose. I would say that Chad fell off because of woke. No, I would say the attention that Haley and the family got this week, probably not good attention. Even though I'm concerned if they do a Wednesday episode, that they would be like giddy about it. And I'm not about that. I think that's kind of insane to have people threaten or call your house and say they're going to harm you. It's disturbing. Been watching fire planes flying over all day today. So smoky. How bad has it been? I don't understand why she always points at the hat. I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm like, I don't know how you can be proud of this, but by all means, I guess. Cool. Chad immediately puts her on the defensive. Well, let's see how this goes. I'm curious. Haley has a lot to deal with. But the thing is, though, the last time the Libs of TikTok situation with Haley, she was like, oh, can't believe it. This is crazy. And I was like, if it was me, I'd be terrified. I'd be like, I need to not be on the podcast for maybe a couple of weeks. I can't talk about this right now. I need to process what is happening. Considering submitting of your question, having trouble composing it so that Mary won't misunderstand the question. I don't know how you do it. I have come up with a few questions in the past that are really not relevant anymore. And anytime I would go to record it, I'm like, I'm not going to get picked. Hey, what's up, D Mooney? How are you doing?
Leaps and bounds. Hello?
Mm-hmm. Leaps and bounds. We'll see.
Don't do that, Mary. That is a gift. Do
you have any ditties?
Not something you want on the internet
to begin this program?
I was going to let Haley talk about what she wanted to talk about.
Okay. Haley, you have the ditty this week. The floor is yours.
So, last week, I'm not
sure she doesn't understand any question.
Sure what day this happened, because I don't know if you guys drive a car every day, but when I go to work, I get out of my driver's side, I go into work, I come back to my car, I get in my driver's side, I drive home, I park it in the garage. I don't ever look at my passenger side until Sunday when someone else is driving my car and we go get groceries or go on an errand or whatever. So anyway, I was up at Parker Square, which is the place where Hive Bakery is, Monday through Thursday of last week, working basically 15-hour shifts because we've been really busy. So up there really early, going home really late. I noticed on Thursday night, because we're getting ready to go to the airport to go out of town, Somebody scratched the word slut and whore into the side of my passenger side.
What the fuck is that mean?
Very alarming. I've never had this happen before, and it's like hot off the heels of all of our viral fame.
I'm going to be very honest with you. Why is that the go-to for anyone? Slut, whore. Like that sounds crazy to me.
And like MAGA down my throat and shit. So my initial reaction is like, okay, so it was some piece of shit that was like waiting for me, potentially stalking me in the parking lot. Wrote this on my car door.
Bloody. I mean, look. Bloody hell. Look, I'm just going to say it. If it was me in this situation, I'd be fucking just like, I need to figure out my life right now. Like, this is terrifying. This is concerning. The slut whore thing is so weird. I don't understand why right wingers and conservatives go down that rabbit hole. It feels so, I don't know, like not even childish. It just feels so unoriginal. I don't know.
Door, so it was alarming. I immediately online filed a police report. I have yet to hear back from them. I'm assuming because it was over a weekend. So that I have yet to deal with. Hopefully they call me on Monday. And then I sent an email to management and ownership and said, I need you to look through the video footage. Like, these were the days that I was in the parking lot.
When you say management and ownership, you're talking of the strip mall that Hive is in? Of
Parker Square, yeah.
Okay.
So first I emailed management and said, basically, I kind of fear for my safety. Somebody keyed my car. Can you please look through the video footage? And here are the days that I think it could have happened. And she said, yeah, sure. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. So that was management. 2 days pass, I hear nothing. Then we get an email from the owner, and she says, like, can I have your personal information so I can text you? Like, what exactly, where were you parked, your car, all this shit. So we tell her, we even like circle it on an aerial map and show her. I think it's like the next day, she said they don't have the manpower or the time to look through all of the footage, and that nothing stood out to them.
I am going to, as someone who has had to dig through security footage for, a previous job that I had, there are ways of doing it. And I mean, it really depends on the hardware they're using and the equipment, but there are ways of doing it that you can quickly go through it and kind of narrow down, if someone was next to the car or not. I feel like sometimes people do not understand the software they're using, and they kind of go down a rabbit hole of being like, this is going to take too long. My question is about reconciling MAGA's dismissal of critiques, warnings, complaints by just calling it TDS. Now that she is coming around and seeing all the things her kids have been saying, does she still consider it TDS? And if so, does she still think she has it given all of her recent X's? It's a valid question to ask her. Now, the thing that I would say, and this is me just predicting the future on this. If she were to answer this question, she'd be like, I still like Trump. I still think the libs and the libtards out there are only doing this and saying these things because they do have TDS and they just need to get over it and yada, yada, yada. I can see her yada, yadaing it away. And I would hope that they would hold her accountable, be like, but you have to understand, like, people have issues with them. By the way, has anyone seen the poll numbers for the approval of Trump and how they have ticked up in the positive? Not like truly positive. He's no longer at I think 27% approval with people about the Iran war. He's now at like 35, which I was like, wow. Like, gas prices have gone up so fucking much that it doesn't make sense that he would have that high of an approval rating. Decided to finally make a Joel Live. Hey, welcome in. This feels like the spot for elite and OG TNC listeners. I'm the critical eye on when it comes to the show. So I just like to point that out to people. There are things that I feel like they could do better. Yeah, I've seen it was 29 to 31. Yeah, I think I saw it. It was the CNN, someone was playing it over the weekend, and I was like, how the fuck did it go up? Like, how does your approval rating go up? And I'm like, it's because they've got a chokehold on the media right now, and I'm pretty sure everything is just slightly tweaked in his favor, even if it's not completely in his favor, because I think his administration and the people around his administration want him to be happy. Like, look, it's getting better. I want to ask Mary Lou, but she isn't on very often on Sunday night. I would ask her what people are supposed to do with their animals if they get drafted. Valid question. At first, she was for it. Yeah, she was for her family getting drafted. Yeah, these guys all talk a big game. If it were to happen, she would be panicking and being like, "Oh my god." I just think a big part of her redemption is going to involve some real reflection about how dismissive and dehumanizing they've been or behaved towards the people who are able to foresee all of this. That would mean that she would have some sort of internal insight, like reflection of some sort. She does not have the ability to reflect, I don't believe. I would like to be proven wrong. I'm not going to sit there and be like, she is lost, whatever. But I would like to be proven wrong. The way she talks about people, even in the episode where she's like, abolish ICE, the two other stories were literally moments of just like, let's reinforce these talking points the conservatives have. Two people were killed, or 4 people were killed by immigrants who were driving semis. That was a story that was off the fake Caroline Levitt page. And then the Iran war justification for bombing, that was all AI. All shit that Mary Lou focuses on to prove a point. When she says abolish ICE, I feel like she's like, I know if I say this, I'm going to get told, congrats, good job. I don't think she does it for anything other than that. And I would love to be proven wrong. Just love it. I totally appreciate your takes, Joel. Feel like all the new viewers are too naive about ML's turnaround, but we see through the BS. Well, see, that's the thing. The video I put out, like, there were a couple people commenting, being like, "Oh, she's come such a long way since the older episodes," and I'm like, you misunderstood what the video is about. I'm trying to show you that she still is saying insanely racist things, doing and being bigoted, and it all goes back to the fact that she now has to put on a mask. The mask was off. The mask is off back then. It's on now, and she hides behind it. The Reddit page is the worst. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. I don't see ML changing very much. He's still the same ML he's always been. Yeah, he doesn't have Bob to hide behind now. So he's the forefront of this half of the family. Have you seen the new cartoonish video of the White House account? The White House account put out? No. Share it if you can, or I can just Google it too. Preach, yeah. When she says abolish ICE, I think she was genuinely moved that week by the recent murders, but she always backsteps without fail. Yeah, the next episode, she goes like, I need to set the record straight. My friend came to me and basically told me, here are the things that you should be believing. And I was just like, bitch, please. You got in a room and someone cornered you and said, what are you doing? You don't like immigrants. Why are you okay with ICE not cracking down on them anymore? Hey, made it even. Hey, Jasmine, thank you so much. Don't skip out on work for my my stream, but I appreciate you being here. Hot take. They need to do a Biden whataboutism every single time. If this was Biden, you would be blank. I actually think the opposite. I think they should just ignore her when she says it and then continue to talk about, hey, we're not talking about Biden. We're talking about this. You can bring up Biden all you want, but going forward, we're not going to recognize anytime you bring him up. Because the reality is this. He's not president. You didn't like him. And we're just not going to focus on this, because the reality is that you can do this. It is a whataboutism, but it does not benefit anything by doing it. I've been following them about 6 months, but I have watched all the episodes. Mary Lou has become more effective at painting herself as reasonable and coming to light. She isn't, and she hasn't. Agreed. Just watching a lot of the other MAGA people post on their Instagram about how they feel fooled or betrayed by Trump and his current admin. Like, no one was trying to point it out to them before. Yeah, I know. That whole, like, "I can't believe it." I'm like, "Come on." You know, you cannot be that just blind to the whole situation. Now that your gas is going up, you're freaking the fuck out. Now that your 401k is most likely going to implode on itself, you're freaking out. I don't know. I just don't know anymore. And the reason they act like no one pointed out all this stuff to them is because Trump handed them a way to dismiss them. TDS. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, I blocked someone for saying that I had TDS. I was just like, get the fuck out of here. You're dumb. You're stupid. Not sure if this was true, what Caroline said. He said Trump has historical unemployment rate of 4.3 and Biden had a dismal 3.4 rate. MAGA math, make it make sense. If that is a true statement, huh? I'm sure that Bob watches TNC to see what he's missing. I bet he doesn't give a shit. He's getting pampered by a bunch of nurses right now. He's also like, I'm glad I'm now can just watch Newsmax without anyone bothering me. Clever idea. Don't know if ML is too smart for that though. Gotta keep trying. I mean, honestly, I would be so over it. I'd be like, yeah, mom, cool, we've heard it. Yeah, Biden sucks. Let's move on. You know? I would be like that. I'd just be like, this is stupid. Can we stop? Can you stop being this way, mom? I don't like this. You kind of suck. The lib sibs butcher good listener questions though. They do. I think they butcher listener questions in general, but I also feel like they pick like the one at the very top on Sunday. They're like, ah, shit, we got to get one. May try to hospitalize people for TDS one day, keep the opposition away. They haven't already. I feel like they've already tried it or doing shit like that. Okay, where is my window? There's my window. Let's go.
So at this point, 3 cars have been keyed in this parking lot.
All similar kind of stuff, and is it all your employees?
No. So I spoke to, well, I didn't speak to anybody, but
Okay. So if that's the case, is this just some random asshole just scratching shit into cars?
I got a message from someone that's in like an adjacent parking lot in a different area of this square. Mm-hmm. And she didn't want to like go public with it, but she said somebody scratched the words slut into her car multiple times on Monday. So I know that happened. And then she also said that a police officer that she met with about the incident told her that a Tesla was also keyed in the parking lot on Monday. So I guess.
Sounds like it's random. Yeah. Incel probably, as it seems to be just women. Yeah, it could just be some asshole watching people get out of their car, probably works in the area, and is like, ugh, looks like someone who fucking rejected me. You know? Oh, okay. So 2 of them were her employees. She made it sound like it was just random people. I think the rando was targeting women who he assumed worked at Hive Plus. Oh, Haley, maybe women who looked liberal. That also makes sense too. This video was weird. He was proud to be anti-MAGA and stand on business, and then kind of has shocked Pikachu face, only to find out it was probably random. Damn, obviously not to victim blame. Those people suck. I mean, yeah, I mean, anytime anyone is doing this type of vandalism, there is something wrong there with the individual. I mean, this is like the weird low grade, like let me scare someone vandalism. It's not good. They should be picked up, do community service, then be put through some sort of mandatory sort of counseling to figure out what is going on there. But in a the world we live in does not do any of those things. So he'll just get thrown in. This individual, I'm not going to say it's a him, but this individual will just get thrown in jail and then come back out even more angry. I don't know. It sound like stuff happened to Chad and Mary Lou that was crazy stuff that week. Chad mentions it later. Yeah, I read in the Discord server, or not Discord, the Reddit the Reddit page, the sub that they mentioned that they had like death threats and stuff like that. And I was like, what? Like that's I mean, that's enough to turn me off of doing stuff like this. I'd be like, ugh. MAGA resistance to information is one of the reasons I've decided to retire in France. I still get to vote in American elections, but won't have to suffer the consequences of their stupidity. I just don't want to deal with the United States anymore. Examples of consequences is having to my district carved up in Missouri, so my vote is now gerrymandered into irrelevance. And now they're going to cut income tax and raise sales tax to 20%. What the fuck? What's the name of it? I think it is literally just the necessary conversation. I think it's that. I think there's only one, and I think they took over. Chad had one for a bit that he maybe was posting like. I think he posted like maybe 2 or 3 times a couple of years ago and just never posted again. So I don't know.
I guess we have some serial killer going around Parker Square, but like you don't know the intent. And also, if they're carving the word slut and whore, that insinuates that you're doing something toward women, which is a fucking hate crime.
Yeah.
So we have all this going on, and I have a landlord that basically said we don't have the manpower to look through the video footage.
Well, then you need to ask too. Yeah, you need to ask to look through it and then get the police involved.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they could just give her, the bulk footage and have her just scrub through it. That's what I would do if I'm like, hey, look, if you want this footage, by all means take it. The thing that would concern me if they're like, no, then the question is, why won't you give me that footage? Do you know who did it? Men can be sluts too, 100%. Men can be sluts and whores. There's some whores in this house. I need to pull all of that shit. I need to pull all of the fucking Ben Shapiro fucking saying shit. Yeah, business owner is obviously MAGA and doesn't want to assist. Most likely. Probably. I can't think of any other reason. It just feels kind of weird to be like, no.
Involved. If you still don't get
I already filed a police report. I'm waiting for them to get back to me. Damn. But just the idea that this has happened now to multiple people at Parker Square, literally nothing has been done so far. And this happened all
to steel man your point. I'm a dirty slut whore. You know what? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
the way back on Monday, per the woman who told me, like I filed it on Monday. So we're sitting on this. It's now Sunday and nothing has transpired.
Haley, if the police can't figure it out or won't help you, then you hire someone, a private eye, and someone to go through all those clips.
Okay.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? Hire someone that does this as a living to investigate it.
She's not wrong. I mean, but it is funny. Hire a PI. She's not wrong. If you really want to get down to the bottom of it, why not? You know, I'm not going to say like Haley has the money to do it, but I can assume with the newfound fame and not newfound fame, but the fame that comes with this podcast, they're probably got some money that they could probably throw at the problem. Hire a PI. Things white boomer millionaires say. I just said it, but I said it more from the angle of like, you know, if you want to figure it, I would look, I'm going to be very honest with you. If the police were not doing anything, I've been on the receiving end of police just being like, whatever. ML got PI money. She does have PI money. I've been on the receiving end, and if I had the money at the time, I would have just been like, I would have thrown it at the problem to be like, tell me who broke into our house and stole every earthly item, possession I own. Because I want to know. Yeah, the super chat. Well, that's the thing. Like the super chats cover a lot of this stuff. ML gets a API discount because she used to be one. Okay. You're saying API? All right. She's still, yeah, she's always been one, right? She's still one. He's not used to be. He's still one. My nephew asked me if my oldest brother had other kids than the one we knew about, because after all, he was married 8 times. I said, well, actually, your uncle is a bird dog, so yeah, probably. Damn. Super Chat should be able to pay to clone Shiny at this point. Yeah. Look, could wax poetically on my stance on the super chats. Like it feels a little exploitative, in a way. Like you want us to answer your question, cough up the cash. ML is way too trusting in our justice system. This and the whole "why didn't Epstein victims hire lawyers" comment show how little she knows about the law. True. It's the same shit she says about Epstein victims. They need to hire, 100%. She's not educated at all. Partly why she's bigoted. Yeah, I mean, yes, there's that, and I think it's the indoctrination of literally people like her in the South in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Like that really reinforced a lot of her like I'm right, you're wrong type mentality towards things that she doesn't know anything about. Dash cams became popular in Russia first because of the rampant fraud and corruption. Now we live in societies around the world. Dash cams, porch cams, everyone has private security. It's gross. It's gross. But that's the world we live in now. And all that data that is being collected and being sent to the cloud is being funneled into the like NSA and shit like that. So that's the other thing that's concerning. I mean, the reality is this: if the police wanted to find out who's doing it, they could find out. They could. Trusting the justice system, but she doesn't trust civil courts or, well, most courts. No, she doesn't. In particular, civil court. She doesn't like it. I feel like Chad speaks too cerebrally to ML sometimes. Granted, maybe he thinks she is capable of understanding, but we know no. Yeah. No. She is not. She has a hard time understanding concepts that fall outside of, I would say, middle school level. She has a very simplistic view on everything. He speaks very fast too. I agree. I've been saying it for a while. He needs to stop. He needs to go through the process of explaining everything, and you have to take some of the obvious sort of like anger and frustration you've had with your parents over the years out of the conversation. If you really, especially with ML, Mary Lou is not Bob. You can be as mean and as fucking angry as you want towards Bob, and he will laugh the fuck off at towards the end of it. He thinks that shit is fine. Mary Lou does not. Joel, I don't see it that way. Of course. All right, Mary Lou. Just you wait, dog. You bring a lot of normal to this crazy ass shit. You stay connected with us, where I feel TNC only cares about pay per question once. Yeah, like I said, like someone pointed out on one of the streams, like, well, if you get more people in here, it's going to be hard to have a conversation. And it's like, well, yes and no. I personally think that if it does get busy in here, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm gonna miss certain things. I will never be like, if you want me to answer your questions, you're gonna have to put it in the form of money, or as Haley says, money. I would never do that. But it'll happen, I guess, at some point. I don't know. I don't want to be like that where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna grow. Look, I'm fine with this whole situation. Like, literally like this. I enjoy it. Have a good time. I would get concerned if it got too busy, because then I would not watch any of the video like I'm doing right now. Dad likes the money. He does like the money. But that's the that's the thing though. It's always so weird to hear him talk about like, a society without money. Like we need a society where, like money is not the thing, like Star Trek. Monet. That's the thing. It weirds me out to kind of hear that kind of come out of him, and then to see the super chat shit, and I'm like, part of the reason why I like have a hard time like actively making videos for him right now is like I'm just feeding, like this right here is feeding the algorithm for him. This is doing a lot for him. I don't know. I have some doubts. I should donate a lives donation to AOC with ML watching. That would be great, actually. That'd be hilarious. This was in the very early days of Facebook after friending a bunch of folks from high school and thinking, Jesus Christ, I sat in the same language art class as these folks, and they're all future scam artists or scam victims. Yeah. Not to defend Chad, but it does get super repetitive and tedious to beat a dead horse when it obvious ML doesn't care to listen or think about the topics. Yeah, I agree with you completely. I also think, though, there's the other half of this, which is, maybe a different approach to these questions would probably benefit Mary Lou rather than kind of going down the rabbit hole of I'm right and you're wrong, because that's what it sounds like most of the time when they're communicating. They call it riding the gravy train. Exactly. Come in here, dear boy. Have a cigar. You're going to go far. Just going in circles, hence why we all feel like we're going in circles. Yeah, I just, like I said, I said it many times. I feel like I watch these and I'm like, I hear the same talking points over and over and over and over. I'm like, I'm going to scream. I'm going to scream. Oh, speaking of which, I'm thinking about adding Friday afternoons to the schedule. Maybe like a couple of hours, we'll sit down, maybe watch some news items, maybe cover part of a documentary or things like that, just so we can kind of get the taste of necessary conversation out and maybe transition away from it at some point in the near future. I don't know. Someone needs to astral project on a Love Island character holding an MTG card that tells Chad he needs a better producer. Has to be Tribonicity. Okay. I gotta look up that. I gotta look up that card. I actually just to overshare. I actually was opening up Magic cards earlier. I have another channel that I'm about to upload a bunch of videos to. That is Magic related. I like Magic. I play a lot of it, and I don't like being in the middle of the corporate sort of like capitalistic sort of thing that Wizards is currently doing and Hasbro's doing, but I enjoy the product enough that I'm like, it's my only thing. The only thing I have. Yay, Ren and Montana playing. Yes, we're going to be doing that stuff. I think they're all money oriented, even Chad, who talks about cashless society. Yeah, I completely agree. It's like a sitcom where at the end, everything reverts to the status quo to prepare for the next episode. Oh yes, we need to watch that. I told you that was coming out. Everyone's like, no, what? Huh? I was like, yeah, it got leaked. I watched the first like 10 minutes of it, and I was like, I have to stop watching it. It was because we were about to leave, but maybe we watch it together. I don't know. Did someone mention Ren? Yeah, Antifa did. Found Chad's pilot he made on YouTube last night, Southern Discomfort. Interesting. Maybe we watch it. Yep, it was the Whoopi Panu for sure. Here, do we have it here? Yeah. Whoopi Panu. This is going to be a 9-hour with a TNC hiatus that's going to be coming. Maybe. Who knows? It'd be nice not to be money oriented, but it's not easy in this. It's not. And I am someone who struggles with that on the daily. Like I said, I was talking about the Magic channel, which I'm like, but I think when it comes to interacting with like a community, especially when you have a platform like this, there's certain things you have to do. Sometimes you have to take it on the chin a little bit. If people want to donate, that's fine. Like I'm of that mindset. Like if people want to give, that is a-okay. But to paywall communication, it just feels so. I don't know. That's just as money hungry. Getting sued by Carlin's estate for AI bullshit. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, the Carlin thing to me is weird because I don't know what the thought process was behind it. Because you would have to think going through that whole situation, this would be not an angle you would want to go down, especially with a beloved comedian like Carlin. But they did, and I don't know if there was like some sort of underlying sort of meaning. Wait, what happened? Oh, you don't know about this? The Dudesy George Carlin AI controversy. So Will Sasso and Chad, who were, on the podcast Dudesy together. I think they're still technically, I don't know. And essentially they, I guess, had the idea to release a comedy special, like a quote unquote lost comedy special done by AI George Carlin. Turns out, yes, the voice is all AI. They were saying that Chad and Will wrote the jokes. So the only thing that was like not real was the AI. The AI sounds pretty bad, by the way. But there was also rumors going around that the jokes were also AI as well. So I don't know, but my question is like, what was the overarching goal for that? Was it to be seen? Was it to have this podcast of yours like rusted into the public eye? What was it? Because to me, it just feels not necessarily. I don't want to be mean, but it just feels off. It just feels off. Sorry, I'm late. It's trash day. Had a lot of trash this week. I understand. No episode this Wednesday because C is gallivanting. Possibly a blog. Okay, from ML. Ooh. Yes. To next Sunday's episode. No episode next Wednesday. Maybe a skincare vlog from Age. Goal is money. Here's the thing. Two of those things that were just said, I am not watching. I'm not watching a blog where ML is like, look at my horse. Don't give a shit. Don't give a shit. Sorry, Shiny. Don't care. There's a vid by Ben Jordan called The Richest Country is Pretty Mid Now. I highly recommend this for a group watch. I think I watched part of that the other day. Yeah. I don't like Chad's AI stuff at all. I don't like the idea of him saying he's a musician, but him making AI. But you know what? Who am I to say? Money. My God, Chad's love for AI making something that Carlin himself wouldn't have approved of is goofy behavior. I don't know. I'm trying to understand it. I didn't understand it when I dug for it. I don't know. Don't know. It's supposed to be about butterflies. Well, I mean, look. Maybe I'll give it a watch. I don't know. Reminds me of the Gen X people loving it, but he is Gen X, so it fits. He's his mother's son. He wants the fame just as bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's Haley doing her facial routine. Yeah, the thing is, like, I don't know. I feel like in today's world, like clamoring for fame is like just asking for a massive shit into the stick situation. I just don't know why you would want to be up in front of everybody, especially in the world we live in. I'm reading Chad's ex-girlfriend's book, and I know it's hella biased, but it also tracks. Wait, give me more. You know she's going to slip a slur in on accident. It might be worth a glance. I'll let everyone tell me if it's something worth watching or not. If not, then we'll skip it. Or obviously for clips now, yeah. I'm gonna lock in. All right.
Literally, like the police's job to do this.
I know.
Yeah, this is what your tax money goes for.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lock in right now.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm a little discouraged that there's hundreds of people in Parker Square. We all park there. Lots of us are women. So
Chad is very privileged and doesn't do much with that privilege, other than say he's going to use it. Not you. I meant Chad. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll lock in right now. Turbo. We're doing it right now. Yeah, what's the book? We need the info. I need the info for sure. Yeah. Well, look, I'll say this. I think there is positives about the show. I think we've got a lot of people asking questions of why is MAGA pushing people away? And how do we navigate that as a family unit? How do I talk to my MAGA parent? Now, it doesn't really translate to all situations because there are certain people who are just like, I don't give a fuck. You're a libtard. I don't give a shit what you think. Get the fuck out of my house. You're not my child anymore. There are people like that. There's other people out there who are like, why can't you just conform to the way I think? And it's all like, well, we need to have a conversation about that. Why do you think that way? People park in Parker Square, that makes sense. Better than parking in driveways and driving on parkways. All right. All these are my experimental all black monarchs. I keep them in the what the fuck? They're kind of hard to see. What the fuck? We cook bacon, but bake cookies. You know? Yeah. You can bake bacon. Did you know that? Called My Boyfriend Wrote a Book About Me, and her name is Hillary Winton. Okay. Now I'm like, should we get the audiobook, listen to it together? I don't know. My French teacher told me that when I said I didn't understand the une or un stuff, laugh out loud. I will be honest with you. You fry the French, but you bake Alaskans. Here's the thing. I took French for 2 years. Don't know a single lick of French at all. That shit did not faze me because I didn't understand it to begin with. A read along, I would probably have someone else read it because you don't want to hear me constantly reread a page to be like, I'm not understanding this.
That's a little alarming that nothing's being done. Ownership kind of was like, well, we just don't have enough people to look through the footage. Like, that's wildly crazy, in my opinion.
I agree.
That's
yeah.
terrible.
So that's what's going on with me.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that is happening. I'm sorry that the police are failing you. I'm sorry that the people who own your strip mall are failing you. Hopefully there will be some kind of resolution.
Yes.
But if it's happening to other people, the way that you first made the story sound, it sounded almost like it was some kind of retribution for your political views. But if it's just randomly happening to multiple people, it doesn't seem like that to me.
Right. Well, so some other things coincided with this that, involve you guys getting phone calls the same day that I saw it on my car. So I now think that was probably.
Did French for 3 years and same. It did not soak into my brain at all. Yeah. Yes, one for masculine nouns, one for feminine. Lemon pussy. Lemon pussy? I'm just kidding. All right. I just Googled. My boyfriend wrote a book about me and other stories I shouldn't share with acquaintances. It was released on May 1st, 2011. It details her reaction to finding out her ex-boyfriend wrote a crude novel depicting her as the fat-ass girlfriend. I had to take it for 8 years. Can't speak a word of it anymore. I was in high school. It makes more sense now. High school, nah. I just wanted the grade. Do I tell the story? I'll tell the story real quick. He always told me that French was sexy, but all I hear is a bunch of people fucking cooking. Tell me you're half mustache heroes, folks. Yeah, that's wild. Wow, Chad seems like such a good guy. Well, look, here's okay. I'm gonna frame this in a way that I think we can all kind of, I think, look at it and take it for what it is. This book came out in 2011. All right, French is for mumblers. It is. It came out in 2011. All right. Can someone change between 2011 and now? Yes. I think maybe. You also understand too. I think, like, I'm not trying to make excuses for him because I think it's shitty to be like, let me just write a fucking book about my fucking ex and call her fat ass girlfriend. That's fucked. But there is like this thing about the late 2000s and the 2010s where everyone was this kind of fucking unhinged. Unfucking hinged. It was 2011. It was a long time ago. And I don't know about that, but what about Biden? Yeah. I'm almost a year into Duolingo French. I'm a B1 reading level now, A2 writing, and A1 speaking. I've joined a French Connection meetup group for French speakers, and it's helping. I am 527 days into the Japanese course. I'll be enrolling into the Alliance Francois course in the winter, 10 weeks. Nice. French degens are even worse than English ones. Are they really? I have 5 years to learn before my move. You got plenty of time. It seems to be the common theme that people who get in shape and or eat healthy vegan really get a complex over people who don't and are fine living their lives. I took 5 years of Spanish combined, speak next to nothing. Yeah. Can we get a live Bob cam instead of an ML horse vid? You know, Baba the Hut cam. That's what you want. All right. Yeah. So Jasmine, I kind of agree with that. There is like a weird elitism to the vegan lifestyle that, like, don't get me wrong. If you're vegan, like, by all means, fantastic. And especially if you're doing it and it works for you, fantastic. Love that for people. But there is a like elitism. Like, if you're not doing this, then you're just eating meat and you're fatty and fatty being fatties, you know? A seal pushed me yesterday. Translate to French. I cannot do that. I'm doing Norwegian and German. I should be able to bounce. It's a moral superiority. Yeah. Vegan isn't cheap either, though. Like, I get it, but it's not cheap. I've been saying it for a while too on stream. Veganism is for the it's for the people who are privileged. That's what it is. Like, I can't afford to eat vegan. I can't do it. Not saying that being in shape is bad thing, but it doesn't work for everyone. I mean, there's like a happy medium for all of this stuff. I'm not someone who thinks like someone needs to be like fucking fit as fuck. I don't give a fuck. Like, I think you can be whoever you are and do whatever you like as long as you're nice. I don't care. But I think if it's, if you're not moving around and it's affecting your health, and that is like something you have to work on. Like, I want people to strive to be healthy. I would never force someone to work out. I don't like working out. I fucking despise it. I think it's awful. Should I do it? Yeah, I should probably do it more, but I don't like it. Veganism is a byproduct of capitalism, 100%. I heard a friend's doctor say that vegan-based meat is still junk. It's just plant-based junk. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak to that because I'm not a nutritionist. I don't know. I wish vegan alternatives for things like cheese and dairy had their own goddamn word. I tried vegan cheese before, and it was weird, sandy, putty texture. And okay, I agree with you. I think, like, anytime someone says you should try this vegan yada yada, and cheese is one of those weird ones where I've had someone be like, try it, it's good. It tastes just like cheese. And I've bit into something and I've been like, it does not fucking taste like cheese. I'm about to scream at you. Also, Seder, I had a burger made out of, not Seder, Satan or Satan, whatever it's called. I've had a burger made out of it, and I fucking hate it. I did not eat a Seder, by the way. I fucking hated it. And the people around me were like, this is the best vegan burger in all of Austin. And I ate it, and I was like, I'm mad because this is not remotely delicious. This makes me want to punch a hole in something. I don't like it. But yeah, I don't know. Real yogurt comes from Yogurtis. Yogurtistan. I'll play ball, kayak, bike, dog sled, but won't catch me in a gym. Fuck that. So boring. That is my thing. That is my thing. I don't like. I need an activity. If you want me to work out, give me a fucking activity. You want to play kickball? Let's fucking play kickball. You want to shoot some hoops? Let's fucking shoot some hoops. I don't fucking care. It's spelled yogurt. I can't give up my burgers. It's my weakness. I can't give up steaks. Steaks and ground beef, for some reason, are the two things that I'm like, I can give up every other meat under the sun, with maybe the exception of lamb. I like lamb so fucking much, but you can have your goddamn chicken. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Grilled chicken is one of the saddest fucking things in the free world. I can't be in a group of people working out. I work out. I do workout videos and yoga on YouTube and work out on that every morning. I think that's a great thing. I wish I had the discipline to do it. I have such severe ADHD that, as you can see, we can go down a rabbit hole. You tell me I can't eat pizza anymore, and I'll fight you. Pizza is one of those things too where I love pizza. I make pizzas at least once a week. If someone told me you can't have pizza anymore, I'd be like, I'm gonna hurt myself. I'm gonna Johnny Cash this right now. I'm gonna fucking Trent Reznor this right. All right. Are Haley's desserts all vegan? I believe so. I believe all of her baked goods are in the vegan category. My doctor could tell me if I eat another slice, it will kill me instantly. I would go to Costco to get the coffin and a whole cheese pie in the same place. I eat an entire pizza by myself. Hey, I wish I could. I was telling Suzanne this earlier. Over the last month, I've been having issues with just food in general. I go to eat, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I have no appetite. Don't know what it is, but I don't know. She makes non-vegans. She does. I would assume that she's hardcore. Nah, don't let me touch that meat. I use VR to work out. Boxing is great. I don't know. I've always thought about getting a VR helmet and because I have a rig that can do all the VR stuff, but I just trashy psycho stick song. I'm going to eat an entire pizza by myself. Oh my god! Now I gotta look that up. I think it's really effective food, nutritious, delicious, and it makes you feel good. It does make me feel pretty good, especially if it's on a grill. Ooh.
Oh my god!
Really coincidental.
Yeah.
Because he or she could have
We're not even
my
10
car
minutes
anywhere
in.
from Monday to Thursday. I don't know what day, but it could have been all the way back on Monday. Regardless, the fact that it is these words, the fact that the two of us that I know were women. I don't
We're
know
on
about
1.3 playback speed as well.
That is alarming. So I do have a taser. I do have pepper spray, and I'm going to get my license to carry.
Good.
Oh shit.
I'm talking vitamin B12. I need to do that. I've been pressed by vegans about how my diet should be plant-based. I resist physically touch them while reminding them that. Oh, I resist physically touching them while reminding them that all of my sides are vegetable-based. So my diet is plant-based. Yeah. Okay, Joel, we're having a great time. I'm glad. Selena can also eat a whole peanut pizza by herself. I miss Selena. God, Selena comes up in our house once every month or so, I think. Wait. Oh, I just got a mod alert on my end. What? Oh shit. Do we have? Oh, we do have the thing up. Okay, cool. Wait, no, we don't. Wait. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me get the fucking chat up on the screen for the people who are in all the other places. Shit. There we go. All right. Also, without cows, none of their genetically engineered and selectively bred vegetables grow. None. Yeah. Yeah. B12 and iron. Steak is my jam. I had to give up dairy when I was breastfeeding my youngest. Ugh, expensive and not good. Yeah, so I'm gonna probably be doing an elimination diet in the near future. I've had, like I said, I've been having some digestional issues, and I want to narrow it down. I think it might actually be bread oriented. Hey, what's up, Devils? How are you doing? Agree that the way we do our livestock is terrible, but going vegan is also isn't the answer. No, it's not. I think there is a happy medium to all of this. Watch out for birdies or birds. I will. I'll watch out. I'll watch out. But yeah, I'm probably going to cut dairy first, and then the next one that is going to be really sad is I'm going to cut bread. I'm going to cut bread. Woke cows, no. I just had a consult session with a dietitian. Did you know what some insurance will cover 3 sessions with a dietitian at $0? First call was 90 minutes. It was really good. You might have it too. Maybe the gluten in the bread. I look, I've been fighting for years over that whole gluten allergy thing. But I knew when I put that in the world, like I don't think that's a real problem. And I know now that I'm that motherfucker who is going to have that problem. I can't wait for the transgender Beyond Meat patties. Oh God. Ugh. I know I'm that motherfucker who's gonna be like, yeah, so you've got a gluten allergy and you're gonna have to just not eat bread anymore. Be like, fuck my life. And the trans and computer chips. All right.
Good.
I don't think you need one.
But yeah, Alkancine, I'm gonna probably go that rabbit hole at some point. My wife was like, you need to go back to the doctor. I'm like, I just went to the doctor this year for fucking issues with my digestional tract. And I really don't want a camera going the other direction now. So please. Definitely have gluten intolerance. It sucks, but what are you going to do? Yeah. I'm making a cast iron seared steak. It's 9 ounces to be split between me and my spouse. But the sides are roasted butternut squash, wilted Swiss chard with a mango habanero pico that I made yesterday. How much did that cost? You do not want to know how much a colonoscopy costs because the colonoscopy was the worst. It was like I think out of pocket was like $4,000. It was not good. Not good. You have a gluten allergy? I'm laughing at you right now.
One in Texas too.
Free here, I know. Don't rub it in. I live in Canada and had at least 4 of those all free. Fuck me. Don't rub it in. Pretty sure we are all allergic to Roundup. The Roundup they added to the bread and not the gluten. Didn't make it stronger? I mean, shit.
Yes, but you can get it very easily.
Oh,
good.
I thought didn't Ken Paxton pass some bill?
You have a high deductible. I do have a high deductible. I think it was like $1,800 for the. Like I had to pay different places. I had to pay for the visit, like the actual room, rent out the room. I had to pay for the doctor. I wish Suzanne was on here. She would actually correct me. She'd be like, no, it actually costs this because he's the one who handles all the money. I lost a kidney to cancer. It didn't cost me a dime. I really wish we had that here. I don't know why America cannot have universal health care. It almost seems like the elites don't want people to live. I don't know. GMO'd the wheat for more protein, which is delivered by gluten. Our deductible is $10K. Yeah, our deductible total is $10K. We are at $5,000, and I go to a EMDR specialist every week. So that has not whittled down at all. Most flowers are bromated as well. I'd be dead a long time ago if I had to pay for my healthcare. That's the thing. There's so many people in the United States who go into bankruptcy because of the bill. I don't know how we are where we are in the United States. It just doesn't make sense to me. The gluten intolerance has been a blessing and a curse. My weight dropped right off since giving up gluten, but I really miss pizza. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I work for one of the few insurance companies that has no deductibles, and I can't imagine having to tell someone they need to pay $5K before getting coverage. Yeah. like they covered portions of the procedure, like don't get me wrong, but it literally is like $10K for us to have everything covered at that point. So it's like we hit it, I think, last year. This year, I don't know if we'll hit it. I love this chat. This chat is insane. I'm just gonna be honest with you. People really make it sound like in Canada you have to wait for minor surgery because of universal healthcare, and I don't know if that's true. I don't think that is true at all. That is a right-wing talking point. Like, oh, you're gonna wait 6 months and you're gonna die before you get to the hospital. Spent $8,600 on vet bills for my dog when she was attacked and had to have a leg removed. I know why vet bills are expensive, and the reality is we don't have enough vets. That's one of the big reasons. Also, pet insurance is like crazy expensive. We've got 3 animals. We used to have 4, and we looked at it and it was just like, this is not good. It's not great. You've been waiting 12 months for a hip replacement? Holy shit. Are you waiting that long because it's not deemed as like like necessary, or you're having trouble actually getting a doctor / surgeon to do it? Also going to be free. I need 2 of them. You need both of them. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I've tried to tell people there's no way that's true, that people sit months waiting for surgery, but they immediately always act like they know better than me. That's how long the wait list is. I mean, maybe there's some truth to it. It's not life or death, though. Yeah, I just think that, like, you know, if you're sick, you walk into a hospital, the doctor's going to see you. We have surgery scheduled way out in advance. I know for the United States, like sometimes you have to wait 6, 7, 8, 9 months to get something done, unless you want to pay out the ass. But you know, for more extreme cases, you get pushed. Yeah, USA is losing experts to other countries that take better care of their citizens. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Like, go to the place where you are actually valued. I'd leave the States immediately if they're like, we need a bum streamer to live in Japan. I'd be like, let's fucking go. I'll be there. In the countless grievances I've had to file, one of the biggest complaints is the long wait times because there not being enough doctors. This is with private insurance. Yep. Number of the wealthier friends of mine are looking to leave the USA. We have talked about moving out of the States when all of our animals pass. Like we've got, you know, I'm not saying like we're rich because we're not. Like, you know, we still kind of live paycheck to paycheck, but we have a nice home that is like half paid off. We could sell that, move, and basically start over. It would be a lot easier. Leave the American coalition? Yes, I would love to do that. I'm getting injections right now for my hip. $400 a shot. Damn. That's what kind of injections, I can ask. Conservatives were in power here before, and instead of trying to fix our own healthcare, they started sending people to the US instead. I'd like to explain to Europeans they pay higher taxes to cover health insurance for healthcare. Americans pay for health insurance and healthcare. We're chasing France because we know MAGA would never meet France's language requirements. You know, it's fucked federally. People vote for liberal stuff, and then in each province they vote conservative. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of how the United States works. We're also gerrymandered to shit. And so all of the red hats, as I like to call them, are the ones who are dictating who's getting voted in a lot of the red states. Let me rephrase. There's going to be a problem with sourcing good people in the USA in the not too distant future. Major brain drain on the horizon. It's just going to be like ML soon. The provinces are the one responsible for healthcare. Jesus. You're kind of like in a weird spot where it's like, yeah, we've got universal healthcare, but we're also getting fucked. I hope France changes its laws and regulations on AC before y'all move.
Or you can just
That's going to be the hard thing. That is going to be the hard thing to figure out.
walk around with a gun now in Texas.
You can't in Oklahoma.
For me.
You can walk around with a sword. I know that.
You gotta get a sword. All right. Thank you for your ditty. Again, sorry you're going through that.
Is it time to get out of the USA? If not, how would you know? Where would you go? We were looking in some of the more, like the Netherlands and things like that. I personally would like to move. Like New Zealand would be kind of fun to move to. It's not too bad there. I also would dream of mine would be to live in Japan, but Japan is routinely xenophobic when it comes to just people that are not Japanese. And you have to have a working visa there. And if you don't have a job, you have to apply for a visa through, like, if I was going to do anything, I would have to apply for a visa through a like entertainment sort of company, like the people who do Trash Taste and all those guys all have like a visa system that they work with, like a company that sponsors them. There you go. Have to have a sponsor, essentially. Or Denmark is amazing this time of year. Yeah, we've been looking around in that area. We also thought about China. A friend of mine's like, please do not move to China. And I'm like, there are negatives and positives to China. Don't get me wrong. But the cost of living in China is crazy cheap. Look at Brittany and Normandy for climate, but also Eastern France is up in the Alps. I would fucking love to live in the Alps. Fuck. It's easy to say leave. It's much harder than it sounds to move countries. It is, yes. There's a lot of back end stuff you have to do. We were researching it for a little bit. It's something we've thought about though, and I'm not opposed to doing. I would love to get out of the States, but we still have three. We've still got 3 animals, and we could not put them through a move. They're all elderly too. Just wouldn't work. The south of France is, and all of it is terracotta, air fryer home, and fuck off.
Yeah. Now we must move on with the show with a listener question. If you have a question you want to send us, just record it in a 1-minute or shorter video format. Send it to thenecessaryconversationpod@gmail.com. Are you ready for today's question?
Yes. Hope it's for Haley or Chad.
It's for you, Mom.
Hi, everybody.
This is why every time ML or anyone says, if you hate it, then leave. That's the thing. The only people who can leave are the privileged few. There is a lot of people who can't afford to just get up and leave the country. So when you say things like that, that is extraordinarily dismissive. However, as soon as they found I had cancer, they dealt with it immediately. I didn't have to wait for that. That is good. I hate it when they say it. I do too. Like, oh, you don't like it here? Why don't you move somewhere else, huh? Get the fuck away from me.
I was wondering, what is your dad's response to your mom's recent change in some of her politics and what she thinks?
Oh. I'm like whiplash here. What's going on? Like, what's happening? That was a in and out question. All right.
That's it. That's the whole question. But I thought it was a good one. I too am curious about this. Does he know that you have said abolish ICE?
Yes. And he said, are you crazy? I said, no, I'm not. I said, you've seen on TV what's happening. You've seen what's happening. So he thinks I'm a little crazy on that one. And in regard to the war, he just wants to keep bombing and bomb them all and get them all out of there.
But and he knows that you want it over. So do you guys argue about these things?
I listen to him. He listens to me. We don't argue. I just say that's not right. And he tells me that I'm not right now.
I think behind the scenes, she's like, did you hear what I said on stream? Or did you hear what I said on the podcast? And Bob's like, yeah. Do you really believe that? No, I'm just saying it. Good. Help a liberal out. Halo. I didn't know that's what it stood for. It's funny how most the Canadians that want to be American can't immigrate because the U.S. would never accept them. Yeah. See, Bob walking the line of calling her crazy. TDS. No, I don't know. Dad didn't feel like combing through emails this week. No. Didn't seem like it. I thought about, starting a website called Help a Liberal. Okay, there we go. where they are asked to donate towards moving and immigration costs for liberals who want to get the fuck out. They being MAGA. Oh, that's clever. Yeah, get out of our country. I'll pay for it.
We're kind of at a spot where.
But is he calling you, like, for me and Haley, if he was still on the show, he would be calling us all kinds of names in service of making sure that we understand he believes we're wrong about whatever our attitudes might be. Does he call you names and shit, or are you just...
I don't think she's being 100% honest. He probably berates her like he does to everyone, or he doesn't know everything. Is my exact reaction to the question. I was just like, whoa, all right. Good listener question, even though it was wildly short. I think it, you know what? I think that benefits. I'm going to give that person props. I think it benefits being that short because now you have no excuse to be like, so what are they saying? What are they saying? Huh? What was the question? It's very simple. How does Bob feel about you saying abolish ICE? Tell us right now. Good listener question. Okay. I kind of think 65% of the U.S. that hate Trump should just walk and force MAGA to start begging for immigrants to fill the jobs. I think that would be great. I just think there is way too many people in a paycheck to paycheck situation for them to even be like, yeah, that's an option. Bob can't abolish ICE anymore because of woke. 70 million MAGA people donating $5 each. Think about it. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool. Says her shit sack is full of shit. Yeah. She says her sack is full of shit. All right.
Just like, agree to disagree, pass the tea and crumpets.
Each liberal gets $500K for immigration fees, relocation costs, home and rent covered. They would never do it. They would be like, no, you got to figure that shit out. They would never do it. Never. I wonder if Bob is just as or more intelligible now. I have a theory. I think he probably is a lot more coherent because he is actually being treated. Is he all there? No. Question: they won't get picked. Who does Bob want to kill today? Never. They're stupid enough to throw. I don't know. They're stupid enough to throw $5 at probably. You're probably right. I don't believe there's 70 million MAGA people, or his poll numbers would be higher than 30% approval. I agree with that. I think a lot of the statistics that have been coming out are wildly inaccurate because you have to think Trump's administration has gutted everything to its core, and he has his little tendrils in everything. And his administration is trying to do things to be like, hey, we need to make this guy happy because if he doesn't, he starts throwing shit at us. And I mean literal shit. He pulls his fucking hand down his ass and starts throwing shit from his diaper at us. That's the thing that I think is happening with all of these numbers coming out. Trump has shown us how scalable they are. Yeah, gullible they are. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's start a GoFundMe for MAGA to fund the expatriation of libs. Nobody goes to his rallies anymore. They don't. Or people never learn or admit they're wrong. I absolutely believe a third of America is that stupid. They're still on the corruption ruined America train. That's real shit. I think there is a large percentage, and I'm saying like 50 or anything like that, but I think 25 to 30 does make sense. There are people out there who are dumb enough to go. I don't want to say they're dumb. They're highly undereducated and they've got lead poisoning, something along those lines, right? They have no critical thinking skills. There is a group of people out there who just believe everything that they see or told. They're the TikTok, people who sit on their phone all day going, oh, did you see this funny cat video? And you look at it and it's like, it's AI. And you're like, you actually believe the cat knocked on the door and is serving someone pizza? I'm like, are you okay? It's those people who you're like, that have a vote. Do they have a vote? I personally feel like you have to take some sort of IQ test at this point. Rough numbers, obviously. Yeah. I mean, I get that. Conservatives in Canada are demanding our government to tell them the plan on how they're going to deal with Trump on the trade deal. Really? Just don't fucking deal with Trump. I kind of like Costa Rica. How many people on the internet are just bots, though? I actually, I am part of that whole dead internet theory. I think there's a lot of bots out there who are contributing to misinformation. I mean, it benefits Elon Musk, the guys who run Google, you know, Zuckerberg, all those guys, to have people who are pushing an agenda and lying and obfuscating the truth. So they can just tell them. So they can tell them, yeah, make it public to screw over the government. Yeah, do it.
That's no, he doesn't call me names, but he says that's silly that I would say abolish ICE.
Yeah. But does he understand that these new views you have on these issues are indicative of a larger thing that is happening with you, which is leaving MAGA?
I see a lot of artificial intelligence from know-nothings that pose as experts, but not many of those are bots. Well, let me be honest with you. The people who use AI to enhance or do any sort of research for them are dumb. They're not smart people. And if they're like, I just use ChatGPT to look up this, and ChatGPT says this, I'm like, look, clankers, exactly. Beep boop. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like, I have used AI to do a couple different things in the past, and all they were basic Google searches to tell me prices on things. And I did some stuff with like just fixing thumbnails on YouTube. I stopped doing it because I'm just like, I'm not dealing with this shit anymore. But I don't know. My stance is this: if you're using AI as a quote unquote force multiplier for your own intelligence, that's all it is to me. You use it for aggregating information. It is essentially kind of a search engine, but some kind of not accurate sometimes. I've had a few moments where I'm like, this is not giving me anything. Those silver wireback clankers. God, yeah, but it's truly just an aggregator. And if you're taking anything it's saying as gospel, then I pray for you. And I don't even pray, but I'll make an exception at this point. Holla black. Holla back clanker. Wait. You're talking about I still hate printers more than AI? Really? I found that Opus 4.8 is good for design and architecture, while Codex is good for implementation. But that's just based on my CS or MSCS, and 15 years since I wrote my first self-writing code. Which I'm going to say this: I think that is what AI should excel at, is writing code. I think that should be the focal point. Because to me that is the tedium that a lot of people don't want to do. But research is a relative term. It is, but I think if you're going to get anything from AI, you better double check the living shit out of it, because I've been served things that were just absolutely incorrect by Gemini when I do Google searches, and even ChatGPT has given me incorrect information. I'm like, ugh. Chad K's music has feelings too. Yeah, it does. All right, sure. AWOL either be overblown or overblow or underblow information. Yes. If you're not checking what AI tells you, you're an idiot. Yeah. True story. Trust but verify. Yeah, that's the thing. I've done a few things. Like, for instance, I tried before some genius came up with the transcript lookup for necessary conversation. I used to try to use AI to be like, can you just tell me when Mary Lou said this? And you would just sit there and stare at it, just being like, well, we think it might be this episode. I'm like, you can't pull the fucking transcripts. Like, that is a publicly available thing. I don't want to fucking dig through thousands and thousands of hours of transcripts just to find the one thing. Okay. And it's just like, and it won't go past 2026 either. That's the other problem. I was just like, you son of a bitch. Don't talk about Chad K's discography like that. I won't. I won't. I don't know. The AI music thing is infuriating. As someone who likes to play music and do all that fun stuff, it's annoying.
I'm not leaving MAGA, but there are a lot of points right now that I
There you go. You got your answer.
don't like.
Yeah.
You're leaving MAGA.
I think there's some that he doesn't like too. But
yeah, what one doesn't he like?
Well, he likes the war going on. He wants to blow everybody up still. He thinks ICE is doing a great job, which that's ridiculous. Trying to think of another one he said the other day. He's ready to come back on for maybe one topic. He's getting a little stronger. We'll see.
You know the deal.
I know. Yeah.
He's got to be able to not be in a hospital bed in the living room. That's the key.
I want to see that though. I feel like Haley also doesn't speak on this pod enough. I agree with you. I do think Haley is like great. I love Haley. I think she can be quite aggressive. And I know why she is aggressive. I would be this aggressive if I had this much hostility from my own fucking mother. I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to fucking slam dunk on you. Like I said, it feels like sometimes it is Michael Jordan playing basketball with a fucking child and then just annihilating them on the court. Like just going all out. Bob wants his Doge check. So does Mary Lou. I like how she flips on being MAGA when shit is really bad. Yeah. We need a Bob special live from the med bed. That would be funny, actually. That'd be clever. Hospital bed in the living room. Why did I suddenly remember that scene from The Big Lebowski? Oh God! I mean, if you were, by the way, if you have been watching the background, there have been. I think he's been rolled out into the living room a few times because I think there was a bed in the living room at one point. Haley's a gamble. Sometimes she pops off really huge and it pays off. Oh yeah, sometimes. And then other times you're sitting there going like, "What the fuck did you just say to her?" This is going to start a giant argument.
Okay. And he has to be like coherent enough to actually do this, have enough energy, et cetera, et cetera.
I know.
All right.
And Chad and Haley.
Well, there you have it. Thank you for your question.
And Chad and Haley's
There's
Doge
the answer. Again, if you have a question, just send it to the necessaryconversationpod@gmail.com in a 1 minute or shorter video format. Now let's begin with our first topic. If you support Trump, you support the war in Iran. Today is the 149th day of Trump's personal war with Iran. This week, Trump launched a 13th consecutive night of strikes aimed at Iran's ability to attack shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's army said it carried out drone strikes against U.S. bases in Bahrain and Jordan and claimed to have destroyed a radar and Patriot system at a U.S. base in Jordan. 18 U.S. troops have died since February, 4 since July 17th, with nearly 500 injuries, 100 of those in the past 2 weeks. Instead of any attempt at diplomacy to end the war, Trump instead threatened to, quote, bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant for any attack against a ship in the strait. And he said Iran hadn't received enough pain yet. Iran.
She needs to pop off more so you can make another video. Yeah, I've been holding off on making another video for Haley. The reason being is like I have not found anything that was like really compelling recently. It just didn't feel like there was enough juice there. But hey, if she does more, I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't care. I used to timestamp her pop off, but she didn't do it. She didn't do it anymore. Yeah, she hasn't done it in a bit. I think it's been since Bob's been in the hospital. I feel like also her talking to her mother every day probably kind of like feeds into that a little bit. I still think they go at each other, and there is a lot of cattiness from Mary Lou, but not nearly the like, you know, you're so dumb. What are you talking about? You don't know shit for shit. You know, none of that shit. None of that.
Counter-threatened to hit U.S.-linked infrastructure region-wide. The war is also now out of control financially. Hegseth said the $37.5 billion we've already spent on the war isn't enough, and he requested $67.1 billion more to continue bombing Iranian civilians. At no point in the entirety of the war did Trump seek or require congressional authorization, making the war illegal. This week, the House passed a resolution 214-208 urging Trump to end the war, while the Senate then rejected a binding version of that for 47-49. Mom, do you support the war in Iran?
Okay, when you did that topic, this is what I'm going to say back to the topic that you started.
Okay.
I can support Trump, but I can say I don't like the direction that the war is going.
The direction?
This is stupid. All right. Yeah. I really wish Chad wouldn't do that shit. This is a serious topic, and the impression is meant to villainize Trump's hot takes. But look at ML; she's laughing about people being killed. She would laugh about it even. I feel like she has no. Sorry, that just hit me in some like weird place. I was just like, I support Trump, just nothing he says or does. I just had that moment of like, huh? We need a new director. Get Ubao in here. No, please don't. It would make it even worse. Trump posted 32 times last night, and his memes are crazy senile. It's on BuzzFeed off topic, but it's just pop. It should not be on BuzzFeed off topic. It should be on the news. Here's the problem with our president. He is posting like a geriatric patient on Truth Social, and he's our elected official. The one time you go off a Trini impression, a Trump impression, and it's the one I actually like, but agree, Chad sucks. I said this a while ago. ML wants an invite to the White House before she converts. That would just radicalize her even more. She would start the next Jan 6 right then and there. He also got heckled today in Michigan. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yes.
The direction is gone.
Someone called him a pedophile and pedophile protector, and he called them a commie. Oh, good comeback, bro. I would have been like, yeah, I am. Still doesn't change what you are, bitch. Fucking asshole.
This thing is so far out of his control or anyone's control in our government.
Guy.
He doesn't know what he's doing. He will one day be like, Iranians are fine people. We're going to have a deal made by tomorrow. And then literally that day tweet, I'm going to bomb a bridge for every second that you're in the Strait of Hormuz.
As of about...
I don't know. I'm over the impression.
6 hours ago, the airstrikes did pause, like right before we went on to air.
Fantastic.
Overnight, there were no strikes. This was the first time in 2 weeks that happened, okay?
Okay.
And then you talked about that Senate vote. I think both parties are starting to question, what the heck are we doing here?
Mom, he never got congressional approval to start.
The impressions are getting worse. Yeah, I mean, hold on.
I always like to hang around with losers.
I think that might be the one that I'm like, I think that's right when it got bad.
A war. That is not legal.
Chad, there has been 125 other occasions when a U.S. president employed military forces without congressional support or an act. 125 other times.
Wait, no overnight attacks because they're out of bombs? Huh? I had a dream where I met Trump and whispered in his ear, hit me, and he tried, so I broke his jaw, and then he said, attack. He attacked me, like in Fight Club. Chad's Trump has started becoming Yoda-ish. I know words, the best words I have. I know the words, the best words I have. They keep saying shit like that. Yes, like Fight Club.
I don't care.
But you can't keep saying that.
Yes, I can. Every one of those 125 times was also probably illegal. I don't know the details of every 125 moments you're talking about, but that is how it works in America. To wage a war, the president must have congressional approval.
There were wars in the past that were never declared. They were just started, like the Korean War, the Spanish War a long time ago, World War II.
One of the soldiers was a young woman from Carrollton, Texas, and I don't think she was more than 25 years old.
I saw her picture. I cried. It's terrible.
Isn't that enough to just say Donald Trump is a corrupt piece of shit and that you do not support this and you do not support him? Like, isn't that enough?
This is MAGA Newsmax propaganda verbatim. She's justifying the military action by using past military conflicts, right? Because look, the right views the United States as militaristic, and they've been taught to view it that way. This is why they quote unquote honor the troops the way that they do. They deify them until they come back and they're broken, and then they throw them away. They're like, "Oh, you're broken. Get the fuck out of here." The thing is about conservatives is that they like the idea of just, I'm going to say it, raping and pillaging land in other countries. They do. And to me, it doesn't make, I don't get it. If you care about people, especially your fellow, like, just think about the soldiers that are going into war. You should want no one to get hurt. That is the thing that I don't understand. The goal of a militaristic action is not to be the one to start it or instigate it. That makes you the bad guy. That makes you the problem. I don't know. 2 nights now, no bombs. He told everyone Iran is talking. Iran came back, said they're not talking. The youngest was 19. That's the whole, we elected Trump to be different, but it's okay because he's the same as all the bad stuff we hated. Yeah, it's the justification for the behavior. I personally think a lot of the people who voted for Trump knew exactly what they were voting for. If you are quote unquote saying I have been duped, then you are outright lying because you know exactly what you were voting for. Don't fucking sit there and be like, I don't really like what's going on right now. Let me just go ahead and feign ignorance. It's like, no, you knew what you were voting for. I would say there's very few people who just were voting and being like, I think he might be good. Very few. Count on my hand, maybe. The rest, no, they know what they were voting for. But he gave me purpose with my red hat. Exactly. It's gross taking shit from others. Yeah. Yes, Haley did the smart thing. ML dove into dehumanized propaganda to justify her position. Haley refocused on every life matters position with a single name. Yeah. Which, I mean, I think that should be. Here's the thing. There's an inherent racism that is here also. I don't know the. I'm pretty sure I'm going to look up the person who was killed, and they're probably going to be white. And this is why Mary Lou cried about that. That is where my head goes. Now I'm going to look it up because now I feel like I need to get that answer for me because I need to know. The reason military service used to be important in a presidential candidate was to have someone in office who has the experience to think twice before committing 100%. Yeah. Before committing human lives. Yeah. Yeah. Why do we need a military bigger than the next 6 biggest militaries combined? There's no reason. It doesn't make sense. The only reason you would do that is if you are, I was going to say Napoleonic, but you're in the realm of wanting to do some sort of mass sort of like expansion where you just are taking shit and killing people. That's where my head goes. I mean, why would you change the Department of Defense to the Department of War? That should have been the first sign that was a problem. This is going to happen. I don't know. I feel like there's so many signs pointing towards we are going to do this. Here we go. I don't know. I feel crazy. MAGA chose a candidate that has always denigrated our service men and women. Watch Why We Fight and learn about the military congressional industrial complex. So fuck their bullshit fake patriotism. Even McCain was super militaristic despite the torture. He did that cheeseball bomb, or yeah, the bomb, yeah, to the Beach Boys. Which one? Beach Boys? Bob Moran. Oh, is it Barbara Ann? Right? Fucking stupid. I had to think about it. I was like, what song is this? Yeah, that's the thing. I don't understand anyone who votes Republican because the fucking Republican candidate is so fucking cheesy and so fucking gross 99.9% of the time. I can't think of a Republican candidate in the last, I think, 50 years that I go, that seemed pretty cool. Oh. I don't know. I just don't get it. I also can say that about some of the Democratic candidates too, but I still think Obama, from a optic standpoint, has been the coolest president we've ever had. Do I like everything he did? Not at all. Fucking think a lot of the shit that he did was fucking awful. But I have to admit, like, when he fucking showed up, I was like, this guy is like the coolest fucking guy I've ever fucking seen. And on stage, like, I was like, this is awesome. Now I look at it and I'm like, Fox News really fucking ran with the whole fucking God, like just this crucifixion, not crucifixion. I would say this smearing of him, which was kind of weird. There's things that you can poke at with the drone strikes, the idea that, you know, he could have pushed universal health care much harder, and he didn't do it. He was talking to VFW members at the time. That makes sense, though. Even though, to me, I would feel like the VFW people would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Even McCain was, okay, appealed to the machismo of conservative males, so I suppose it checks out that Trump chose YMCA as his theme, same group who produced Macho Man. That's the thing, though. YMCA is the gayest song you could ever use as your, like, this is my theme, guys. It is a like a giant neon sign saying, "I'm fabulous." It's not a lot different than the pro-lifers. Every life matters until the scenario changes. Yes, the girl was white. She was one of the 4 killed in action and removed from the total call because it was during the ceasefire. I was about to look it up because I had a sneaking suspicion that the individual was probably white, and because they're female, Mary Lou probably is all like, "Oh my god, they killed a beautiful white person," just like she did with the immigrant, the DACA recipient who killed the 4 people who were in the drunk driving accident. So I don't know. Trump is an old queen. Some days he's more gay than others. I feel like he is I feel like every day he says something and I'm like, you don't like women. You like men. And that's good, like, and if you were like, yeah, I do, I'd be like, congrats. I'm happy for you. The gayest gay anthem that ever gayed, for sure. Hiding in plain sight. It's true though. He has also his love of musical theater is another one of those red flags that I go, I like women. Sure.
There's going to be some Republicans that turn against him and they're going to vote again. And then I think it's going to be over because this cannot keep going on.
It's already an illegal war. It's never over.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is they need to have a discussion about the fact that this war is technically illegal. Like, they should have already pulled out already. They had 60 days to do this. I know they keep talking about like the pauses, adding more time. It's like, this needs to be done, right? And Congress needs to be the people who do this. They're not doing anything. Trump is quite the interior decorator. Yeah, he looks like he would be great at interior decoration for Liberace. Like, I think that is the only person who'd be like, yes, I love this. Because I know I look at it and I'm like, give me the. I would not want to be in there. I would feel. My skin would crawl off my body type feeling. Like, ugh.
Yeah, Vietnam was never a war either, but it went on forever. I'm not saying.
It's wild to me that Les Mis is his favorite musical. I mean, I don't think he understands it, but still, that's the thing though. There is this whole thing, right, about, I watched a video where they were talking about why conservatives love media that directly opposes them. Like, they love Superman and things like that. And there is this like inherent belief that they're very, very topical when it comes to, or very top level when it comes to taking in media. So they only see things like the resistance in, Star Wars as being the good guys versus the bad guys. But if you were to tell them, like, well, actually, if you want to make a direct comparison to a real life situation, the resistance would be closer to Hamas and the empire would be closer to Israel. They would have a fucking panic attack. The gold is so fucking it's so fucking ugly. I never understood why why it's so valued before electronics. True, I agree. What on earth caught that censor there? I think fucking ugly because it's a term that's like derogatory, I think. Let's see. He wants to be an integrator, but he sucks at it. He does. Tell me that. Okay, hold on. We read that. It's so crazy making that departments of government break the law with impunity. It is insane, and it's so in everyone's face too that it's like this is brazen. Like this should not be possible in this form. It should not be possible at all. But to be so brazen about it is actually depressing. Like not releasing the Epstein files, for example, 100%. I wish they would have done that. I even think JD Vance wishes they released it because I think JD Vance wants to be president. That song said something about born in the USA. Hell yeah. And yeah, if you listen to it, it's like this is not about being born. This is not about that. This is I believe it's an anti-Vietnam song. Last 4 killed in action was a white guy, a black guy, and what looks like 2 Mexican or Spanish. Okay. His style is Baroque Regency, and it's tacky as fuck when it's not a complete statement. Like, all the ornate shit belongs in Versailles. Or Versailles. No, I think it's Versailles. I can't. I'm bad at pronouncing this stuff, so... An actual place has no business in not in a White House context. Versailles. Thank you. I'm not allowed to pronounce anything correctly. Versailles. See, I thought it was that way first, and I was just like, wait, I'm not smart, so I'm gonna fucking mispronounce it right now. Told my husband that Trump wasn't the president; he was the first lady this time because all he was doing was first lady stuff. It's true. But he's also lacking in taste and education. He has no idea that it isn't working or why. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't know. I feel like when it comes to just intaking anything, like, especially like Les Mis and all that shit, they don't see it for anything other than what they get from it. They don't do any sort of critical thinking when it comes to taking in media. Superman is literally an alien, an immigrant, and they're like, he's the most fucking patriotic guy I fucking know. And so like, no, he is an immigrant, and you should hate him. You should be Lex Luthor in this situation. Like, yeah. You should love Darth Vader. You should side with Darth Vader. Okay? Your pronunciation is better than Chad's. Also, hi. Hey, Dar. The Oval Office walls look like they've been decorated by AI. Whole words admitted. Wait, hold on. Because so lacking in taste and education, he has no idea that it isn't working or why. In a neoclassical context. Wow. Whole words admitted. Okay. Superman is one of the good ones. Oh, shit. Okay. You guys are all on the same fucking page. All right. But yeah, no, it's that thing. Like, it's like the people who watch The Boys and they're like, man, I fucking hate fucking Homelander. I'm like, no, bitch, you should love Homelander. Fucking Homelander is your fucking dude. Homelander is Trump. Like, get the fuck out of here. Go away. I don't know. My take on conservative people in fucking media is like fucking They're dumb. They have no. I don't know. They're just not self aware. There's no self awareness when it comes to anything. Like, yes, Homelander is a take on narcissism in general. You're correct. Towards the end of the show, they literally leaned into the legitimate, like, direct parallels to Trump, which I found kind of okay. Real quick, last couple seasons of The Boys, not great. I think people shat on the last season a little too hard. I don't think it was that bad, but it wasn't great. Also, I feel like the last 2 episodes should have been probably extended a little bit more. Yeah, they absolutely did. It felt forced a little bit. I will say the last episode does have a moment of catharsis, which I needed. I didn't know I needed. It happened, and I'm like, okay, this is all I wanted. He's trying to present an aesthetic he was told belongs to the elite Regency class people. But he has no understanding of how or why these aesthetics developed. So it comes across like cheap theme park decor. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're correct. There is an elegance to stuff from that time period, especially with the gold. There was a lot of artistry to it. The stuff that he's putting up, there's nothing. There's no substance to it. It is just tacky for tacky's sake. It is like buying a gold frame at fucking Hobby Lobby and being like, look, Maud, we're now fucking part of the rich people because I got a nice gold frame to put around our photo of our family. I hate how, because America is not 1930s Germany, they automatically say Trump is not a dictator. Yeah. We're on a weird. Here's the thing. We are on this path where we currently do not have there's no control over media anymore. And the times that people do come out and push back and say that he is being fascist or authoritarian, the media comes out and basically slams those people, and that shit gets buried because no one has any balls, especially in the media right now, to stand up against Trump. They just don't. They don't. There's very few people who are doing it, and the reality is this. We're not going to hear that stuff until I think this is all written down and put into history books. We're just not going to hear that shit. It's going to come at a time when we have enough distance from it to go, oh yeah, this is bad. Right now, we're all living in it, and the people who are enjoying it don't want to be called fascists. They just don't. They don't. Like, why is Huey being sexually assaulted supposed to be a joke? I don't. That's the stuff that I was not on board with. I actually was kind of pissed off with that happening. Huey is a character I feel like an immense amount of like empathy with and pain, and I feel like his character at every step is getting just absolutely fucked. And you know, the show felt kind of malicious in that sense. But I enjoyed the stuff with Huey. It was at the end, especially because it was like it was needed. But yeah, reminds me of okay. I generally have low expectations and enjoyed the last season. Yeah, I do too. I'm that person who, like, going into something that has been going on forever. I went in very low expectations. I typically turn my brain off when it comes to superhero stuff anyway, because look, it's all surface level. Even stuff that is meant to be more adult, very surface level. So I don't know. I like the last season. I'm like, it is what it is. I felt the last episode had a few moments where it's like, this makes up for a lot of the stuff that happened early on in terms of like the catharsis behind it. But outside of that, it was like, it is what it is. And then Gen V ending the way it did, I was just like, this is silly. They could have used the characters a little bit more in the last season, even though I did not like the main character from Gen V that much. I thought the acting was a little rough. But reminds me of the Blue Line guys having Punisher stickers. Oh, next to it, no self-aware. Those are the funniest fucking ones, because I'm like, hey, did you know in the Punisher comic book, Frank, almost said Frank West. Frank has literally no qualms with killing police officers who get in his way, and the police genuinely dislike him. So if you were a police officer in the comic book or the Punisher comic book, you would absolutely fucking hate Frank Castle. There we go. You would absolutely fucking hate him. Frank West. I cover politics, Thank you. Someone. That first game, by the way, fantastic. Joel knows ball. Hey, you know what? I like fucking Dead Rising. Fucking that first game's amazing. I need to get the remake or the remaster. It looks good. Everyone has to stand up together. Otherwise, the few who do get otherwise the few who do get hammered continue to keep getting hammered or just disappear. Well, if it's not 1930s or 1950s, so on there is no more then there's no more communism. Yeah. I hope reincarnation is real, so I can be here in 200 years to read about this time period that far removed from it. Yeah, him being the butt of the joke the entire show is just fucked up. Yeah, the Huey, him just being this guy who, in all instances, is the smartest person in the room. And then he's just made to be this character that everyone kind of just is like, it's fucking Huey. Thinking of the song Gone Guru? The fight with the convicts in the mall outdoor. Fuck that fight, dude. I hate that area out. Fucking that area in between the different wings was the worst. Fucking hate it. I think he's the outlet of some unresolved anger of one of the writers, not gonna lie. I actually think that stuff stems from the comic book too. I haven't read the comic book. Just because I also know the stuff that's in the book, and I'm like, this is 2000s edgy shit. If you're gonna read edgy shit from that time period, just read Preacher. Preacher is actually enjoyable, an actual enjoyable read all around. So yeah. All right, let's back to this.
Saying this one will be, I think it has to be done.
But do you support the Vietnam War? Do you think that was a good thing?
No.
You're using other bad examples to try and justify this. You're saying, well, other presidents did horrible shit that fucked up everybody's lives and the entire geopolitical system.
Joe took a lot of creative freedom. It did a lot, which is good because some of the shit that is in the book is the whole mother's milk thing is wild in the comic book.
So why can't Trump? Bad things don't make this a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing. I want the war over as much as everybody else does.
But Mom, you're using that number that you threw out, the 125 times people have started wars without congressional approval. You're throwing it out to justify a bad thing Trump is doing.
I'm not justifying it. I'm just trying to show you there were other times in history where this did occur.
Who cares?
But yet you zero in on Trump because you hate him that bad. That's
See, okay. This is a learning moment, I think, for all of them at this point. When she says this, be like, Mom, let's have a real talk about this. You use this as a way. Bitch, I wasn't alive before now. Mom, use this as a way of deflecting. And I love you, and I want to just point this out, but you can't go, I hate Trump. I don't like Trump, but you can't use that as a way of wiggling out of a conversation. We do have to have this conversation about why. And going forward, maybe we shouldn't use that as a deflection method. Now, if you have pushback on certain things and you know something, don't, by all means, let's go. Tell me where I'm wrong. But the whole you don't like Trump thing, we have to we gotta cut it off at the knees. Me screaming at my phone, stop searching for an answer, ML, every time her eyes start looking around. Yeah. I like that. I like Chad's pushback. She constantly uses negative examples to justify. Yeah. And then when she gets pushed down or pushed even more in that direction, she then starts saying stuff like that. And that's the stuff that I'm like, ugh. And war of choice, by the way, yes. If they don't like Trump, who actually likes pedos and liars and evil? That's the thing, though. Yeah. Overall, Chad did good in this episode. I am going to continue letting him go because I feel like this might be where he's going to say something like this.
No, that's not. We're zeroing in on Trump because it's happening now. If Trump drops a nuclear bomb, would you say?
Oh my God, I said this earlier. I'm like, they need to stop, deflecting and say like, we're talking about Trump because this is happening right now.
Say, well, we used nuclear bombs before.
Mixed feelings, yeah.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. No.
Okay, so you're using that kind of logic, which makes no sense at all.
Okay. Critique time. Critique. That is dismissive at the end there. And if I was on the receiving end of that, I would feel upset. I'd be like, why are you talking to me like that as a person? Like, we're having a conversation and you're trying to, teach me. Now I feel shame, and I'm going to associate that shame with this moment. Like, it's that stuff that I'm trying to put my head in the space that Mary Lou's head probably exists in, and I want to try and empathize a little bit. Didn't think I would say that out loud today. I don't know. I just feel like there's like this thing she needs to put in her ChatGPT to not use whataboutisms. Think about nonviolent communication. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It is this idea that you tell someone you're wrong. Why do you do that? And you say in a tone, it is in an immediate, like, what the fuck am I, like, I want to get out of here. I want to leave the room. I don't know. I grew up around verbally abusive people. So I have a tendency when I hear aggressive talk to be like, I need to get out of here. That's it. Time for the therapist lady to come back so they can work on their approach with the parents. I don't think she'll ever show back up. I think the last episode rubbed Haley fucking so wrong. As an experiment, they should go a whole episode. But yeah, or they should just have me on, and I can just be like, here, I'll show you some clips, Mary Lou. Maybe Mary Lou would stop as she realized she'll lose every time. Maybe a boring episode, but meh. Oh, I mean, look. Nate would be better off helping again. I think, like I said, not these Wednesdays, but Wednesday episodes going forward should just literally be one-on-ones. Just do more one-on-ones where Mary Lou is talking to someone else. That's it. I think they have no patience to talk productively with their parents. I agree with that. They elected Trump to stop doing bad things, didn't they? Starting to sound like they elected him to do those things. That's the contradiction. That's the contradiction of the people who voted for Trump. They're like, I think they actively enjoy what is happening. Because I think there is also an inherent racism and just xenophobia built into the conservative movement. Anyone who is not, quote unquote, American, we don't care about them. Unless they're white and South African, European. Canadians are kind of iffy on. I don't know. Oh. Can't lose if you never concede. Yeah. Yeah, true. And that's Bob, though. When Chad presents as a threat, her lizard brain locks up and she ends up in a fight or flight. Yeah. She shuts down. It's also hard to have patience with people who don't believe they're ever wrong. I think that is also part of it. They're letting their anger get to them. They're kind of shifting to the dark side when it comes to communication. They're basically becoming Sith, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. For me, I know how I talk to my parents when it comes to talking about politics. And it's always let me ask you this question, and I want to hear how you describe this. And then I'm going to have a follow-up question or a follow-up statement where I say, well, have you thought about it this way? Or can you see it from this perspective? And if they say no, oh, hey, spouse is home, got to cook, had wife cosplay. Just kidding. He's my sous chef and dishwasher. So it's equal and fair distribution of labor. But I got to go, hey, Cherish, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm probably going to be on really long tonight. Who knows? We overthinking it, guys and gals. She needs real education. Billy Madison. We're back to pre-K? Yeah, there we go. ML really thinks that Elon earned his billions, yet Bob breaking his back didn't also earn billions. That's the logic that they don't get. He earned millions, though. So she would argue that. It's mostly revenge for them being proven wrong so many times. Let's see. Cherish. I have something similar. Enjoy your evening. The therapist gal posts a lot of anti-Trump stuff on Instagram. A lot. She's very anti-Trump. She deals with a lot of families that have this division too. So that's why she was kind of a good fit for the show. I don't think Bob earned billions. I don't think they are that rich. Maybe 1 million. Their house is old fashioned. I think they have more than. I'd probably say they're. I don't want to. I'm not going to try and speculate too much, but they're probably in the double digits. Elon earned his wealth, but through exploitation. I would say exploitation and theft. Allegedly, putting allegedly in there just in case he's like, who's this asshole and why is he saying this shit about me? But he basically PayPal. He was kind of like a non-entity at PayPal. They paid him to leave PayPal. Tesla, he just kind of joined in and bought into the company, and then just says, "I invented electric cars." And it's like, no, you didn't. That's not true. I know my in-laws are similar, but if they actually paid for their labor, they'd have more than that. Shit. I'd also be a multimillionaire if I was paid right for my 20 years working. Yeah. I think I think that would be the case for a lot of people. I wouldn't be surprised if Bob has a ton of money just sitting there that he's too compulsive to ever spend. I think there is OCD involved with that. He probably doesn't want to. He's like Scrooge McDuck, you know? I've got that giant vault of pennies that I don't want to let go. I'm going to go swim in it. They're also getting screwed, and the retirement medical bills eat up that money quick as fuck. There won't be an inheritance because of the medical alone. You think so? I don't know. I feel like they're riding the Medicare train lately. ML did say she has to watch her spending. Oh, wait, she did? I didn't fucking know that.
Let me ask you this. Do you think Hegseth and Trump should get 67 billion more taxpayer dollars to continue this war?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So you're against Trump in principle on that?
Yes. I'm against this war. It needs to stop.
The obvious statement, the people at the top of the pile rig the system and make the rest of society work themselves to the bone while barely getting any. Yeah. While barely getting by. Yeah. So we're kind of in that weird sort of it's like the feudal class system again, where you've got the people on the top, you know, all of the kings, queens, the serfs are underneath them, and then you've got the regular people, and then you've got the extremely poor. For my husband and I, we know there won't be. Medicaid covers some, but even my mother-in-law has been complaining about the things it's not covering. The cuts are happening. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Crystal? Sorry I'm late. I recently got my profile on Twitch updated. Would you like to see my new logo? Maybe. I probably won't be able to click on it, but you can send it to me. The middle class was a fluke created in a time when they were afraid Americans could go communist. Now the decades of propaganda have taken set. They're getting rid of it. Yeah. So you're against Trump.
All right. Do you think, I know you just said the 125
yeah, send it to me in
other
DMs.
wars
I'll
or
take
whatever.
A look.
Okay.
And I can't verify this or at this moment. Sorry, I will not go deep into this. But
I GPT'd it. It's true.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Trump should have gotten congressional approval before he started this war?
Probably. He just went into it. Yeah, I remember, and he said because of nuclear, because all those people were in one spot at one time.
I mean, the middle class has always existed. It's just the working class of any society. Yeah. I mean, I think the gap for the middle class right now is shrinking quite a bit. ML bingo list would be funny. I actually think that would be a great thing. We could have people screaming bingo. Gotta hop off. Hair duty calls. Sad that I can't be a part of this chat anymore. What? I'll be back on Wednesday. He's my president. ChatGPT'd it. He's my president. That's what it says. ChatGPT.
And he wanted to take him out. Yes, he probably should have. Yes.
Okay. So you're fully against Trump on every element of this war.
Right now, yes, because I thought it would be over by now.
Okay.
And now we're losing young, beautiful lives that are women and men, and it's ridiculous.
If this was Joe Biden, you would have denounced him as your president by now.
We talked about this. That is also a thing that I should probably just make a video on, is her saying, we've talked about this. Because she says it so fucking much as a way to deflect from what is actually they're having a conversation about. And it's like, yeah, we have, but we need to talk about this. It's not okay, Mom.
But also you have to...
He's my president because I voted for him. Yeah. Just like Biden was not her president because he didn't vote for him. And the election was stolen because the Democrats stole it and China stole it.
Remember, this isn't just about Trump being completely inept. Like, as a president, one of your key goals, or one of the key...
What's happening currently, they're discussing the war in Iran and essentially why it is not necessarily a legal war. I had the okay more than anything. Oh, you hate the okay more than anything? It's the way she says it? Yeah. It's pretty bad. Because she hates being scolded by her kids when they bring up stuff they've talked about. Yeah, like I said, I think they could probably do a better job of communicating it in a more... Look, I think they need to have a cult specialist on. Like, how do you get someone out of a cult? And maybe sit down and maybe it's a Libsibs episode and they have someone go over one of their episodes and they cover how you should handle this going forward. Her face right now, I just looked over and saw, I was like, oh shit. Also, it got high as 115 today. Not great weather. No, it's been pretty bad out here. It's currently 96 and it is almost 7 o'clock or 6:30 right now. I don't know. I think they should have someone on here to be like, here are some things. Correction, they're not trying to scold her, but she feels scolded. Yes, I think there is, thank God global warming isn't real. Am I right? Yeah. I think there is a way of communicating that takes the sting out. Because I feel like there's always like someone like pouring salt in the wound a little bit sometimes when you're listening to them, because you're like, this woman knows that she's wrong. Like, you can actively see that she's like backed in a corner and she's like, stop it. Stop picking on me. And they kind of go in for the final hit at the end. And I'm like, you really don't need to do that. Because they have 53 in the Senate and most laws take a 60 vote. Yep. Unless you want to break the filibuster, right? She thinks that if she's wrong, she's in trouble. It's like ingrained from childhood. Yeah. I was talking about that earlier. Like, I grew up around people who screamed, and even a tone that feels aggressive always felt like you were in trouble. It's childish. Yeah. Yeah, it totally is. But it can be a trauma response and makes people retreat. I'm much better about it as I've gotten older, but yeah, it used to be my thing of like shoving it down, being like, oh God, they hate me. Northern Minnesota has just had its hottest winter in record history and the second hottest summer in record history. Recorded history. Yeah, I mean, it's bad. Bad out here. It's bad everywhere right now. Like, it's getting fucking disgusting weather-wise. They make it really easy for her to care too much about winning their conversation, so she falls into it every time. Yeah. They keep poking her again and again. It's insanity to think doing the same thing is going to change her response. Which is it's been my point for like the last couple months, is like every time I watch this, I'm like, we could all have a conversation that revolves around, let's talk to her like she's 5, because she needs that. She needs it. She needs the understanding that no one in her life has ever given her, and the care and hand holding to pull her out of some of this shit. And if it doesn't take, then we know for fools, we know that she is a narcissist at that point, and there's nothing we can do to fix this. Florida Panhandle, same. 100 expected tomorrow. Yep. It's not insane to think it would work. It is what worked with them. Oh, on Trump. He repeated the same stupid shit and they believed it. But really, it's just Trump lets them be themselves. Yeah. 97 right now, but it got to 107 here the other day. That, I don't, the weather is so cooked right now. Trump doesn't want to unite the country. He says all Democrats are commies. Yeah. He has never said anything positive about the quote unquote other side, even though by all means, like the MAGA movement is small in comparison to the quote unquote Dems at this point. Worst part is Chad himself doesn't think he's rubbing it in, but he does sometimes. He lacks self-awareness a bit. Yeah, that could be a couple things. Someone was telling me that he said he was autistic, which I was like, I don't pick that up necessarily from him, but that could be something that is missing. Like tact is sometimes something that is like not there. Like nuance is missing sometimes. But I don't want to diagnose him because I don't know. Problem about simplifying issues, it's going to insult her for being condescending. The problem with criticizing Trump is it's going to insult her for being gullible. I think this is why I'm saying this. I think they need to have someone who deals with people who deal with political cults or even just cults in general to talk to them and like come up with a game plan to figure out how to communicate. Because I think there is a way to communicate that is non-condescending, maybe even bare bones, like simple terms, and you're not trying to be mean. Like, don't talk to her like, you understand what I'm saying, sweetheart? Mom, you get it? Don't, yeah, not that, but it's a, hey mom, I understand what you're saying. I'm here for you. I want to know. Like, I want to know why you feel this way, and maybe you can tell me what would make you change your mind about this. Seem to come from their dad sometimes. I mean, yes. The Chad and Haley's conflict resolution skills seem to come from that place. I agree. I also think Mary Lou is also complicit in that. But yeah, I had my own issues with Obama. But even when the entire side was calling for his public hanging, he always talked about unity. He didn't lash back out like a child. No, not at all. That's like the one positive thing that I can actually say about Obama is that. Like, Bush was a terrible president with terrible policies, but he united the country. Not to be crass, it did help that we had the terrorist attack that we had, or the yes, 9/11 really triggered a response in people. You witness that as a citizen, especially during that period of time, and your brain goes, "We have to do something about this." It was 9/11. Yeah, exactly. The terrorist attack is what united us. Yeah. I don't know if this is a bad take. I'm like actively mentally trying to work out the phrasing or the term terrorist out of my like vocab. Because I've said it before on the stream. I think the term is used derogatory now as a way of just denoting that person is they're a resistance group, but we call them terrorists because we don't like them. I think this also lets Haley blow off steam towards her mom. I know she loves her mom, but her mom still abuses her, and this is her way of dealing with that. I think so too. I think though there is a lot of like individual therapy and family therapy that needs to happen, especially if they're doing this publicly. That if they truly want to make a better place for their mom, for everyone who are watching it, fixing that would be great. But if they're more angled because they're like, this is sensationalized and we're trying to get people, hate watching, then there's no prerogative in fixing this. If the truthers are correct, Bush is responsible for 9/11. I mean, there was reporting, I think the NSA came to the administration, the Bush administration, and said, "Hey, we think there's going to be a terrorist attack," and they were like, "Huh?" Didn't really do anything about it. Correct me if I'm wrong. But ML doesn't think it's a good idea to send Haley's son to war now. I think I could see her twisting and bending to justifying it. Yeah, Bush really got us all to be racist against an entire group of people, and then I had to unlearn that shit, and now we are making a nuke deal with Saudi Arabia. The whole thing's so effed, yeah. Good on you for choosing to use words that don't propagate propaganda. Yeah, terrorists are people who kill others for political reasons, so by that means Bob supports terrorists. With the Epstein files going back 30 to 40 years, it wouldn't surprise me with Bush as well. It wasn't just sex crimes. It was also political and money crimes. Yeah, I think, I'll be very honest with you. I think there's a lot of people that we have not heard about that are probably in those files that are probably covered up right now. I had a hope in my heart that some whistleblower was going to leak the whole goddamn thing at some point, and it has not happened. And I'm quite shocked it has not happened. America has been a terrorist country for a minute. Yeah.
Key requirements is that if you are going to start a war, you actually have some plan to execute that war, an exit strategy from the war, etc., etc. Clearly, he has none of that. Beyond all of that, he fucking lied to you. He ran on a campaign saying he would never start another war, certainly not with Iran, and here we are now, stuck in this war on what I say it was, the 149th day. No end in sight.
There's compilations of J.D. Vance and Trump literally saying Kamala Harris is going to send your kids to an unnecessary war. We would never do that. Literally saying.
Since its founding, in my opinion, yes. We're so used to killing for political reasons. The GOP is supporting a slow-moving Kristallok. I don't know how to pronounce it, but yes.
We're never going to do the very things
I'm going to Google it.
They lied to you on purpose. And this is all for profit. Donald Trump and his kids are just raking it in over this war, and that's why he doesn't care to get out.
I don't think that's it. But
well, we have some other topics later in the show that will prove that that is it. Okay. Let's move on to topic number 2. Trump is booed on the world stage. This week saw the dramatic conclusion of the world.
Okay, here we go. We're going to do it slow.
Crystal knocked.
Hey, I kind of said it right. Ice is doing Crystal Knock. It's slow rolling.
Crystal knocked.
There we go.
With Spain defeating Argentina 1-0.
We liberated this land from those damn terrorist savages so we could name sports teams after them. That I was talking about that. I can't remember. I think it was. Oh, it was Saturday. I was talking about how, we as a country have literally no self-awareness about the fact that we just came in and just fucking took over, and then we were shocked when an entire group of people, multiple groups of Native Americans were like, we need to kill all of these people. Like, why are they trying to kill us? Is literally what all of the white settlers were like, being like, what? Why are you doing that? It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, it just feels like there's like a lack of self-awareness. It's just, and it's habitual, and it is a constant thing throughout history. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
Life Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey, securing the second World Cup title in the country's history. Unable to let the team have their moment of celebration, Trump...
Can I skip this?
...marched onto the victory stage, presented Spain with their trophy, then refused to leave the stage as the team celebrated, sparking widespread outrage.
This is the shit
even
that
as
I'm
Spain
like...
gathered for their traditional celebratory team photo.
You knew he was going to do this shit. You knew he was going to do this shit. We all knew it. If you didn't... You should. Her explanation is pure stupidity anyway. I kind of want to hear it now if it's that dumb.
Trump remained among them, even as the president of FIFA jogged up to him, tapped him on the arm, and pointed to the side of the field to encourage him to leave the stage. He fucking remained. Did
Trump not want to put Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad because he was a war hawk and wanted to go to war with Iran? Yeah, I think he did say it. Joel, it's your channel. You can skip whatever you
greeted by a deafening chorus of in-person booing as he walked onto the field to present the medals and
should he now do the same? Here's the thing. I sometimes hear the topics and I'm like, this is pointless. This is pointless. This is fucking just topic, just fucking roulette. Like, let me just pick a random thing that was in the news the last week and be like, isn't this crazy that he did this? It's like, no, yeah, he was gonna fucking do it. And Mary Lou doesn't see anything fucking wrong with it, and I know that. I know it.
the trophy, and the boos kept ringing throughout the stadium as he refused to leave.
Soccer Blunder is now on a level. Now watch this drive. It would be great if this was all of our problems with Trump. Yeah, if all of our problems with Trump was, yeah. That's the thing. To me, on a level of like caring, I'm like, look, you can talk routinely about Trump and the war in Iran. I think that is a good thing to point out. Like that, this is not good. This bullshit where he is like, I'm fucking walking on the field, and look, I'm gonna stand with the fucking winners, and look, they got a trophy. I'm gonna stand. I want to hold the trophy. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Like this guy does stuff because he is a toddler. I went to a vigil for people killed by ICE, insane stories. I read that and I almost was like, what? I read it so wrong. This story is comedic relief. I think it's funnier when a comedian talks about it. I said the same thing. Chad is so unaware of his shitty topics. Here's the thing. If the comedian's talking about it, fine. Let's go. Like, yeah, Trump is a fucking giant walking toddler. Like, this guy has to be pacified. Like, fine. Let a comedian go to town on it. On a show where you're trying to convince your mom that Trump is the devil, no, it's not going to work on her. She loves all the fucking dumb, fucking stupid shit he does. She likes the fucking dancing and shit like that. She loves that. I feel like it's to reaffirm that, to ML that he is indeed a loser and everybody hates him. Totally, yes. But she doesn't see it that way because there is a group of people in her orbit who are like, "Oh, did you see Trump? That guy loves soccer. Oh man, he just loves other fucking countries. You didn't see that? Look at him. He's so fucking happy these motherfuckers won. You know that." Chad knows that ML would be okay with Trump doing this. Yeah. I think that's my issue. Is like, she's like, There's a guy who stabbed a minor 20 times, got paroled to federal government, who immediately deported him. That person was let free because they committed no crimes in their home country. What in the fuck, dude? That's the shit that doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, let's just, the guy did this bad thing, and let's just go ahead and just deport him back to his home country. No one is making sure that he's going to a prison. And just, there you go. Yeah. They got paroled. Let's just go ahead and just deport him. There you go. He's back out on the streets, doing whatever the fuck he wants. We need to ask that man why he wants 6 topics in an hour show with with ditties, prod jargon, and simmer downs. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. You could easily get away with 2 topics on the show, and it'd still be an hour. You can. I'll even give you the fucking ditties and fucking listener question and the simmer down, even though I think the simmer down is absolutely mind-numbing sometimes.
The stage. Global coverage of Trump's egomaniacal spectacle was largely mocking or critical. Outlets described it as a humiliating episode, noting he had to hand the trophy to a team representing a country he had publicly criticized days earlier. On the heels of his embarrassing show at the World Cup, the American Research Group released a
simmer ditties should be one item. I agree. Just give her 2 minutes, 2 minutes of hate. There you go. Simmer downs only came to be because Bob wouldn't shut the fuck up saying shit that was terrible. It's not needed now. I totally know that. I've said it recently. I was like, yeah, Bob not being on the show, the simmer downs are not needed because no one is escalated Bro just needs to talk about Epstein files. I think that's a good point. Is there's so many things where you can be like, hey, look, let's cut out this fucking pop culture fucking news item that doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, and let's talk about the real shit that is a problem. Like, if you really want to take Trump to task and you want to focus on Trump, focus on Epstein files, focus on the fact that we are dealing with the war on Iran, which they did this episode, which is great. But focus on the fact that he has completely dismantled the like the FDA and multiple government agencies. Like, these are things that are protecting people. And he said, Elon Musk, Doge, fuck it, destroy it. We're saving money. And explain why those programs being gone have actually been a stain on his presidency and the country. Explain why the oil prices being as high as they are is not good. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to speedrun ML out of the cult. Me too. And Miller stuff. Yeah, the Miller stuff too. I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna say this. I don't think ML will even understand why what Miller says is bad. I don't think she could comprehend why. Epstein survivors have been speaking out a lot, and Chad isn't bringing it out. That is the other thing too. The what's his face is fucking Pam Bondi bot taking over motherfucker. That whole hearing has been a fucking joke, and no one's really covering it, which is Todd Blanche's fucking hearings have been just bad, and no one's covering any of that shit. But I need to know what ML confirmation hearings fucking, okay, there we go. Man, I was looking for the word. I was like, I cannot fucking think what the word fucking confirmation was. Okay, we got it. We got there. But I need to know what ML has to say about that store who stole that guy's Lego collection. Yeah, the fucking bricks and minifig saga. By the way, I've been trying to keep up with that passively. I'm at a point where I'm like, it looks like the bricks and minifigs people are fucked, and all of this media coverage has it's going to probably destroy that company. They're going to implode. In this very episode, the Libsibs don't trust any reporter who was chummy with Miller. If it's so serious, maybe they should talk about it. Yeah. Like I said, take her ass back to elementary school. Take her to the Museum of Tolerance. Just take her to Auschwitz. I think that would just be mind-blowing. On my field trip to the Museum of Tolerance, everyone got an ID card of a kid. We don't find out their fate until the tour. Oh my God. At the end of mine, at the end, my kid didn't survive. Jesus. I need to go to that. That would be pretty interesting. Focus on BB. Yes. She doesn't like him since Charlie Kirk, but Chad doesn't realize that he doesn't listen to her. Yeah, the BB Netanyahu, Israel, Gaza, Charlie Kirk angle is something you could totally dive into. I don't know if I fall into the category of believing that, all of the conspiracy theory stuff, there is some there. I don't think Tyler Robinson is the guy who killed Charlie Kirk. I think that there's probably something else going on there. Because I'm pretty sure, I think if he actually hit Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk's head would be almost completely off its fucking body. I just don't see it. Is it also a museum of? I don't think it is. I'm just gonna Google it while we played this.
A poll this week showing Trump's net approval at minus 37%, which is described as his lowest rating yet, with 31% approval and 67% disapproving.
Yeah, it's in LA, it looks like.
Voters. Mom, why do you think Trump refused to leave the stage at the World Cup?
He probably was hearing some of the clapping going on. There were...
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's also called the House of the Holocaust. And true, and others behind him would have been hit. Yeah. It's mostly, if not solely, about the Holocaust. Yeah. Yeah, I was just reading. I was like, holy shit. It is literally called the House of the Holocaust. And I was like, whoa. Do not play the back rooms video.
Mixed. Yes, there was.
Mom, the president of FIFA walked up to him and was like, get off the stage. And he did not. He refused.
Yeah. I don't know why he didn't get off. He probably should have. But I've watched a couple of the clips. There was booing. There was some clapping. There was some cheers.
Oh my God. Oh my God. She focuses on. Yeah, CK's wounds don't look like a 30 caliber or 30-06 at all. No. I've seen footage of that ammunition going off, and it's just I feel like he would not have a neck. I don't know. Am I wrong in that assessment? Maybe, but I just feel like that would have just been a I don't know. I do not see just don't see it being the way it happened. Wow, there was cheers for the FIFA champions. How could that's why I'm like confused, like why she's bringing up cheers. I'm like, you do know they're probably not cheering for fucking him, right? Because there's people who won in front of them. Imagine not hearing clapping at the freaking World Cup. Why is she dumb? I don't know. I still believe no one blamed him. His neck just did that. I don't believe TR did the shooting either, Joel. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. But yeah, I think you know what, Craig, you're right. I think his neck just, you know what, he just malfunctioned. He was actually a robot this entire time. That wasn't blood. That was oil. So this is just circumstances of the game. They are framed on it. Like allegedly he had a transgender girlfriend roommate. It's the perfect thing for conservatives to blame. Yeah, which I watched most of the interview with his roommate, and it does not appear that they were together. Either way, we'll see our boy again in Valhalla. Yeah, we will. See you there. See you in Valhalla, Charlie. Okay, I just rolled for my action. I rolled a 7 and a 4. I needed 11 anyway, so we're good. We can keep going.
There were mixed reactions, but you could hear the boos.
But you're missing the question.
What is
why do you think he wouldn't leave that stage?
He wanted to be up there with the people that were winning it, I guess.
He's a narcissist.
It's the same reason he wants his name on money. He wants his name on the Smithsonian. He wants his name everywhere and buildings.
No, it's because
I always like to hang around with losers.
Just kidding. Those people were not losers. They were winners. All right. We are Charlie Cook. Damn. There's a video of a guy that shot a dummy and the whole neck exploded. Several guys have had that tested. Yes. I've seen several videos, and the damage done to just organic material in general it does not look like anyone the head would not be, the video that we had gotten on the internet would be infinitely worse than what we saw. Even though the thing that I saw was jarring. It feels like it would be way worse. And they found the other bullet, a rooftop behind him. Does she not understand they were cheering for Spain? Yeah, like Turbo said, no. He's dumb. It's sad that we don't get more memes of his tiny face. Oh God, I remember that was the thing back in the mid 2000s or 2010s was his fucking face. Fucking tiny Charlie Kirk face. That's the problem. The C-1000 isn't organic material. Okay. Still haven't seen it. Just didn't feel like it. Yeah, don't watch it. I mean, I will be honest with you. The footage I saw was insanely clear. That was on X, and then all the footage I saw after the fact was never that high quality. Again, like I was actually like, what the fuck when I saw it. But yeah, I'd never seen anyone cover the overly high quality. Like it looked like it was like shot and then uploaded to TikTok, but I saw it on X and it was like shot in vertical. And when I saw it, I was like, okay. Like I texted my mother back because she sent it to me. I was kind of pissed off that she sent it to me because I was not preparing to see what I saw. I thought he got hit in the chest or something. I didn't know he got hit in the neck. But when I saw it, I immediately was trying to click off because I didn't want to watch it again. I watched it a second time because I couldn't find the get off my screen swipe. He had Beavis and Butthead teeth, yes. But Butthead ass teeth, he did. He has that like that overly gummy sort of like tiny teeth look. Yeah. I guess she meant Trump heard the cheers for Spain and thought they were for him. Probably because he's dumb. He's dumb. He's very dumb. Has the judge made a decision on allowing the trial to go forward yet? I don't know. I haven't heard anything new. It's been like a couple of weeks. And I know they had to scrub some of the evidence. I think the stuff with the backpack was scrubbed. I don't know.
And statues and his likeness. He's a piece of shit.
I think he probably heard a little bit of applause and thought he should stay a little bit longer because there was some clapping, there was booing. It was kind of a mixed thing.
Everyone hates him. Negative 37% rating.
I thought that was exit wound because of how he moved. They say that the wound. Okay. They say that it was not an exit wound. They say that was the entry wound. Technically, with that hole that big, it would have been a exit wound.
Everyone
technically
hates him. He's a sack of shit.
How do you think, based on what I just read to you, the world coverage of this event, the mocking coverage of him, how do you think the world perceives Donald Trump?
You know, I've heard what you guys tell me. Right now, I'm not for sure.
Every sporting event that he's been to, boos.
Yes. I know, and I can't say what I want to say. You'll just say,
other
presidents have been booed and clapped and cheered before, too, at other events.
Not like this.
Oh.
Well.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why? You sure it wasn't because after the thing?
I never saw the CK video either. Don't care to. Yeah, don't put yourself through that. That's not like this was real brutal. Yeah, it like this is a fucking brutal thinking final boss. Yeah, don't watch it. It's not worth it. I will say this: the moment I saw it, my initial reaction was he's dead. Like I don't care. There's no way anyone has that much arterial spray in the way that it happened for that person to live. How does the world perceive Donald Trump is a great question. Greatness is assessed by outgroups. What did I miss? You missed so much. No, I didn't really have missed anything. It's just the guy's neck exploding, pretty brutal. It is insane looking. This is the thing that haunts me about that video. It is the way that he goes from talking to just immediately shutting down. Like there's no light possible in the moments between him saying something and then him just, you see the blood come out and you're like, okay, it's done. Including or not including King Violence. They pulled the video showing it live. Did they really? I know. Okay, no, I know what you're talking about. They pulled, so the TPS USA people grabbed all of the camera footage after they yanked Charlie and threw him in a I believe it was an SUV or no, it was not a limo, but it was a car, a sedan. And a dude comes by who was working for TPS USA and pulled all of the fucking camera footage that was being recorded. Like, and not the cameras themselves, the footage. Your mom is... No, my mom's not MAGA. My mom's not MAGA. My mom is a liberal, but a Zionist. That's my big issue I have with her right now. I don't even know why I clicked on that video. I had hardly heard of Kirk. I knew of Kirk because of the political realm with Hassan Piker, and just kind of just auxiliary, like hearing about him and knowing about him for over a decade. Had the video saved, and a few days later, it was gone. Oh, just a Nazi, not a MAGA. I see. Yeah. Because we were raised Jewish, she has that that thought process that we should stick by and stand by our Israeli brethren, our people in the genocide that they're committing. And I'm like, that's not. You don't have to. Netanyahu is not, in my opinion, a good Jewish person, and his government is not doing good things. And you don't have to stand by it. It's an injustice, and they're killing millions of innocent people. Like they've killed millions of innocent people. They've killed so many people. Just join. We're watching TNC, talking Charlie Kirk. How did that topic come up? Oh my god. What was it that actually spawned this conversation? I don't know. I can't remember. It was me. Hopeless takes responsibility for it. I can't remember.
Yeah.
He's a piece of shit.
People
and everyone knows it.
Because we are Charlie Kirk. Mm-hmm.
I think you even know it.
People are not liking him right now.
And so then my next question off of that is, do you think it's important?
Do I have that on my thing? No, I have this.
Joel's broadcasting service? What the fuck is this?
Yeah. And then I have...
Oh, what a start. What a start to the day. Oh!
There's my Mr. Piker.
Mosquito bit Chad's neck really hard, and so we were reminiscing.
Or how important do you think it is?
We do carry the flame.
As I should say, that the American president is respected in the world.
Ah, that's right.
He needs to be respected, yes.
And he's not. No one respects him. People are openly mocking him.
I did see that clip. I forget where he was speaking. Did you see the kid behind him mocking him?
Yes.
I sent a video to a friend. It said pull video. They're trying to scrub any sort of reference or footage of that stuff. It's backed up a bunch of places, though. You can, if you want to watch it, you can find it. It's on the internet. It doesn't disappear. It's out there. I have not watched it since I saw it the day it happened, and I don't really care to watch it again. Even the people who do the breakdowns of the shooting, I was like, please don't show any of this stuff. I don't need to see it. In 1822, the USA founded Liberia. Oh my God, for freed slaves. In 1947, the USA did it again for Holocaust victims. It became something else. Yep. Yeah. I get why they did what they did. The fact that they told a bunch of people, though, hey, you're going to have to split this land with these Holocaust survivors, feels like you guys deal with it. This is where they call their promised land. This is where biblically where Israel's at. So you guys are just to deal with it. And it's like, wait, hold on a second. What are we doing here? They forced so many people off of the land over there. And then the Israelis were like, well, we feel emboldened here. Let's just fucking keep going. And it went from being 50-50 to being 60% to 65, 70. And then I think now it's like the rough estimate is 90% has been taken over. I don't know. Did y'all see that guy mocking Trump? Oh, I saw that. That was funny. Ship them off and let their God work it out is the mindset. Yeah. No reason to watch if you haven't. It's just his neck getting shot and exploding, and Charlie is instantly out. that is the thing that is, I think, traumatizing about that video is just the, alive 1 minute and then the just light goes out. You're just like, fuck. That's fucked. Once live was enough, but after that, I researched Kirk. Yuck. Yep.
Viral. People love him.
What is that about?
What do you
People
mean?
hate Trump.
Nobody wants him to be our president anymore.
Well, then we know if those people don't.
You have a permanent customer for weapons and perpetual instability to exploit. Yeah. I mean, they're all, the whole situation over there is a bunch of people being like, how can we just exploit the living shit out of this situation? How can we make these people who we have raped and pillaged and murdered, make them look like the fucking bad guys? And they're doing it for every country in the area. I mean, you look at how they're treating Iran too. It's like, what the fuck is happening? And it's because, yeah, it's easy to villainize Palestinians, Iranians, anyone who does not conform to, these like Christian Judaistic sort of like mentalities and mindsets. Like, I don't even feel like Netanyahu is truly a Jewish person at this point. Wouldn't happen if Kamala was president. We don't know. We don't know how much of a Zionist Kamala was. It's about money. I know. About gun sales and weapons manufacturing. Yeah. Of course it is. It's what it's always about,
Don't want him to be what they have to do.
It does remind you of the fragility of life. Yes, Kurt shooting does.
If we still have free and fair elections.
Right.
Because he also put on a hat that said 2028.
Oh, they totally do. Totally do. The Abrahamic religions have a bad track record. They seem to be quite into the idea of bloodshed. I don't know. I'm back. I had to work. No, you're fine, Amber. Oh my God, I said April. Amber. Welcome back. The coroner said that he went so fast, he didn't know what had happened. Yeah, better than suffering. I feel sorry for kids. I feel sorry for the kids. I don't feel sorry for Erica Kirk. Because fuck her. I'm back. Okay. The ISIS and Charlie Kirk vids, I can never unsee. Yeah, the ISIS beheading videos are rough. Those brain chemistry altering, yeah. There was this documentary that was on Netflix that was called Snuff, right? And at the time I was just watching it, and they cut to the moments before the ISIS beheading happened. Like, they literally cut 2 seconds before the fucking blade did the thing. And it took me back to the mid 2000s and seeing that for the first time. And I just, it hit me in the wrong fucking place at the wrong time. I was just like, I was terrified. It brought out a lot of weird trauma. Kirk got Kirk because of Epstein files. No, I think it is a combination of his pushback against Gaza, or not Gaza, but Israel and the Gaza situation. He was starting to say that, Israel legitimately looks like the bad guy in the war between, the Israelis and the Palestinians. And that kind of sparked a couple of things going on. Like, people are like, what the fuck is he saying? You even had Ben Shapiro being like, what? What is he saying? What? He doesn't know what he's talking. That shit. He started doing his little fucking, Zionist fucking routine. I can't unsee the meme of chair-faced JD Vance peeking under the bathroom stall. That's terrifying. I watch too many horror movies, so videos of that kind of stuff roll off me, even when it's real. I watch a lot of. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I watch all different forms of horror movies and things like that. When it's real, there's something that in my brain I have a hard time disconnecting. like I went and saw like Evil Dead Rise, or not Evil Dead Rise, Evil Dead Burn. I went and saw that, and I have a way of separating movie art and things like that from real life. Like for instance, like people were really upset about some of there's like a little there's animal abuse in Evil Dead Burn, and I walked out being like, this is the type of movie this is though, and I can ignore that for the sake of the story because it makes sense in the story. It's not just done on purpose. But when it comes to real life, I'm like immediately like, oh my God. Like I can't watch Cannibal Holocaust because I know all of the animal murders in that are real. And that bothers me. I saw beheadings during 9/11 as well. Like the era. I low-key genuinely thought that Charlie was a robot or animatronic when I saw the video. It's like my brain just didn't have the brain processing power to handle it. I feel bad for the witnesses. When it's real, it hits differently, especially if it's someone who's being murdered or slowly dying. Yeah, the Kirk video, when I first saw it, I didn't know what I saw, and then it clicked on right when it restarted, and then I saw it again, and I was like, oh shit, okay, this is like, you know, at the time, no one knew if he was going to live or not, and the moment I saw that video, I was like, he is dead. Like, there's no way. There's no fucking way. There's just the spray that came out, and it's not even spray, it's a waterfall of blood that just came out of the neck was just so aggressive that I was just like, yeah, it's he's done. He's done. And then I started like being like, oh God, yeah, no way he survived. Like anyone who was saying, oh yeah, he's, I heard he's doing good. And it's like, no, there was a few people saying that shit on like a few conservatives saying shit like that. And I was like, what the fuck? Where's this coming from? Because I saw the video and there's like, ain't no way. Even if a doctor was there, ain't fucking no way.
Get to that. We're going to get to that.
How come you didn't talk about
We're going to get to that. Hang on.
Wait, you didn't put in the notes for discussion the diarrhea parasite.
Oh,
you hit that fencing pose. When you do that, you don't tend to live. Yeah. I mean, it just the immediate just it looked like you powered off a fucking robot mid standing up, and it had to fall back down, and it's one of those like things like it just looks like you just shut something down. It was done. Just hope that he didn't suffer. So he didn't. Apparently, he did not know it actually happened. He died almost instantly. Couldn't stand him, but I can only imagine what would feel like as a human. Yeah, I mean, I didn't like him either. I personally, look, I'm of the mindset that he did nothing that was a net positive. And to me, the people who are like, by the way, there are people out there right now who are like, you were talking bad about Lindsey Graham. I'm like, bitch, please. Lindsey Graham is a fucking asshole. He deserves no sympathy and no prayers, none of that shit. He was a man who allegedly was closeted and then did so much damage to the people that, the community that he paid for sex. He did so much damage to that community because of his lack of just moral clarity. There's a group of people out there being like, you cannot talk bad about the dead. It's like, bitch, I'll talk bad about fucking Mitch McConnell. I'll talk bad about fucking Lindsey Graham. I will say that Charlie Kirk was a giant fucking walking piece of shit. I think even if he was alive for a little while, it would be it wouldn't be without any pain. Yeah, they always have to downplay it. I don't think it mattered who. I've never seen a case where they outright say someone is dead. No thoughts for Graham, none.
Bring it up. What do you want to know about it?
So I read that.
I mean, look at Turbo. Look how they're treating the Mitch McConnell situation. There is so many rumors going around that he is on life support, and we all know why he's being kept, quote unquote, alive or not being reported as dead. We all know that. I just wish one of our fucking representatives would show up at the fucking hospital and be like, I want to talk to him. I wish the fucking mayor would just show the fuck up. Why not? Or governor. I can't. It's Andy Bashir, right? I wish he would just show up. Weekend at Mitch's, exactly. Y'all ever notice that some of the most evil and sadistic men are also closeted gays? Yeah, not that closeted gays are evil. So many of the worst men are. It's plausible to, probably denial and pent up anger. I mean, yeah, it's. I don't know if it's a good comparison, but it's like the idea that the reason like Hitler was as mad as he was is because he was a failed art student, which is not true. I personally believe that Hitler was always that fucking angry. Mitch McConnell, I just had a 20-minute phone call with him, but it's that thing though. Like you see it with a lot of these guys who hate, the gay community and all that stuff. And also had he had a hey bunny, he had a God, what was it called? It's not necessarily a micro penis. It was some sort of oh God, one of those ones where your skin is like attached incorrectly to the shaft of your penis, I think is what it is. But yeah, I think the images floating around of like, look, it's Hitler's penis are not real. Yes, hypospadia, a web dick. Yes, I think that's what it was. The medical term. Yes, I think that's what it is, Crivens. I think that's correct. I don't know where I heard that. No, it is a thing that is a really common. If you're talking about Hitler and the micropenis thing, it's a really common thing, which I don't mind. You can fucking say that Hitler has a fucking micropenis because, in all actuality, he probably did with how angry he was. I mean, that's why Trump might be angry. He's got a little tiny mushroom penis, apparently, allegedly.
Taylor Farms is a contributor to Donald Trump. And then the FDA came out and said, yeah, it's connected to Taylor Farms. And then a day went by and they said, no, we're just kidding.
Oh, I saw that picture too. In that picture, they're already poking holes in it that it's AI. And someone said, well, if he's in rehab, why can't he shoot a fucking video? Because the truth is, why can't he?
They revoked, yes. It's kind of like, I don't think it's as cut and dried as just like Taylor Farms gave money to Trump. So they said, no, it's not Taylor Farms. But that is in the mix for sure. It looks like the FDA came out and said like the origin of this parasite was from lettuce that Taylor Farms had produced. I believe it's the CEO of Taylor Farms gave to one of Trump's super PACs and then had a meeting at the White House or something. I don't know if I'm 100% accurate in this, but I believe this is what I read. After that meeting, then the FDA downgraded their culpability in the diarrhea parasite case.
So Donald Trump is giving us all diarrhea parasite, not to mention the fact that like they defunded CDC, FDA, shit's just running amok. We're getting screwworms and diarrhea parasites and kids' measles are at an all-time high. Like we're all going to fucking die. The world is on fire and it's Donald Trump's fault. That's
Mitch's glasses are melting into his face. That's one interesting rehab. I mean, he's next to the sun. And sitting on a hospital bed fully clothed in jeans, let's be real, that is the issue I have with all of those photos is like, why is he fucking fully clothed in a hospital bed? It's weird. He's going to die officially after the cutoff date. Yeah, that's my theory too. He's going to do the SCOTUS boot scoot he did before. Yeah. I'm surprised that they didn't stand Mitch up at the hospital window and have someone wave his hand. Oh, it's not real. People are calling him. Why can't he call into Fox and give a 5-minute interview? Yeah. You could probably get away with that by getting an impersonator. Like, why not? I mean, I'm not condoning that. I think that's awful. It's not a hospital bed, it's a hospital chair. I mean, I don't know. The video, the let me just put it this way. Both photos that were released are just dumb. Just bad. He's not paying attention. Yeah, you could make an entire video of this. I mean, I might as well just do another Hassan video.
That's why he gets booed at every sporting event and kids make fun of him in the background.
Yeah. Mom, are you with us?
I was looking at. I didn't hear any of that, and it says the tycoon.
Of course, you didn't.
Bruce Taylor founded America's largest salad producer, Taylor Farms. That's his name that y'all are talking about. That you think that is a friend of Trump's, and that's why this is happening?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it is happening because of all of the sanctions that were in place to keep our food safe are gone. They're fucking hosing everything down with Roundup. They're causing cancer left and right. Now we all have fucking diarrhea parasites. And it's 100% RFK and Donald Trump and the entire fucking regime stealing money from different pockets of the government so they can fucking put it in their bank accounts. And now we all have diarrhea.
Yeah, the food sources thing does scare me.
Okay, she didn't hear what Haley said there. Oh. Ignored they're stealing, and taking money and placing it, doing all that shit. She just heard, yeah, the food thing is bad. Emil doesn't listen. It doesn't answer questions. It makes all of this tough. It does. It does. I mean, look. This thing is a conspiracy to make us sympathize with Trump's pants shitting. I had lettuce today. That is why I smell like shit.
And I heard it's completely out of control and very scary.
I haven't eaten a fucking lettuce in 2 weeks, and it's not easy because I'm a vegan.
I went into Subway the other day to get me and Dad and another friend of ours at Subway, and there was 2 people in front of me, and they got no lettuce on their sub at all. Nobody's eating lettuce.
So we're all in diapers.
Yeah. Although, explosive diarrhea for a couple of days can be good if you want to lose some weight. Let's move on.
Don't say that. Look, I know you're joking. Don't say that. Don't say that. That's a better impression than Chad's. I'm not even trying. I haven't eaten lettuce for a while either. I ate lettuce yesterday, and I've had gastro issues. So probably. I mean, but it's also Taco Bell though has said that they're the ones who found out about all of the listeria shit. Chad annoys me. Chad annoys everybody at this point. I'm sorry. I like Chad, and I know my criticisms of him have been pretty hardcore lately. I don't want to be that person. Like I'm trying to beat them while they're down. They're not down. They're not down. They're up, and they're having a fantastic time. They're making money off this podcast. Here's the thing. Like my critiques are like, I want the show to be better. I just want it to be better. That's all. I just want it to be better. I want to care for the people here, and then I want to officially have I want to determine if Mary Lou is either dumb, mean, a narcissist, or just has a learning disability and does not comprehend common like English. I just want to learn this stuff, I just want to know this. I be eating lettuce and been fine. No one watched Chad's pilot for something. I have not seen it, but I will find it. She's all that. She is probably all that, though. All right. You guys are roasting her now.
To something else that should scare you, Mom. Trump is about to give Saudi Arabia a nuclear program.
I read. Keep going. I know what I'm going to say.
Trump okayed an agreement with the country responsible for 9/11 and the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi, Saudi Arabia. That gives them a pathway to enriching nuclear fuel, provided they use United States firms loyal to Trump to supply its reactors. The agreement will last 30 years and involve American companies.
She's a Trump supporter, so D, all of the above. Yeah, they did get rid of Taylor Farms. Taco Bell did. So if you're going to Taco Bell, you are not going to get diarrhea.
Maggie, what in the hell are these?
That'd be your new underwear, Bob. Same brand I always buy.
I'm out.
Companies providing technology and expertise to develop the Saudi program. The deal must be reviewed by Congress still, which has 90 days to consider it, and Congress would need 2/3 majority to block it over a likely presidential veto. Saudi Arabia claims it would only use the enriched uranium to build a nuclear weapon if Iran pursues one first, which of course they have been doing for many years. The agreement would allow Westinghouse, Bechtel, BWXT, Centrus, and other companies to sell sensitive nuclear equipment to Saudi Arabia. Westinghouse is owned by a company called Brookfield. Brookfield bailed Jared Kushner's family out of a bad real estate deal for...
That was random as fuck. I loved it. I somehow made it halfway through the pilot. Is that their pilot? Yes. Yes. If we get through this, we'll try and plow through it. It immediately hit that thing of like, this is bad. Exactly. It felt my brain shrink from watching that 10-second Southern Discover clip. That was the whole thing. I just clicked on the whole video. It's not even a clip. It is literally the opening of the show. Oh, pulls a giant dildo out of the dryer. What in the hell are these? Can all of the above be? Yes, they can. I have no words for the 10 seconds of the pilot. It's fucking awful. Yeah, we'll watch it. We're gonna watch it together. The pilot sucks. It does not. That's what that was. Mm-hmm. We'll watch it. We're gonna watch it.
666 Fifth Avenue, a property in Manhattan. So it's already
666
tied to Trump in that way. On top of that, Kushner's private equity firm, Affinity Partners, got $2 billion from Saudi Arabia's public investment fund in 2021. Separately, the Trump Organization has struck new residential and golf deals in Saudi Arabia, and Saudi-backed Live Golf has funneled money to Trump's golf course. Kushner is currently acting as Trump's Middle East envoy. You can see how this is all very corrupt. So, Mom, you were...
Okay. All right, let's come at this again. You know, when you take the little digs, the little ones, the little ones. She completely takes herself out of the conversation, out of it. Just you don't have to. You don't have to. We're past this. It wasn't great, but I think Southern Discomfort was probably better before Chad's Vision got trashed by the execs. I mean, you are going to be put on a national channel of any sort, like ABC, NBC, CBS, whatever. Your thing is going to not, like, any sort of nuance is, going to be lost. It's not going to be that's my Bush, all right? Like, you're not going to have the fucking satire that you probably want to have. Titus was a great show. Titus was pretty good. I watched the first couple of seasons. I didn't watch anything after that, though. Yeah, he's no Christopher Titus, not at all. That was Don Johnson playing Bob. I believe it was. I fell asleep midstream and woke up just now. I hate sitcoms with the exception of like maybe the 90s when you had a laugh track, but I hate if I hear a laugh track, I know either A, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind, or B, I just need to get out of the fucking room. Me too. Ugh. Oh, my stream keeps freezing? I'm sorry, Tundra. Hopefully it's not. I don't think it's on my end. I am looking. I don't have any drop frames. No. I like Titus. Yeah, but I like for all the bad shit about Jerry Seinfeld. Seinfeld is probably one of my favorite shows. Comedy wise. I can't even think of another 90s sitcom that I'm like, oh, I love that. Friends is not great. I like Seinfeld, but also I hate laugh tracks also. I think the reason why Seinfeld works is that it is Larry David. And Larry David is inherently funny. So you can overlook the laugh tracks. I'm good. You haven't frozen a minute? Okay. Frasier was okay. I tried watching Frasier. Kelsey Grammer's fucking hotty-totty. His just him comes off, and I'm like, I like Niles though. Niles seems like a nice person. I mean, and I kind of like Cheers when I was growing up too. Yeah, I don't know. Larry David's new show. I heard it was good. People like it. At first, I accidentally watched a pilot called Southern Comfort. It was even worse than Chad Southern Discomfort. Damn.
We're very scared of Iran having a nuclear weapon. Do you think the United States should be helping the country that did 9/11 to get a nuclear weapon?
Of course not. Now, I'm holding up my notes because you say I'm always looking down and not paying attention. I have my notes up here. I would like to say what I would like to say. So don't say, are you there, Mom? Okay, he did not give them a nuclear weapons program.
Correct.
The purpose is to help them use nuclear energy for peaceful uses, like generating electricity.
Oh, Martin, you know what? I forgot. Martin, okay, the first 2 to 3 seasons of Martin are like really, really good. Oh, I also liked I almost said All My Children. Oh my god. Okay, it's gonna come to me. I also liked Living Single. My mom used to watch that quite a bit, and I enjoyed watching it in the mid '90s. Fresh Prince. I have seen every episode of Fresh Prince. I forgot. I just hate fucking Will Smith now. He's such a fucking douchebag. Nuclear to MLB. Larry David is a great person, but I don't like watching him in TV shows. I like Larry David because I feel like I see a little bit of me in my interactions with human beings in Larry David. It's not to the full extent of being like, but I can be quite the I can be quite the person to question an interaction and be neurotic about it. But yeah, like yes, laugh tracks are the worst though. My ex used to have Modern Family on TV all the time. I'm still traumatized. Modern Family is awful. I've seen like the first couple seasons of it. It's awful. Let's see. Seasons 1 and 2 of My Name is Earl are peak comedy TV, and I'll fight anyone who says differently. I need to watch it. Everyone says it's really good. We were talking about it a while back too. They didn't try hard enough with this convo. They didn't lock in. All in the Family. I remember watching All in the Family on Nick at Night in the early or mid 90s, and I was probably too young. Watched a lot of Newhart as well, and Mary Tyler Moore Show, Dick Van Dyke as well, and some I Love Lucy. Like I don't know, my grandmother really liked I Love Lucy. Wasn't my thing, but you know, Earl. Did I say something else? My name is Earl. Did I say my name is Carl?
For the country, finding and preparing good water sources to get the salt out of the water.
All in the Family and Jeffersons. I fucking loved the Jeffersons growing up too. The fucking theme song was such a fucking bop. I used to stay up really late. Like in the late 80s, early 90s, and on UPN, they used to play the Jeffersons at like 1 o'clock in the morning. Well, I used to love it. Tony Soprano is basically a sitcom dad. Trolling me right now. I mean, if you know what, you're right. If you take out all of the mob hits, yeah, you took all that out. Yeah.
Not to produce, I do not believe, nuclear weapons.
They themselves said they would make a nuclear weapon if Iran pursues a nuclear weapon of their own, which, again, we know they are. That's the whole pretext for the fucking war in Iran, is that we're trying to shut down their nuclear program because they're trying to build a nuclear weapon. So what Saudi...
Okay, so there's an angle here that you can come at it from being like, so mom, like, let's use logic here. If they were developing a nuclear weapon, then why haven't they gone full ham? It appears in my, like, the way I look at it is like, no, they just bombed them preemptively because they just wanted to bomb them. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would definitely have done more. Logic. It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like he is giving her an out with this conversation. I feel like it. Hanging with Mr. Cooper was fucking awesome. Okay. All right. Bosom Buddies too. I never watched Bosom Buddies. I was also, I think, way too young for that. I watched a lot of 60s Batman because I used to show that on UPN in the afternoons when I get out of school. It was right after Batman 89 came out. The Ayatollah gave a religious decree banning the building of nuclear weapons. See, and it's shit like this where if you did some research, you have an answer to these things. Bosom Buddies is woke? Is it really? MASH is great. I think the better argument is why is Iran good, but Saudi Arabia is bad when one actually did 9/11. Again, if Biden did this, they would call him Osama Biden Laden. Yep. Okay, I lied. I can still watch reruns of Golden Girls. Or yes, you can. I also love Golden Girls. All right, and Designing Women was also kind of Designing Women was on after Golden Girls at night. So yes, I did watch a lot of Delta Burke. Butt Buddy sounds woke as fuck by default. I'm kidding. I was like, no, it's not. I don't think it was. I got Iran and Saudi mixed up in my example. I was like, what? Actually, I was gonna say, I think it's the other way around, but the sentiment still stands. You're correct. You're correct. Have you seen the MAGA sitcom What a Girl to Do? I was like, wait, what the fuck is this? And then I read it again and I was like, oh.
Saudi Arabia has already said means they will definitely pursue a nuclear weapon.
I didn't read it like that when I researched it. And Trump says that they need to join the, what is it, Abrams Accord too.
Yep.
So
this is the country behind 9/11.
Yes,
think
I know.
them
This I didn't read it that way.
signing a deal or saying anything means anything?
I don't know.
This is the country that did
What's
the most horrific terrorist attack on United States soil in the history of our country.
Right.
You think them signing a piece of paper saying we won't make a nuclear weapon holds any water? They fucking murdered a guy. They cut a guy into...
This thing is still going. 2018. It's got a 2.5-star rating. Oh. The fuck? It's fucking insane. Who the fuck is in this show? I'm trying to see if there's any big actor in here. So I can never watch any of their shit again. No.
Pieces and loaded him in a fucking duffel bag.
I know. Probably not.
So my next question is, why do you think Trump is trying to give them a nuclear weapon?
Like I said, I don't think he's doing that. He's trying to give them like better electricity, better water.
Right.
He just told you why. They are literally...
I'm just going to read this. The worst TV I have seen, not to be missed. She's fading now. She knows she's wrong. Yeah, 100%. What? Oh God, Janet Porter. By the way, biggest pile of fucking shit. I got 10 minutes into it and I was like, I'm out. I'm fucking out. Do not watch the Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City movie. It's bad. And it does not know the lore behind anything. It is fucking terrible. I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. In particular, the first 2 games. But it goes all the way up to, I actually really like 7 and 8. I tried to play 9. I need to jump back on that bandwagon and play it again. Or try to play it again. But yeah, that movie is a bastardization and uses fucking I think it's Elisa Ashcroft like incorrectly. It's like, no. I turned it off like after the thing. Laugh my ass. Saudi Arabia needs our gift permission to make clean energy and water. That's an insane statement. If I was Chad, I'd be laughing so hard. Because I don't think Chad is paying attention.
Literally giving Donald Trump and his family money.
Can you see that? Hello?
Yes.
Jared Kushner has he's not in politics. He's just his fucking son-in-law. And he's now going over to this country making deals and trades for the United States. His fucking son-in-law.
He's not doing it for our government, is he? Oh, yes, he is. Yeah, well.
He's not. He's not. The deals he's making are to get money for himself, the Trump family, and all of these companies that are donating to Trump.
By the way, I'm just looking up. Janet Porter is not in Welcome to Raccoon City. At least I don't see her in IMDb. Can you see that? Close her eyes. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, she's only acted in one thing, and she's known for being on the Jim Baker Show for 12 episodes. Ugh.
Trump.
Right.
Like I told you, that one company owns one of the major companies that will be supplying nuclear reactors. It's like a big investment company. That company bailed Kushner out of a bad real estate deal, so he owes them.
It might be
Right.
So he's now over there making sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted on these contracts that say you will have to buy the nuclear reactor from this company. Billions of dollars.
April, I'm actually thinking we're gonna watch that on Wednesday. I watched the opening of it and it was so unhinged that I was like, you know what, I should save this so we can watch it on stream. He's in it for money. Yeah, doesn't do it either. They did a really good job at breaking down why he's corrupt, but this one that doesn't stick. Yeah, it never sticks. Yeah, it doesn't stick. This is the stuff that I argue, like, you have to come at this from a completely different angle. She does not care about any of this stuff because she looks at it from the quote unquote capitalist perspective of like, well, who doesn't want money? You know? Yeah, it was interesting. I wanted to come on TNC. Money. I'm kind of 50-50 on the Hunter Biden being on this very conversation because I don't know. I'm not a person who thinks Hunter Biden should be the poster boy for like rational thought right now. Like, this guy's got his head on his shoulders now. Like, I have a hard time right now handling that, and I don't want Hunter Biden, I don't want him to get the idea that he should run for president either. Because I'm going to just say this. I don't think we need dynasties anymore. Presidential dynasties are not a good thing. Probably correct. I think Hunter Biden, yes, he's probably too intelligent for Mary Lou. I also don't think Mary Lou would ever push back on him. She may try to make a fucking Coke joke, and he would be like, well, let's talk about that. And then she'd be like, he's smarter than I thought he would be. He's extraordinarily smart. Very smart. I think he's a very with it individual. I am just kind of scared that he's charming a lot of people, and a lot of people are going to be like, we need him to run for president. And I don't, like, in my head, I'm like, I don't need that right now. I don't need another Biden. I don't need any of that shit because it's just going to radicalize the right more. It just is. Malia Obama would probably be a fire president. Yeah. Bar has been kind of lowered so far that Biden's dipshit kid is being put on a pedestal for talking shit on the dumbest people alive. Not exactly a big achievement. Not at all. Not at all. And I think that's my, like, that is my, like, that's my issue. Like, we need someone who's a real politician who, not a real politician, but someone who is actively doing this for the right reasons, who wants to make a difference, and who is going to push back. Someone said like Jon Stewart is probably the best option for a presidential run that would actually be meaningful, because it's kind of like this weird sort of thing where it's an extension of the fact that we have a reality star president. Well, now we've got a news host / comedian as president. And that might be able to kind of be the bridge between both worlds. I don't know. You can talk to her about the Coke in the White House. Yeah, I think that'd be great. Honestly, that stuff would be interesting. But I don't know if platforming Hunter Biden more is a good thing or bad thing. I don't know. Remember when people said, when I said people want to leave this country? This is why. Yeah. If Hunter goes on the show, it needs to be on the day Bob returns to the show. Oh, that would be fucking. I'm gonna say it. I would be fucking watching that live, like the day it happens, and be like, "Yep, yes, not the Green Lantern." Even though Jon Stewart's real name is not Jon Stewart. This is a heads up. He picked it after Jon Stewart, Green Lantern. Kyle Klinsky, yes. I did hear him say that, and I actually kind of agree. Just to like Kermit the Frog and be done with this country and all, all fucking ready. I mean, look, I'm not that cynical at the moment. I'm of the mindset that I think we can do the right thing and elect the right people. Are we going to be able to do that now? I think we could. I think if the world would pull its head firmly out of its fucking ass, then yeah, I think so. Hunter would be probably good at debunking the absurd conspiracy theories for ML. Yeah, I think that'd be good. Agreed. No dynasties, no California governor. Fuck that. Yeah. Gavin Newsom. A bad fucking candidate. Talking about coke, a guy that is part of Project 2025 was just caught going to the Senate with bullet coke and Fontana in his briefcase. What's Fontana? Explain that to me. I backed the hell out of Jon Stewart in AOC ticket. Yeah. Pete Buttigieg seems competent. Yeah, but I think he's a moderate Democrat. I know he says some things of fentanyl. There we go. I was like, Fontana? What's Fontana? Huh? He's drinking Fanta and he's got Coke? Yeah, I don't know. Pete says a lot of like really good things. He comes off as a very knowledgeable individual. I just feel like we're going to get more of the same with Pete. Cocaine, yeah. I vote for Pete and Wood again. How about Tallarico? I need Tallarico to get done with this thing before even attempting to be. I need to see how he's going to do. I want to see if he actually gets voted in. let's get there first. Let's get him to the Senate first. Exactly. Asif, 2028. For some reason I have this weird sort of like the back of my brain goes, I want to like Asif. I can't do it. Hey, welcome in, Arrow. How are you doing? Spoiler, he won't. I don't know. I think Tallarico could actually do it in Texas, but I was in the Beto, like Beto could do it. I'm looking at the situation now, and Ken Paxton's such a fucking human, like screw up. Ken Paxton is such a fucking idiot that if he gets voted in, I call shenanigans. Bernie time warp. I need Bernie from like 10 years ago to. How are you, friendo? I'm good. I'm hanging in there, having fun. I need Bernie to just to fucking bring his fucking younger self from like the early 2000s in, and they need to like mind meld, and then he needs to run again. I wish we could get Mom Donnie, but he's not a born citizen. I said it the other day. I think I said this to someone in my personal life. We were talking on Saturday, and they're like, well, he's actually doing such a good job in New York. And that position holds a lot of power already that like you might not even need him as president. Wait, Buttigieg is the most grounded of the bunch? He is. I agree. I met Gavin. He's oily. Newsom officiated my buddy's wedding. He wasn't as charming as he seems on TV. No, it's all fake. It's all fake. Like legitimately all fake.
This is all business deals, and they're doing it on our time.
I see.
Not to mention giving a nuclear weapon to Saudi Arabia.
But when I Googled and read, it said actually that's not what it is.
Of course. The deal doesn't say you get a nuclear weapon. It says we're going to help you
Right.
start your nuclear infrastructure.
So we just got 60 new Trump country tariffs, including countries we export more than we import. He's a peach, isn't he? So he is just absolutely on a fucking roll. Very, very, very fucking, very smart businessman. Right, Mary Lou? Oh, that was Bob.
Structure plan, basically.
Right.
So you're going to buy nuclear reactors from all the companies that donated to my campaign. You're going to have now the ability to enrich uranium, which certainly can be used for nuclear power plants. Certainly can be. Can also be used to build nuclear warheads for nuclear missiles.
That can also help with.
If they had to refund tariffs, they should not be able to make more. It's so ridiculous. Well, here's the thing. I wonder if the Supreme Court is going to uphold and maybe even push back against this, because this is more of the same bullshit. Trump is the kind of person who will push you off a boat and then demand a life debt for saving you. I know a few people like that in my life.
Electricity,
Sure.
better water.
It's wild, though. You think like Saudi Arabia needs...
Yeah, money. Yes, tariffs are just money straight out of our wallets. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's... I wonder if the MAGA crowd or the far right understand what is about to happen, because what Trump just did or is going to do is just making shit more expensive for the people he is quote unquote trying to represent, and like he's supposed to be the savior of. He's a fucking idiot. No to Gavin. Agreed. Fuck Gavin.
Needs any help. They have more oil than anybody in the world.
Newsom and Rosdale. Fuck them both.
They're fine for money. You know what I mean? Huh?
I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
That Donald Trump
I
is
want to know who
corrupt.
Trump shot on Fifth Avenue.
That's what you need to hear.
But even beyond corrupt at the expense of like global stability.
As long as they hurt the libs, they continue to shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah, I mean, it's the fucking leopards eating your face shit. He shot Lady Liberty. He shot her in the JJ. I almost said a bad word. Well, I mean, not a bad word. I was almost crass. I wonder about the children Mary Lou taught in gym class. They were playing dodgeball. They weren't learning shit from Mary Lou. Now, the people you should be worried about are the people I think she taught. Maybe she taught a health class. Those are the people you should worry about. Trump is saying Antifa wants to blow up Mount Rushmore, so we know which national monument he's going to ruin next. That is fan-fucking-tastic. It's just fucking telegraph shit. Trump has so many levers to collect wealth from. Has so many, he's got so many different places just to fucking siphon money from. I mean, he fucking conned an entire group of people into buying his fucking cryptocurrency. We're already in SD. Shut up. Antifa, get out. I'm just kidding. No.
He's giving Saudi Arabia the ability to make
Dakota.
a nuclear weapon. Whether it says in the...
Twice. I know, he did it twice. I mean, his wife, yeah. That fucking Melania coin too. Ugh. Man, there's someone in my life I want to ask a question, like how much Trump currency did you buy? Be honest.
The contract, they're going to do that or not. Doesn't matter. Like I said, they themselves are like, the only way we'd ever build a nuclear weapon is if Iran started pursuing one. It's like, well, are we at war because of that right now?
Yes. Yeah, we are. Are we?
I'm okay with Mount Rushmore being blown up. To be honest, it wasn't such a big deal. Crazy Horse was cooler, but still a tourist trap. Team America's base is in Mount Rushmore. Good luck, terrorists. That's exactly right. God, I wish I had that on my fucking soundboard. America. All right. I think I bought $5 just in case it did go up. What did I do that with? I did that with something. Just be like, you know what? I didn't do it with Trump coin. That was like the one place I was like, no. He's the one that wants to destroy Mount Rushmore. It's funny. He's now blaming Antifa. Yeah. He's so silly. Silly. Trump went to SCOTUS today to ask for limited mail-in voting. The appeals court struck it down. Hope Mark Ellis is on this. I don't know.
Everybody wants one.
So the
just got a room at Old Faithful again in August, so going to reshoot my question, so it's shorter. Oh yeah, he picked the fucking like 10-second fucking. So how does Bob feel about you not liking ice anymore? Which, by the way, great question, because I was curious too.
condition that they're claiming would need to
well.
exist for them to pursue their own nuclear weapon already exists.
Right. Everybody wants one. It's not good.
It's not good.
Of course it's not good. We're not disputing whether it's good to have nuclear weapons or not. What I'm trying to get you to see is Donald Trump does not give a shit about America or anything in the world other than putting his name on shit and getting more money. And in this case, it's going to be at the expense of global safety, where now he's potentially giving another country.
I'm gonna suggest this. What do you think? I'm gonna ask the question, I guess. What do you think an episode of this show would be like if they banned Trump talking about Trump for one episode? Like just entirely banned talking about Trump and then talked about the news like surrounding the administration itself and the things that are going on in other countries. I'm curious if, I was trying to say this, like, I feel like I've heard this conversation many times. And it's not sinking in. The more you talk about Trump, the more she's like, yeah, I don't like it. Mary doesn't like Trump anymore. She's just unwilling to admit defeat on the support, in my opinion. Stretch, I think she is more leaning into the realm. I think she likes the kudos she gets from the audience. And so she does give in a little bit because she knows she's going to get some praise. If you look at like some of the comments on the Abolish ICE episode, there are people in the comments being like, I'm in tears right now. Mary Lou's changing. And I'm like, I don't know about. I think because Bob is not on this show, we are getting a direct look at what Bob does to the talking points that come out of everyone's mouth on the show, including Mary Lou. Mary Lou is weak when Bob is not there. Yeah, those comments have. Those comments were delusional. Must have been new fans. Yeah, that's the thing. I was just like, I saw that and I was just like, you cannot be this fucking gullible. Like, and I don't want to be mean. That's fine. You can have an emotional reaction to it, but it's like, The Trump administration has authorized the construction of a data center on public land, scraping a previously approved solar energy project. The data center will consume more energy than the entire neighboring community and was approved without public input. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds like late stage capitalism to me. You love talking crap about Erica Kirk. She did. She still likes talking shit about her. Bet. ML is changing her outward opinion to get more praise. Yeah, I mean that's the way I kind of look at everything that's been happening lately. Because the week or the episode she said that, she was like, yeah, ICE is bad. But in that same episode, she brought clips of, an AI video of an Iranian lawyer saying that bombing Iran is a good thing. So it is another thing reinforcing her belief that what Trump is doing is good, even though she says, I don't like the war in Iran. Hypocrisy much? I don't know. I mean, it feels hypocritical and it feels like a walking contradiction situation with her. And then you had the Caroline Levitt, fake Caroline Levitt account or fan account that posted basically a article saying that 4 people have been killed by migrants driving semis. And it's like in the same episode, she's sitting there going, I abolish ICE. And I'm like, no. She doesn't. She still has that prejudice and that bigotry deep down in her. She only changes her mind when she feels like it only happens when she's pressed or she feels like it's the right time to just give it, Iranian expat pushed out of Iran. So yeah. Hey, what's up, commies? What's up, you commie? I'm a commie. We're all commies here, I guess. Deprogramming ML is similar to training my dog. Positive reinforcement rewards work for her. They do. Spokane has spoken. But here's the thing. It does, but ML still has that I'm gonna say it. She still has that dog in her. Still has that dog in her. You know? That one that's all like, you wanna hear me say something insane? I didn't mean it that way. You're taking it the wrong way. And it's like, oh, that's why I said not to get too excited when she said abolish ICE. Oh, you're talking to someone who was watching that episode, and I was like this. I was like, we were streaming, and I was like, no, this is not real. This is not real. Because the next episode, she took it back. She's like, actually, a friend of mine had to remind me, and I was like, oh, tell us more. I think it's fake. I think she likes the praise, but is still a POS. Yeah, and like I've said many times, I would love for her to prove me wrong. I want to be proven fucking wrong. We call it riding the gravy train. I'm gonna learn how to play that on guitar.
The key to the fucking executive washroom where we all have nuclear weapons now. And this specific country launched the biggest terrorist attack on United States soil in the history of our country. That's meaningless to you?
No, it's not meaningless. But if more people feel that way, like what you...
Chad, it was more than 20 years ago. Well, why are we still hanging on to these things? The same person who was all like, do you know what Iran did in the 70s and the 80s?
and Haley feel like, then they know what they have to do.
Don't you feel that way?
What? Take him out? What are you talking about?
I would like to know, where is Vance? I haven't seen him lately. What's Vance doing?
He's sending...
I feel bad for Haley if she genuinely thinks that Mary Lube, I like the Mary Lube, made progress because the likelihood of it being real is low. Yeah. I mean, to me, like, look, I think there's an aspect of this, if it's not complete, like, theater, right? There's an aspect of this that you want your parent to snap out of it. You want your parent to do different. If this is theater, you're probably like, no, we got to keep this fucking thing going. We call it riding the gravy train, I don't see ML changing libsids or beating a dead horse, in my opinion. Like I said, get a cult specialist on here. If she does not take to the deprogramming aspect of this whole thing, then we can all just chalk it up as a lost cause. That is framing it like it was the Saudi government when it was a black sheep from the royal family. They all do that, though, Crivens. Every single person that talks about Saudi Arabia does not actually talk about the actual matter of that. I'm not a huge fan of the Saudi at all. I think they're just as bad as I think Trump when it comes to their lust for money and greed and shit like that, and the way they treat their people. It's bad. But I don't know. Supporting Saudi Arabia but not Iran is such a strange position to hold. Yeah. Through different eyes, a man called a terrorist could be a freedom fighter if he's fighting for the side you're with. I've talked about this all the time. All the time. That's why I don't use the phrasing terrorist anymore. I will just do what Mary Lou does and be like, those are bad guys. Those are the bad guys. Just kidding. I'm not going to do that either. The Khashoggi thing was that fucking thing, the Khashoggi thing, insanity. By the way, insanity. If you know about that, basically it was a reporter was killed on, I believe, U.S. grounds in an embassy. He was a reporter. Fucked. Those are Ren lyrics, by the way. Oh, then I agree. I completely agree with them. Absolutely. MAGA went from Saud being devils to then giving them nukes real quick. Yeah. One person's freedom fighter is another person's. I agree.
And his kid to fucking golf lessons using taxpayer money and like military helicopters. That's what JD Vance is doing, taking trips around the world.
They did have a baby. Congratulations. They did. Yeah.
Oh, he was killed in Turkey? All right. Cool. I swear to God, he was killed in a Saudi embassy, though, right? Just making sure I'm getting that correct. I thought it was on. I don't know why I thought it was on U.S. grounds. At the Saudi embassy. Okay, yeah. Perfect.
All right.
I did not realize it's in Turkey. I didn't realize it's in fucking Turkey, though. That's crazy.
Or simmer down. We've gotten a little heated up here.
Thought it was a hotel room? No, it was in the actual embassy. Like, he went in and then disappeared. Killed in Turkey getting hair transplants? What a shame. Well, that's not real, is that? No, yeah, he walks into the embassy and never walks out. Like, there's footage of him going in. And I don't know if there's footage of them disposing of the body, but yeah. True, I'd cry all the time if my mom was like this. I have a parent that's like this, and it's infuriating because you're always wrong and they're right. And it's like, okay. The embassy is kind of like a hotel. Yeah, I mean, do they have rooms there? Like, are they, I guess, staying at the embassy? No, it's a joke because they're all... Okay. All right. I have to hear people's voices when it comes to jokes. Sometimes I'm like, what?
My question is, if you could bring one of your pets back from the dead, who would it be? Mom. That's 3.
Yeah.
I was driving back to would have Rudy died. Dude, I was very sad that he select one.
This is really hard.
By the way, we should mention that Rudy was a little fat chihuahua. I loved Rudy so much.
Have longevity.
Yeah.
First, we had a lamer where our 2. He was stand. We picked.
He was a good.
I miss him.
I don't know. One of 2.
Those are the 2. Putty was a cat that could like crawl it. That was not that cool.
Killed our rabbit. Yeah.
Really cool. So I don't know.
Is.
Yeah. I don't know. Saudi Arabia thing. What's that?
It could change. Going through
military assistance to Israel, but the bill entrenches.
Okay. We're there.
Industrial co-production.
I would go for the food. Turkish food is dank. I haven't had Turkish food before. Actually, have I? I haven't had Turkish food, I don't think. I would like. All I can think about is like the fact that as a kid, when we read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, all I wanted to do was eat Turkish delights because that fucking child was like, fucking my favorite thing, Turkish delights. I was like, I want to know what this is. Apparently, it's not very good. Have you seen the new embassy in Israel? No. Is it insane? Because it sounds like it'd probably be fucking baller. Is that the one with goulash and crab juice? Turkish delight sounded fire, but it's trash in real life. Oh, I know it's not. I know it's not Turkish, but anytime I think about it, anytime I hear Turkish, I go Turkish delights, and I think about the fact that child in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is all like, "I'm lured. I've been lured by a witch with Turkish delight." It tastes like what roses smell like. Fuck that. I'm not the biggest fan of rose water. I fucking hate it. Okay. Oh, Simpsons reference the crab juice. How new is this reference? I haven't watched Simpsons in it's like 1990. No, 2002 maybe. Old? Okay. I have all of them. I think all the way up, all the seasons up to like 30, and I've just never sat down and watched them. You like Turkish delights? Essentially, if you like smelling roses, or if smelling a rose makes you want to eat the rose, you'll like Turkish delight. Yeah, no. Late 90s, pretty sure. Klav Kalash. Okay. Simpsons go to New York. Oh, I'm familiar with that episode.
It also authorizes $750 million for U.S.-Israel cooperative programs as political pressure builds to reduce U.S. military assistance to Israel.
We got there,
bill
Turbo.
Entrenches Israeli technology within the U.S. defense.
I heard Kukulash, and I was like, what?
supply chain in a way that would shield it from the annual appropriations process. This comes at a time when much of the world considers Netanyahu a war criminal responsible for the ongoing genocide of the people of Gaza. Mom, do you think we should merge militaries with Israel?
No, I do not. But this bill that you're talking about, it's still going through Congress.
Yeah.
And
so is the Saudi Arabia thing. What's
yeah,
that?
it could change. It could change in the end.
Of course. That's fine. Mom, but hang on a minute. Hang on. You use this as a weird excuse. You did it a bunch last week too. Well, that's not going to happen. The point we're making here is he's trying to get these things to happen. Whether they do or don't, this is what Trump wants. And so when you say he's still my president, and you're like, well, he says that, but it's not going to happen, or he's just joking. It's like, whatever.
More important things, real quick.
Fresh club kalash. Get your club kalash.
Hey, could you go across the street and get me a slice of pizza?
No pizza, only club kalash.
Oh, shoo. All right. Give me one bowl.
No bowl, stick.
Okay.
Oh, jeez. That's just awful. Now, what do you have to wash that awful taste out of my mouth?
Mountain Dew or crab juice?
Ugh! Oh, jeez. I'll take a crab juice.
Okay. We can't watch the whole thing.
He's saying these things. He's trying to do these things.
Can't
and
watch
so
the whole thing.
If you disagree with the things even he's trying to do, using as an excuse the idea that, well, it won't happen, doesn't really mean much. Because he's trying to do something that you don't agree with.
Correct. But they do this every year to try to pass this, to do like military raises, to do weapons equipment and all that. Yeah, I don't think we should merge with Israel. There you go.
Okay.
That's my notes.
Do you think Netanyahu belongs behind bars?
Probably.
Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
He's killed a lot of people.
What? Hang on. Are you saying you think Netanyahu is a war
That's a face? Yeah.
criminal?
I kind of do.
So now you have sympathy for the people of Gaza.
I'm tired of people being killed. I'm tired of being depressed.
Would you go so far as to say Netanyahu is committing a genocide?
No.
Ugh.
I just think too many people are being killed.
What the fuck does that mean? Wait, I just think too many people are being killed. What the fuck does this mean? What the fuck does this mean? What does that follow-up statement mean? What the fuck does this mean? I'm confused.
Man.
Come on, man.
I'm tired of being killed, says the lady who joined a death call. I don't get it.
Haters because of anus.
Mm-hmm.
Anal itch got you down.
All right.
It is a genocide. You
Too
can
many
see
people of a
photos.
certain kind of people. That's a genocide.
He's
I mean, he's not wrong, but and they don't push her on any of it. People should stop being killed because she's tired of being depressed. That's such a fucking. I feel like that's like what a fucking like sorority girl would say, like in response, like they shouldn't kill people because it's really sad that people are dying. Can somebody get me another beer? It means she doesn't want to see it anymore. It makes her sad, and her feelings are all that matter 100%. You're going to be in the shower later? What does this mean? Exactly. What? I'm not sure what to do with all the chat hate from some people. There's like, here's the thing. I think there is like, I don't hate chat. Like I've said it before. I think sometimes it is the act of this surprise Pikachu face shit that happens that everyone's like, what the fuck is happening here? How does she make their deaths about her? I don't know. We don't know. They shouldn't kill people because people are dying. That's the thing though. Like the chat hate, look, I get why some people maybe feel kind of jaded about the show. I think a format change is like really needed right now because I think when you start when you watch these episodes, especially as they've gone on since Bob has been gone, they've become very much it's routinely the same talking points. You've been writing Chad since Dudesy. I've been writing with them for over a year plus now at this point. But with Bob not being here, the cracks are showing in what made this show special. For me, I think when Bob was on the show, you had this moment. Yeah, the show needs a villain. We need Bob. You have this moment where you're sitting there going like, yeah, all the anger and vitriol that's coming from Haley and Chad about like, why the fuck are they being this fucking dense is directed straight at fucking Bob. Because Bob, you can have 6 or 7 topics when Bob's on because none of those topics really mattered because you're just going to have an old man going, and you're like, what did he fucking say? You know, he's making fucking jaguar noises at people at this point. And you're like, okay, yeah, he's a fucking angry old dude. Cool. Yeah, let's all fucking scream at him. It's very, very cathartic. But then you have this woman who has had no voice her entire racist noises. Who has had no real voice her entire life, who's been just this person, this like little thing that's just been standing next to the guy being like, yeah, you say it, you know, you do the right thing, Bob, you get those kids. Yeah, his hamming kind of reminds me of Dean Withers. Dean Withers is my, like, anytime anyone goes like, who's your least favorite of the children debaters, and I was like, well, it's Adam Mockler and Dean Withers. I'm like, those two guys, they're on the same page. Oof. I don't hate them, but they're my least favorite of people to even just interact with and watch because Dean Withers is a theater kid. Like that's what he comes off as, just a fucking theater kid. And Adam Mockler is a moderate Democrat who wants to win debates. That's who he is. Yeah, I really like Adam Mockler. I have issues with him. I think when I watch his content, you prefer Dean over Parker. I actually prefer Parker, but I also heard some really weird shit about Parker just recently. I was like, ugh. Don't know what it is about Parker, but he's got just such a punchable face. I actually feel that way about Dean. I look at Dean and I'm like, if this was 1990, like the 1990s, you'd be shoved in a locker. No, there's something about Adam that Jovan Bradley or Oscar Quinton. I need to look up Oscar Quinton. I know who Jovan is. My thing is with Adam is like the clickbait title thing is my big issue. He constantly puts out these clickbait titles are like, he did it again, or you know, it's been leaked, or you know, it's got a picture of fucking, you know, fucking Mitch McConnell and fucking life support, and you're like, all right. I don't know. They both come across that way to me. Yeah, I could see that. I can see that. Parker, I have watched many of his debates, and I feel bad for him because I don't know how you can suffer through that much abuse on fucking stream. Aaron Parnas is, I think, is good. So Aaron Parnas is good. I think he does a lot of the more kind of mainstream talking points, but you know, I think he's pretty good. Beyond the clickbait titles in the remember the whole video essay trend? They somehow are worse than at that. Yeah, they are. They're not great at it. It's too bad Will Sasso won't come on the show. And Dudesy will always interrupted Chad. Without Bob, there's not enough interruptions. I kind of agree with that. Will, don't know about that, dude. I need to watch Dudesy. Even though I feel like my take on that era of podcasting with him is not the greatest, but they never get to the point of the so-called Trump's fatal error. Yeah. Every time I get to the end of something, okay, the one that I watched almost all the way through, and then I got to the end of it like 2 minutes before it was over, and I shut it off and was like, this is why I never again will watch Adam Mockler without fast forwarding. And it was the Melania's dirty secret video where basically it was covering all of the little like minutia that was like tied to the Andrew Tate stuff, and I was just like, this is just shit that we all know. And then you got to the end of the video and it was like, okay, we knew all of the information that was presented here. I'm like, I don't fucking like, what did I learned nothing. I learned zero, and this is a 25 fucking minute video about nothing that hasn't already known. Like, all right, get me the fuck out of here. Like, I avoid Adam Mockler because of that shit. And then the fucking other dude, the flesh mustache guy, what is his fucking name? I also do not like him because is it Jack? Fucking hate that guy. He never has a single salient point in his videos that tie to the title of the video. Yeah, Jack sucks soup. Yeah, fuck that guy. Adam Mockler's terrible. It's just clickbait. It's bad. Mockler's interrogation of Piker was off-putting. That we watched part of that on stream together because I was trying to show people like Adam is disingenuous when it comes to the debate stuff. He got on there and he wanted to berate Hassan Piker for not saying I would vote for Gavin Newsom. The libs who pulled that bullshit, Coccarella, that's not how you spell it. No, but it's Caltrella is better actually. That bullshit, that whole fucking left-leaning, like, I can't believe Hassan Piker would say that. The left-leaning Hassan Piker wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom. Yeah, it was trying to dunk on him, and it was like, this is gross. I'm always going to watch Isaiah before any of the other young debaters. They're not master debaters, though. That's the problem. They're not master of that domain. Anyone who says they would vote for Newsom should not be trusted. Newsom is just it. Yeah, I mean, the fucking Adam Mockler fucking glazing of Newsom was so off-putting, so fucking gross. Like, Adam got on his knees and was just like, show it to me, big boy. I wanna fucking treat you right. Maybe I'm hating, but he gives too much of his personal life out there. I'm like, shut up and talk about how evil this admin is. Wait, who are we talking about? And then, okay, Keith Edwards, I have like a love-hate relationship with. Sometimes I'm just like, you're so nonchalant about showing this content that I can't be mad, but at the same time, I'm also quite angry. Oh, Adam Mockler, I don't listen to him talk about anything anymore. I'm just like, I don't care. Jack, Coccarella, that guy, man. Oof. He is like the one person who I'm like, I cannot stand you. I don't know what it is. Well, I know what it is. Every time I've watched the video, and I gave him like a really fair shake. It just is clickbait with nothing that ties back to the title. Or if it does tie back to the title, it is really a nothing burger fucking situation. Newsom is a Republican pretending to be a Democrat. I'm going to say this, Omni. Most of the Democrats are Republicans posing as Democrats right now. Brian Tyler Cohen glazes Newsom way too much while pretending he's independent media. Yeah. It's just like, what's his face too? Oh God, not Brian Tyler Cohen. Who's the other one who just came out and was like talking a bunch of mad shit about Hassan? Basically kicking the God, what is that weird sort of Democratic group run by Destiny out of the college thing that he was doing? Pac-Man. Ugh. That okay. Pac-Man is such a spineless fucking human being. The yeah, unfuck America. Anyone else enjoy Heather Cock Richardson? Actually, they're on my to watch list. I added them to my notes. So I mean, they're all the same. It's always rich people holding these positions or mouthpieces pieces for them. I agree. I agree completely. Pac-Man, I haven't lost respect for yet, but I've stopped watching. Oh, go watch the video that he put out, siding with Destiny, and wondering why Destiny's Democratic, I can't remember what they're called, group. Is it Unfuck America? What's your thoughts on Hassan? Kids, I was talking about this on Saturday with someone. My thoughts are this on Hassan. We would not have the Democratic Socialist movement probably without him. I think Hassan is abrasive, can be absolutely detestable in certain instances. But I think he's always been very, very pointed and to the point with how he feels about things. He's really never wavered in his political stances. And it doesn't ever feel like he is absolutely lying to you to your face. The Midas guys are great. I will not talk about Midas Touch guys. I have issues with the Midas Touch people, but I believe their content is kind of in the ballpark of like Mockler, and it's very clickbaity. And I also believe they're in the realm of being not necessarily pro Israel. They kind of dance this line. I don't know. Hassan is a baby step to becoming a leftist. He won't go further than he is, though. So you have to leave him where you found him and move on. I would argue that I think Hassan's a little bit more than that. I think when it comes to his takes, he's very, very, very on point. He's way more left than any of the left-leaning pundits are, in my personal opinion. I think most left-leaning pundits are actually moderate Democrats. I like watching Not So Rudite. She mogged Andrew Wilson's wife that has 3 baby daddies. Well, is it hard to do? Yeah, Ben Midas sucks too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch the Midas Touch because I've had my issues. That's my thing. I have issues with a lot of the people who are becoming the establishment Democratic sort of like reporting independent media, quote unquote, people. What would the MAGA version of this political influencer analysis be like? I don't know. I find Ben annoying. His same stupid annoying cadence. I like Ben Midas. We're talking about the Midas Touch guy when he is tired, because at least he is getting to the point. He's still not far enough though. I agree with you. I don't like the okay. This is going to get into like semantics. There's certain things about Hassan that I wish he would push more. I don't like the idea that I'm gonna drop that one because it's gonna start a conversation about the word socialism or socialist and communism. And I don't have the mental bandwidth to go to the rabbit hole right now. Let's see, hold on. They have close to 7 million subscribers. Yeah, I mean, you have to also look at it this way. They also did, if you're talking about Midas Touch, they are reporting news just like CNN and MSNBC used to report about Trump. And it's that it's feeding that Democratic sort of like, ooh, I need to hear bad things about, Trump. Oh, I need to hear all the little dirty. Like they're peddling soft core bad news. I'm tired of doing the one step forward, 3 steps back because it's the right way. The fascist. Well, not far enough. He does that. We have to concede this to get this. What are we talking about? Hassan? I don't know. I mean, I feel like anytime I've watched or listened to Hassan, I feel like he is absolutely dead set on being like, no, fuck that. We need to go forward. Like, can you give me an example like on things he's saying? Hey, we need to concede on this because I can't think of one off the top of my head. Oh, the modest guy said Cotton pick in hands one day and never made an apology for it, and I was done with him ever since. But I like Destiny because he gives him hell. Do you? Destiny's extraordinarily. Plattner's the main one. Everyone got Plattner wrong. Not just Hassan. And Bad Empanada, I know, came out and was all like, I was the only one. I'm like, bitch, please. Everyone wanted Plattner to work, and unfortunately, Plattner was a fucking problem. Everyone got Plattner wrong. Even you have to hold Bernie Sanders accountable for that one too. AOC accountable for that one. They all got it wrong. I did not, but it's a thing though, Ginger Cat. We can all sit there and like cast and throw stones. But the reality is this, like everyone wants this democratic socialist movement to go forward. I feel like it needs to go forward. Y'all cannot say they got it wrong. They hid it. How did they hide it? They think they reported on all of it. The person who hid it, though, I thought was the reporting on that was weird, though. Hassan is just scared he is shown. He doesn't know as much as he claims. So, okay. Going over the Plattner timeline, though, his Reddit stuff was there before all of the essay. Hold on. I got to look at the Reddit stuff because I'm not familiar with all the things that were said on the Reddit. And is this the stuff? Digital ground game? Okay. All right. Link confirms what he said in the his Reddit post. Okay.
He's trying to annihilate.
I'm going to look at this real
quick.
Like
all Palestinians.
I know.
That's why he's a war criminal. He's like shooting children in the streets with snipers.
And there was a reporter that asked Trump, "Are you a war criminal too? For killing people?" And
the answer is yes. He wants to take out bridges and power plants. Like that's crimes against.
AI and cheap robotics make the need for at least socialism even more urgent. Yeah. I mean, I've been screaming about that for a while. The fact that, I mean, it's even more than that. It's the fact that we have this fucking ruling class that is the biggest problem. That is the biggest problem. That's why we need more of that shit. At least socialism. I would argue communism is probably going to be a better option all around if we were to go that route. That's my opinion. Like he did things against what his commanders told him to do, killing civilians. I'm not giving Plattner an out. He has PTSD, was self-medicating with alcohol. I don't believe he knows what he did. Look, the sexual assault aspect of that, I'm not going to forgive him. We just need educated minds. Like he rigged some stuff there. I need to read it because I don't want to I don't want to jump down this. Oh, we just need education and empathy. Yes, we need empathy more than anything else. I need to read the stuff about Plattner in the Reddit stuff, because from what I remember, they were saying that was like not necessarily true. I don't know that. First of all, I was also not emotionally invested in the Plattner thing. I'll be very honest with you. I was just happy we were running someone that was a socialist. And because Susan Collins is a much more, in my opinion, Susan Collins is fucking awful. And I know people can be like, well, you know, we don't need to have someone who's an awful human being who's going to replace Susan Collins. That doesn't make anything better. I agree. I don't think Graham was a good choice after all the shit that came out. Bad idea. The new guy who's coming in, I think, is great. I think he's great. Seems interesting. Seems like a normal human being in that role. Fantastic. But yeah, Plattner, yeah, got it. I think everyone got that one wrong. Star Trek got it right. Yes.
Against humanity.
Yeah, she asked him that. He wouldn't answer it, and he goes, "Who do you work for?" New York Times.
CNN, fake news.
Yeah, fake news.
Do you remember the very beginning of the Iran War? The United States blew up a school full of children, a girls' school. Remember that? Would you consider that?
Did we still get the answer that was?
Yes, that was the United States. Yes. Yeah. And when they ask him in press conferences, he avoids all of it. Well, it's under investigation. For how fucking long is it going to be investigated? They did it on purpose.
So hopefully you can kind of see a bigger picture forming here, which is Netanyahu, a war criminal who is committing a genocide. Trump, a war criminal who is now threatening to bomb civilian infrastructure, has killed a school full of children, merging their militaries into one. You can see how he's positioning us as like one of the most evil countries in the world.
That would be a no vote for me, for sure.
That's a no for me too, dog. But
did you call me dog?
I did.
It's Randy Jackson.
My issue with that Senate race in Maine is the progressive lobby, for a lack of a better term, is just handpicking a rugged dude that they can tell what to do and stay in control. I would prefer to have candidates that run on their own thoughts and ideas. I agree with you. Look, I don't know how you do any of this shit, right? I'm not running for any sort of position. I don't think I would ever run for a position. I'm all for progressives, to be clear. Yeah, no, I know you are. I get what you're saying, though. It is hey, we need a working man in this role, and as long as they're following kind of the guidelines of what the Democratic Socialists are, there are no original thoughts, though. I mean, we're getting meta. We're going down a rabbit hole there. I agree with that statement, yes, but here's the thing. I think when it comes to that, I think they have to have a face of a normal, like, rugged male be the face of that movement in that area. And I understand why. Is it fake? Yeah, I feel like it's fake. If that is the goal of the party, is to push some face to basically push the party's needs or desires or wants, yeah, that's not good. In a perfect world, we would be able to run the right candidate and do all these things. We do not live in a perfect world right now. We just don't. That's the sad part about all of this fucking is that we live in a world where 30% of the United States believe that Trump is fucking Jesus incarnate, and anything he says and does is good. I can't see the moon right now, but it might be. I could text Suze and be like, is it orange outside? I literally have a Karl Marx plushie in the kitchen. I 100% agree we need communism. We do. The reality is this. A lot of people also use communism as a dirty word. It's a dirty word. The reality is this, though. This liberal sort of like, hey, democratic, movement thing is tied to capitalism. We're stuck in a capitalist fucking vacuum right now, and the only way to just annihilate it is to fucking just get rid of it. It's not working. It hasn't been working for a very long time. You can blame Nixon, you can blame Reagan for all of that shit. We cannot keep going down the rabbit hole we're going down. I also don't like the idea, I'm so glad we watched that fucking video about socialism versus communism. Like, Make America Great, and a lot of people who hate it would be on board 100%. That's the thing. I'm glad we watched the video on that. Because socialism is very kind of close to communism in a way, but it's not. Communism is basically it is essentially a government run by the people, and everything is not necessarily shared evenly, but everything is run by the people, and it's basically not being run by elites. Socialism is basically, and I'm being very, 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 very top level down. Like, there's a lot of nuance in there. But socialism is, the elites actually are the ones who are implementing socialist policies. So done with neoliberalism? I think we all are. I think I would say that if you were to ask anyone, and especially people who are not, well off, they would be like, yeah, no, I'm fucking done. Like, this is not working. Why does Elon Musk have close to $1 trillion? Yeah. Why? There's no reason. Like, there's no reason anyone should have that much money. I don't think anyone should have $1 billion. No reason. And if you're like, well, no, I have to have $1 billion, more than $1 billion, because everything that I do in a given year costs $1 billion. It's like, well, then you need to figure out your fucking life. You've got people living on $10,000. They're not living well, and they're probably also working multiple jobs to make more than $10,000, but there's people out there who are living on nothing. Yeah. Okay, correction. No reason anyone should have that money, and there's a food shortage somewhere. Yeah. Here's a proof that the system we all agreed to is fucked. Let's stop agreeing and figure something else out. Yeah. But that's the thing you have to ask yourself. Who's going to let that happen? These guys don't want that to happen. And when it does start to happen, they're going to retreat to their fucking, island bunkers. Don't look at how conservatives have turned on Musk. Haven't turned on Musk. An immigrant that has $1 trillion, but you ain't got your first million. Yeah, it makes sense to get mad at the street vendor and day laborers, because here's the thing. You've got people like Trump and all those guys touting how smart and how awesome, how cool he is, and hey, you should buy his stock. Remember, racism is a recipe. And I was also going to say, I was like, he's also white. And that, I think that is the true answer, is he's also fucking white. They don't see Musk as other, they see him as brother. Yeah, exactly. And he also is touted as like almost, I want to say that, like, I feel like people touted him as like this rag to riches situation, and that's not the case. He wasn't a trillionaire for long. He's still very close to being a trillionaire, though. He's actually right. South African diamond mine baby. Exactly. Elon wish he came from nothing, because it would make him special. He's not special. That's the reality. He's bigoted, but also stupid. Probably bigoted because she is stupid. Yeah. I mean, yes and no. I think she learned how to do that. But I want to finish reading up on Plattner real quick.
From American Idol. That's going to be a no for me, dog. It's pitchy dog.
Yeah, your defense of Donald Trump's genocide is a little pitchy.
It's pitchy.
I don't like this. I don't like this conversation.
Like, you say Netanyahu, you disagree with all the killing, et cetera, et cetera. But you do see it's a genocide, or no?
I'm starting to see yes.
Okay, can you just say the phrase, Netanyahu is a war criminal?
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm not. I'm asking you to say them.
I don't want to say that right now.
But you know what a war criminal is, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
he is committed.
Okay. Just kind of glancing over, and this is just something that kind of like popped out because, look, I'll be very honest with you. I grew up during that period of time. The period of time between 2003 and I was 18 in 2003 and into the 2010s. And I don't know if I would have, oh God, 2021 though? Oof, okay. But I also not posted, but I also felt, because I really didn't interact with people on the internet, but I too fell down a rabbit hole where I was angry and upset. And from what I'm reading here, you know, it says here, looking back, Plattner says that he wrote many of the comments during a dark time in his life when he was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, which I've been very honest and open about my own personal place with PTSD. It does a number on your head, and it does affect the way that you see the world and in judgment. Does that give an excuse? No, it doesn't. And he writes here, a lot of it is even things I believed then. Plattner told the Portland Press Herald in October, a lot of them are just stupid joke comments. I look back now and I don't mean to be flippant, but it was just dumb stuff on the internet. And when I stopped being lonely and isolated, I didn't use that as an outlet anymore. I can identify and sympathize with that statement because I have been there. I'm just kind of like glancing over and reading some more of this, but I'm going to keep poking at it and give you my take as we kind of keep going through here.
Ending those crimes, and has been.
War is not good at all. Never will be, and we need to get out of the war we're in, and we do not.
Elon supported Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and said that Trump wasn't the right person for the job. Yeah, all of the billionaires supported Hillary, Joe. There's a good video that was floating around. I need to grab it because it might be something good to watch. But basically, it breaks down the billionaire class and how they were, how these guys all transitioned from being Democrats to being conservative bootlickers.
Do not need to merge with Israel. There you go.
Okay. So against Trump on this then?
Yes, and Netanyahu.
Yes.
So far.
I'm Australian, so I don't have a dog in the fight, but the stupid Trumpism is starting to formulate here. I don't want to see that happening. It's the problem is we're living in a society that, and I'm talking just globally, that lives on the internet, and we live in our own echo chambers. I mean, this is why, like, here's the thing. We live in our own echo chambers, and then as human beings, we're inherently harder to transition away from things that we might be wrong about because we don't want to be wrong. It is kind of a flaw in our thinking that, we like to say, oh yeah, people change and people learn. And the reality is like, something sounds good to someone, like all these fucking podcast comedians convinced a bunch of people that, that Trump was like a reasonable, personable guy and we should all vote for him. The reality is like, they're all looking at it now going like, oh, it was conned. I didn't know. It's like, you didn't know? No, they knew. They knew what they were doing. They started bringing huge lawsuits against him, Elon, though, and he felt he had to get into the White House to get rid of those departments who were coming after him, I heard. That makes sense, too. I think Elon had a dog in the fight when regulations, and I think people started kind of looking at like Tesla and the companies that he was running and being like, you guys are not profitable. How are you guys fucking going? The stock itself, like the stock should be the evidence that something was up. How can a company be so fucking like not profitable and their stock just keeps going up? That's a question I constantly ask out loud. Like, how? How? I don't know. That's why I stay up Blue Sky. That's what Doge was, firing the people coming after him legally for money. Yeah.
Or everything today you've been against Trump on, literally every topic.
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to our next topic, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Part 2. This week, Trump returned to the White House Correspondents Association dinner 3 months after a gunman canceled the original event. Some notable moments included a rambling hour-long speech.
Okay, here's also a really interesting thing in this article from the Main Monitor. Plattner's comments posted between 2009 and 2021 are consistent. However, about a few things. His identification with left-wing politics, with the exception of his steadfast support for the Second Amendment, his passion for soldiering as a profession, and his commitment to its highest standards, his dislike of Donald Trump, and his love of Maine, which, fine. I am not going to stand up for fucking Plattner. Oh shit. Okay. I'm reading a little bit more and I'm like, okay. Plattner who's also called Israel's war in Gaza a genocide, faced accusations of anti-Semitism after news broke that he had a Nazi-linked tattoo. The tattoo is bad look. Fucking. You go far enough left, you get your guns back. Yes. Before Trump, I was like, he's a piece of shit. But it's really, does it really matter who the president is? It'll be like any other president. Checks and balances. Yeah. I'm in Western Maine. We loved him. Loved. I believed his story about the skull. Look, I saw it and I was like, I looked at it and I was like, dude, if you got that and you didn't know what it was, like, what the fuck? Like, someone had to point it out. Like, I don't know if I'm like actively like, I don't know if I actively believe the fucking story about the fucking tattoo. I just don't. Hell, I remember when it was like reported, Hassan was all like, that is not good. That was fucking bad. And I was like, yeah, I don't like this shit. It was fucking gross. As a person who was, you know, like I was raised Jewish. I don't like anything that I didn't like any of that shit. I mean, I didn't know, but he supposedly had Jewish in-laws. How did they not say anything? I don't know. Maybe they didn't even recognize it. That's the question. That's a good question. I don't know. Literally, the skull on the "Are we bad?" the baddies meme. Yeah, I have a friend who has a tattoo that says Leonard Sky Nerd. I saw it. That happens. This happens. Yeah. But wait. What is that? I don't know if I don't get that reference. I mean, I know who Leonard Skinnerd is. Unless that's what unless it is it was just misspelled really bad. But that's the thing. Look, the Plattner stuff, if we're going to talk about the sexual assault stuff, the first reporting that came out about the sexual assault stuff. Oh, it's misspelled? Okay. Yeah. If it was misspelled, that's great. He meant to get the band name, but was so drunk he didn't know. God, no one. This is my thing. If you went to a tattoo artist and they didn't look up the name of that band, they should be shut down. I thought you were saying like this is some sort of like racist like dog whistle in a tattoo, and he didn't know he got it. That's why I was like, wait, I need to research. Leonard. But here's the thing. The reporting that came out, and I want to say it was not the New York Times, right? Who reported the first case of sexual assault. You went to a tattoo artist and they tattooed a drunk person, they should be shut down. I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, I think it was the New York Times. They reported it so wildly. No, not a racist thing. He was a drunk dumbass, which is what Graham was saying. Oh, I don't believe him about the sex stuff. He was aggressive, I'm sure. Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah, my stance on this is like the New York Times really fucked this all up. Really fucked it up. They had all this information and they released the one person that, like, the very first bit of information, and was like, they almost made it sound not credible. Like it was someone who was just out there to do a hit job. The second accusation has so much behind it that I don't know why they didn't get that sorted out first and release that. That's the shit that I'm mad about, because it made a bunch of people look like fucking morons. It just did not look good. Like, I don't even know, I don't even know what you can do or say about it. That it doesn't, it just feels so fucking weird to be in a situation where, okay, and I'm just going to say it. The day he didn't bring a slander suit against her, I posted, "Damn it, Graham, it was over. No fight, get out." Yeah. I think that is like the big piece of that puzzle, is like when you're fucking caught and you're then just doing fucking what is it, crowd not crowd control, damage control. When I saw him speak after all this stuff came out, I was just like, yeah, dude, what the fuck, man. And then it was like a bunch of like left-leaning people just coming out and just being like, instead of being like, hey, we need to regroup and fucking figure this shit out, people were just attacking everyone else, being like, see? And I was just like, I don't subscribe to this. Like, this is weird. I don't feel like anyone, at least for me, I didn't look at it and be like, oh yeah, this guy is going to be a fucking predator. And the Reddit stuff, I'm just reading it, and I'm just like, the Reddit stuff does not sound great. And it sounds like they were using homophobic slurs. I cannot find anything about I'm just trying to like dig through this article because I'm kind of like reading through it. I can't find anything. He used the slur, the R word, to insult other commenters on Reddit. He also used the word. Oh, he also used the word in an interview with the Monitor. I don't know. It just always feels like like the not moderate, but like the center Democratic Party, like the people who fall kind of moderate Democrat, are just here just to fucking tear everyone down. Tim's had to get the story out of the system. Stages of grief. It went on for a week or so. We only felt it so much, mostly because of the internet. Yeah, I don't know. I just was like on the other end, and I saw it, and I was just like, this. I was like, is this true? Like, what's going on? And then the next day when he released that statement, I was like, okay, like, this is not a good look. This is bad. You need to stop, and you need to get out of the race.
Speech from Trump himself attacking journalists, comedians, Democrats, and even members of his own cabinet. At the dinner, CNN journalist and longtime target of Trump's temper tantrums, Caitlin Collins won the 2026 WHCA Broadcast Award for her coverage of the February 2025 Oval Office confrontation between Trump and President Zelensky. Trump mocked the honor, saying,
I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award. It was all about me. It's fake. She shouldn't get the award.
And he also reprised his misogynistic comments about Collins needing to smile more. As he began attacking her, there were some boos from the audience before the room fell quiet. Then when Wall Street Journal reporters were given an award for their coverage of Trump's close personal friendship with child rapist Jeffrey Epstein, Trump smirked and shrugged his shoulders. Trump also wore a Trump 2028 hat at the event and told those in attendance,
"When I'm not around, you're going to be broke. There's not going to be anyone to report." I always like to hang around with losers. Hold on.
No.
Have you thought about voice acting?
What's that?
Have you thought about voice acting?
Every fucking day. Set it up. Set it up.
Hey, there looks like Chad's at it again. Yeah.
You could be an anime villain for sure.
When
That's my dream. That's my.
No, he couldn't. I'm sorry. I don't want to be that mean. I don't want to dash anyone's dreams or hopes. But no. You couldn't be an anime villain.
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
My fucking literal dream. If anybody out there is making anime and you need anything, a villain or anything, please email me.
Yeah.
When he wore the hat, he said, "Just like my presidency."
You're gonna find out he likes AI and whoop his ass. Chad could just use his regular voice and play a smug toady of a villain, maybe. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel real fucking like keep the fuck out. Like, okay, the question I ask is like, does he go back and listen? That's does he go back and listen? Because like I would listen to this and be like, I need to stop. I need to maybe tone it down a little bit. And Mel's trying to do an impression of Chad's impression of Trump.
And also,
I
know you love Chad. Everyone loves Chad. I think we're just taking the piss out of the show most of the time.
Oh, it's better. It's the time. It could be better yet. I'm just kidding. Ah, that hurt my throat. That's what he said. He said, just like my presidency, second time is always better, and third time will be better yet.
No, but he said he won 3 times. He was like, I won 3 times.
I won 3 times.
He's fucking disgusting. He's a disgrace. I'm tired of his face. I'm tired of him in the news. I want him gone.
There was one.
Maybe stop talking about him. He's not as likable as Turtles. I agree. Maybe just, maybe this is a sign that we talk about like actual issues instead of focusing on someone who wants your attention. That's how I feel about Trump. I think Trump is like Freddy Krueger. If we just say you're not real, he'll just go away. I like Turtles. I know you do. Just Freddy Krueger. You're not real. Trump keeps bringing those sweet clicks that I know. This is why I would be terrible for their show as a producer. It'd be like, hey, maybe you guys can talk about like, the war in Gaza and discuss why no one is focusing on it. Oh, and maybe bring up the Epstein files and, Epstein's ties to Israel. And, like that would be an interesting topic to talk about. The Kruger thing is exactly right. Well said. It's the truth, though. This is why I'm like very down on media in general, because the left has this insistency on reporting on every little, like Trump fucking farts, they report on it. What's going on in Venezuela, though? That's a good thing. That's a good thing to point out too. What's happening there? I haven't heard any sort of like update on what is happening. I think Trump would would drop dead. Genuinely drop. Genuinely think Trump would drop dead if everyone stopped reporting on him for a week? I agree with you to an extent. I think he still has the Newsmax Fox people to like just prop his ass up. I think he'll fucking, it's life support. He'll live off of that. But I'm like over the, he's dying, he farted, he shit himself, here he is. You can see at this exact moment when he closes both eyes that he's pinching a fucking lobe in his fucking underwear, Like I just like who fucking cares anymore? Like it doesn't fucking matter. This motherfucker is going to keep doing audacious and stupid shit until he just ceases to be. All right? If we just go, oh yeah, oh he did that, oh that's cool, cool. So is Mitch McConnell dead? Is Mitch McConnell alive? Like that's what I want to know. Why is there no like investigative reporting on that? It's not Twitter. It's fucking Truth Social keeping it alive. Like Mitch McConnell, they won't let him die. Damn, we should have plugged in Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I made that. I think I even made that fucking joke. You don't see the Dems fucking being like Ruth Bader Ginsburg is on fucking life support, and they're just fucking keeping her alive until he's out of office. Not to be that guy, but some people do have TDS when they obsess over every dumb moment he has. I think it is look, I'm going to be honest with you, Peace Frog. I think there is a segment of this population that wishes half the shit that is being reported about him is true because it gives them purpose. It's just like the people who watch Fox News, They're riding this high. Be it negativity, be it whatever. They're both two sides of the same fucking coin. And they both thrive off of this news cycle of being like, oh look, it looks like Trump's dying. Like, thank God, I've got my champagne bottle on ice as we speak because he's gonna die within the week. And it's like, fuck off. They're gonna keep this motherfucker alive. They'll fucking invent holograms before they admit that Trump is dead. All right. So let's just fucking move on and figure out how we get out of this fucking rut that we're in. It's not just Trump that's the problem. It's the entire Democratic Party and Conservative Party that are the fucking problem. It's both of them, and they're both in on the fucking con. That's why nothing is getting done. Jon Stewart went on a rant about 24-hour sensationalist entertainment news cycle and how awful it is, but that's the arena, and that's where popular opinion is shaped. I know. We need to figure it out, though. We need to figure out how to fucking just shake people out of this fucking rabbit hole of like, I need to be assured that everything's going to be okay. I think that's what it is. Just the money ones. There is a large piece of the Democratic Party that is taking money from AIPAC. Those are the people I'm mad at. Those are the people who do not deserve any respect. They do not deserve the seats that they're in. Don't deserve any of it. None of it. I do find myself checking for that headline every day. I was doing it all the time during his first term. And you know what? I got to the point where I was like, if he was going to be dead, he'd be dead.
One good thing at that dinner, he did give an award to, it was the officer who shot, or who was shot or something that night. He was given an award for his actions that pulled down the guy or whatever. Yeah.
And here, I'm going to say it. I need the surprise of him dying, like Lindsey Graham dying. Like, that is the thing that I want to live my life for is, oh, he's dead? Fuck yeah. Cool. I found out. He just randomly happened. Fantastic.
Let me ask you this, Mom. Why do you think Donald Trump constantly attacks journalists?
Yeah, it's getting bad, and he needs to stop it. It's ridiculous. I don't know why. Because
it's a blow. News. It's a blow to his ego, and he can't.
Elizabeth Warren has been fighting for our money back from billionaires every day for 30 years, which Elizabeth Warren, love. Well, don't love her. I like Elizabeth Warren. She's got some things about her that are a little, I'm going to say it, corny, but yeah, she's trying to do the right thing in certain instances. Trump only said something about the white guy killed in action, not the other three. He didn't say anything about the other three. That's wild. Jeffries does not need to be the head of the House. No. Also believe women are equal, whereas no Republican does. You're human and humane. They are not. Yeah. So I'll say this piece about Democrats, and I'm speaking purely from the place of like they're feckless. They choose to not do the right thing, or they stand around and twiddle their thumbs, thinking that if they just don't do anything, the conservatives, the MAGA Republicans, are just going to fucking eventually just fucking implode. That's the thing. That's the thing I have an issue with when it comes to the majority of that of Congress, is their ineptitude when it comes to the Democrats to get anything fucking like done. And I understand there's this mentality that they can't do anything. No, they say that there's things they can do. They can make things a lot harder. They just don't do it. And I think they're holding out, thinking like, yeah, if we just fucking bide our time, this is going to swing back into our hands, and we'll be fucking Gucci, guys. We'll be cool. We'll be golden. I'm hoping that the last to know, I'll hear fireworks and wonder why, and then get the emergency broadcast system, and then maybe a type of Amber Alert equivalent will go off, and get a call from my friend. No, they follow the rules and don't do anything because they shouldn't. They get bullied and beaten up by the right. The right cheats. We don't. That's why we have a hard time beating them. Okay. You can't say a firm no, because you've got people like Jeffries, who is in the elites, like literally part of this elite group of, oh God, what were they called? All these guys taking money are on the wrong side of it. We choose to believe we don't have to behave like heathens in order to win. So that's the thing. There are a group of people saying that to you. I firmly don't believe that. I think maybe Jeffries is a conservative. Yeah. God, who else is in that group? God. I'm talking about I'm not talking about him, Jeffries. I said the money one's MAGA, or MAGA basically. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. We're on the same page then. Okay, here's the stitch. That thing that ML does every episode is taught by the GOP through social engineering. Orange alert would be pretty good, actually. Like Amber or Silver alert for him, and Orange alert. Yeah, my thing is, like, there are very few people right now in the Democratic Party that are not taking money from places like AIPAC. AIPAC is my big fucking, like, that's my white whale right now. Like, most people do not know the amount of money being taken from AIPAC, and it's on both sides of the fence. Both sides. And those are the people who are in on this fucking long con. These people who are making a shit ton of money off of stock trades, off of all of that shit. I think they're happy to let everybody suffer because it makes them look better by default, and also makes them look good for doing slightly less damage than Trump next term. Yeah. Yeah, I get nauseous when I see Schumer, Jeffries, even Cory Booker. Yeah, that's the one I was trying to find. I was like, who's the other one? Cory Booker. Fuck that guy.
Can't handle hearing it.
He thinks it's all fake news.
No, he
but
doesn't.
He knows it's not fake, obviously. Mm-hmm. The reason he does it is to undermine the integrity of the press.
All right,
in America,
we're going to bump this up
to
the
people, or his adherents, like you, still the MAGA cult. It's so that when bad press comes out about him, you dismiss it immediately. Because it's fake. He says CNN, New York Times, they're all fake news.
Yeah, Biden could eat ice cream and the right would be mad. Trump can spew nonsense about the Islamic Republic of Japan and it's expected. Yeah, I like Corey because he fights for prison reform, but the money, yeah, it's bad. It's like, it's just, they all say the right thing, right? A lot of these guys, especially the younger ones, they're like, I know how to be fucking hip and cool. And then when you dig into their financial stuff, you're like, what the fuck is happening? That is the shit that I'm like, no. It's because he ate ice cream and got all hot and bothered. True. That's why I'm so pushy on the Montana plan. We need to watch that breakdown of that.
So when it comes out, when they drop a big bombshell report about how corrupt he is or how he was tied to Epstein or whatever the thing may be, he dismisses it because they're fake news, and then you dismiss it because he tells you to.
And
that's why he does this.
With Caroline Levitt, you know, when she's giving press conferences, she immediately dismisses like all of the news sources that they don't like, just so you will adhere to that same principle.
But he has also won money from some of these
JD sure as hell had a boner. Wait.
Resources and
he hasn't won anything.
No, he's tried to sue all of them, but he didn't win anything.
But like CBS gave him a settlement, or ABC, maybe one of the big networks gave him money just to be like, okay, sorry, but it didn't.
Yeah, at this point, no matter what the Democrats do or don't do, it's going to be weaponized against them, and Pavlov's dogs will bark endlessly. That's what our VP is focused on. Look, he liked it. All right. He secretly was like, he was tugging away, helping a couch. Who knows? I just heard Biden was dropping out and Kamala was coming in, and I was eating an ice cream cone on the beach. Thought about Biden the whole entire time I ate that thing. Hell yeah.
It didn't go to court. It didn't go to trial.
No.
He was threatening to take away their broadcast license with his FCC chair, Brendan Carr, who's a fucking horrible pile of shit too. He basically is just like threatening.
Am I wrong in that we're now like, I'm Groundhog's Day-ing the fucking episodes because I feel like they've talked about this shit multiple fucking times.
All
Mehdi has been interrogating Democrats about their Israel PAC money. They're gross, saying ideally no one would take PAC money, but me taking $600,000 doesn't mean I'm employed by them. Sure, yeah, sure. I said this: if I ever ran for office and AIPAC came to me, I would be like, yeah, I took their fucking money, and guess what? It's right here. And I'm going to tell them this on camera. Go fuck yourself, Israel, and then fucking donate every single bit of it to a Gazan fucking organization, like a Gazan like backed sort of like, you know, fund for helping the people, the people who are injured and displaced in the war in not Iran, in Gaza. I would just send it right back to the Gazans. I'd just be like, here. JD was talking about it on Rogan. Like he was all hot and bothered, but yeah. JD's like Trump. They're a little bit. The Reds are 90% paid off by Israel. That makes sense. Yeah, totally makes sense.
All press, who isn't completely flattering to him. And so to have him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner to me is like, I don't get it, quite frankly. I don't know why we have it. Because it's this weird dinner where you have all the people that are covering politicians and whoever else having dinner together in the same room. It like blurs the line, in my opinion, of journalistic integrity. Like you shouldn't have a journalist who's covering Trump's involvement with Epstein shaking hands with Trump at this dinner while he's like cracking jokes and shit.
And you see some of them like
Yes, I've always said take the donations and flip them off if they complain about your admin. Fuck them, they donated and now they can shut up. And Blue's how much percentage? It's actually fairly high. I think it is. I mean, it's a lot of red, but I think Blue, it is still like 65% of maybe even a little bit more of the Democratic Party, I think, is taking AIPAC money. Yeah, any actions the Democrats do, the Republicans are just going to point the fingers and use their involvement as a wedge issue. Yep. Best thing the Democrats can do is not interfere when the Republicans are making mistakes, which I think for the normies, yes, I guess so. But to me, I view it as them being fucking feckless and fucking dumb and disingenuous. I personally think they all just, I personally don't think anyone should be in office if you're going to just fucking sit back and let the fucking, world implode or United States implode. JD versus Newsom in 28 would be hilarious because their own parties don't even like them. Not in a hate way, just in a who cares about that loser kind of way. Then, of course, I'd run the place like a well-oiled computer and everyone would love it and be very pleased to shut up. Nothing to complain about. Not sure, but lots of them voted against Israel and American military joining together as one. Yeah, there was a lot of people voting against that, but I firmly believe that is going to happen no matter what.
Getting chummy with Stephen Miller, and it's like, okay,
Yes.
I'm done. I
Yes.
never will trust you again.
Absolutely.
It's supposed to be kind of like a roast or something to all them. It's supposed to be funny and stuff, and I guess he failed miserably. They said at all the jokes and stuff.
Yeah, it's also just kind of like it's almost like the Oscars for press or something, which doesn't like line up.
Yeah.
The Oscars or the Emmys or whatever, that's all about artifice. It's all about like, we create these fictional pieces of entertainment for you, and fine, get dressed up, show up, get your awards, like that's fine. That kind of goes hand in hand with making movies and TV shows. But journalism is like a different thing. It's like hard, in my opinion, it should be like kind of gritty and like it's about the truth. Whereas that night is not. It's literally about maintaining the lie that we're all just getting along. We can all sit in the same room with Donald Trump and everything's fine. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? Are you trying to take him down or not?
But the hat thing, he was teasing. He's not going to run in 2028, and I've told you he won't run. That's stupid.
But why even put on the hat then?
Because that was a joke that he tried to do, and he failed miserably, I guess.
Even when he ran this whole line where
I've got a kind of a definitive answer on the percentage of Democrats in Congress who take money from AIPAC, and it is roughly 50%. Roughly 50%, but not 65, 50. I have a hard time fixing religion. Yep, that's a hard one. Is it though? I think education is the key to fixing that one. A good, like an actual, like historical, like, hey, let's talk about religion and discuss where it comes from. Best to teach young people about Greeks and Romans. It's interesting and very informative about the world wars and civilizations. Yeah, I agree. Israel recently told Texas DPS some Israeli spy tech, sold Texas DPS some Israeli spy tech and their Tahoes. What the fuck? No more flock cameras and no more data centers, no more AIPAC. Yep. Imagine you work at a company and everything is bullshit, kayfabe. What's your strategy? That's that you're talking to someone who did work in a place like that. You run. That is the reality. You run.
Your jokes about Caitlin Collins needing to smile more. The room is fucking dead silent.
I know.
He's just bombing.
Whatever you do, don't spread bamboo seeds by data centers. Oh, yeah, don't do that.
Didn't work, I guess.
He also fell. Did you see the video of him just like eating shit?
Getting into that limo?
Yeah.
You got, motherfucker. That video ain't real.
Really?
Yup, AI.
He fell where?
No, he didn't.
That was a good video.
You got.
Wow.
Yeah. I want to see that. I want to see.
The U.S. is that bullshit kayfabe company right now. I know. You're talking to someone who understands. I'm doing the wishful thinking thing. This is the things that I want. This is the things that I feel like I need to happen. And you know, it's like one of those weird things where I'm trying to imagine it, but I keep imagining I'm a pro wrestler in the old ECW. I know.
I'm flabbergasted.
You got. Go on Snopes. I looked it up as soon as I saw the video. I'm like, this isn't real. And indeed, it's not.
No, please tell me.
It's a prediction market.
Okay.
So you can go basically bet on anything. You can bet on who's going to.
I fucking edited the entire fucking. Have they got Mary Lou checked out for, first of all, ADHD, and then second of all, maybe for some sort of cognitive decline, maybe due to age, because I feel like just skipping ahead a little bit because I'm having a hard time getting through this one. It feels like they're just repeating
win the Super
stuff.
Bowl, who's going to win Survivor. This is where that guy got in trouble, the dude that was a Marine, because he bet on...
Like, I literally edited one of the episodes they did about this whole thing down to a video.
The day that Maduro was going to get kidnapped.
Right.
And he knew what day that was because he was getting the fucking orders. He was part of the kidnapping.
Got it.
So that whole company, Polymarket, could not operate in America at all until these regulations were loosened.
Okay.
Trump is the one making that decision. So he then just goes to his little son and is like,
I'm going to go ahead and let Poly Market work in the United States. You should put some money into it.
And so then he does. And that's, I mean, did you not hear the thing that I said? Investment firms started in the same year that Trump Jr. started that one, have made about 21%. He's made 200%. You think that's just because he's super smart and knows what to bet on every time?
Well, he has two other people in that company with him. One guy is a
I fucking don't know anymore. Oh no. This fucking motherfucker. This fucking ma'am. This lady. This person. This human being all across the screen. That's some of the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. Oh, you know what? Hey, blackberries will fucking grow out of control, by the way. This is still there are two people that are in the company. It's like, what the fuck?
Financial, one guy something else. It's not just him. There's three.
Those guys are the nuts and bolts dudes who run the company. He's the one who goes to daddy and is like, okay, which defense contractor is going to get the big job for fucking drones this year? I'm giving it to this one. Okay.
She doesn't, she's listening to him and she's like, look, you're just talking mean.
Okay, buy that stock. It's all insider trading. How can he make 200%
in his face
when other companies are making 20?
Fucking,
he's making 10 times the amount of money any other company in his field is making.
I'm not
You remember how Martha Stewart went to prison for 6 months?
Yes.
For insider trading?
Yes.
And that was over like what? It wasn't even like $1 million that she made from this deal.
I wish
Donald Trump is doing this every day.
I'm going to ask Dad about this one. I'm going to ask if he thinks that
see, she doesn't believe them.
It's insider trading or not.
It's not technically insider trading.
He's cult mentality is real. But the thing is, she knows what he's going to say. They all do it. It's not. They all do it. The point where I watch on 2X now. Jesus.
I'm not expert in this, but my understanding is it's not. They're not buying stock. They're investing money in these companies for
United
stake
States.
in the companies, basically. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's at least that's my understanding of how this is working. So it isn't technically insider trading. It's like a little workaround. You know what I mean?
How bad is it
so
on
it's not,
speed?
I don't think technically. Again, I could be wrong on this, but this is my understanding of it. I don't technically think it's illegal. It's just horrible.
There are no good billionaires, and this perfectly articulates why. They don't get to the top through hard work, as you like to say.
Okay.
They get to the top through fucking cheating and scamming. Like, this is all just shady fucking behavior.
Which is true.
I'm going to ask your dad about that one. I'll get back on that one.
Yeah. Shouldn't believe her kids. This is why you come with evidence. Come with evidence. Come with me if you want to live. All right.
What's he going to tell you? Why do you need to ask him? What do you think?
To see if he thinks it's insider trading. I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either because I don't think they're trading stock. They are investing money into
the lib sibs. I just typically, it's a lot of them glazing each other. Like, you believe what I believe? Yep, I do. I do, brother. You do, sister? Yep, I do.
These companies,
right?
But they're getting a tip off from Dad.
Yes, of course. Like, you wouldn't invest money in Poly Market if you thought at all that they weren't going to be able to operate in the United States. Trump Jr. knew that they were because Daddy said that I'm going to let this happen.
Okay, I understand it.
All right, let's move to our final topic, the ballroom corruption. This week, some new reporting came out about a report in June from a watchdog group called Public Citizen. Their report found over $50 billion taxpayer dollars in new and increased government contracts was given by Trump to corporate donors of his ballroom.
No, they're totally no. Rivens, I agree with what they're saying. It's just Mary Lou does not.
Of 27 known corporate donors, 4.
That's where I'm at right now. I'm just like, I don't know how you help this woman.
Received new or expanded contracts.
I don't
Lockheed
know.
Martin, Booz Allen Hamilton, and Palantir were among the biggest beneficiaries. Over a longer window, 19 of 27 donors held $338 billion in contracts over 5.5 years, and 16 of 27 face or had suspended federal enforcement actions, which are now likely to be eliminated. The White House disclosed 21 corporate donors, but not how much each gave. Mom, do you still think Trump needs his ballroom?
Yes, I do. The ballroom is being paid by
shit.
private money, like what you said, himself and private donors.
Right.
What is not is the underground bunker. Now, let's talk about this.
Okay.
The history of that bunker.
Wait. Okay. So, willfully ignorant comes to mind. They don't understand how Trump boys are making money from these companies. No, well, I mean, no, they don't, and they think everything is. They wouldn't do anything illegal. Is literally, I think, what Mary Lou says to herself. Why would they do something illegal? Martha technically did time for lying. Yes, you're right. She lied under oath and said, "I didn't take any insider trading tips," and they're like, "Actually, we know you did." She's like, "What? Huh?" And then she was in jail. Well, prison. I don't know. Remember, Dems are weak right now, and DSA is surging. Likely with dark money help as well. You wait, is there dark money in the DSA? That is fascinating.
It goes back to Franklin Roosevelt days. He's the first one that wanted that underground bunker for himself. So there was an underground bunker a long time ago under that White House. On the day that we were bombed on 9/11, did you know that they grabbed Cheney, the vice president, grabbed him and stuck him down in that bunker? Okay. That bunker is going to be useful, not only for Trump, but for presidents coming after him. It will be a security place where they can be safe.
I was going to say that. I remember her being like, they're not going to build a bunker, right? Am I wrong in remembering that? Like, she was like, no, they're building the ballroom because they need a place to actually hold events. And now she's like, oh yeah, they're building a bunker. I'm like, what? Oh wow, I don't think ML realizes there's already a bunker under the East Wing that Trump bulldozed down. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt that. There's dark money involved, not one bit. Then that just means everything is just fucking a lie. They go get on these boards of these companies and then get these shares of these companies for the promise that they'll get the contract. Yeah. There's a lot of that.
Congress has proposed to use some funds of our government to help secure the bunker. I don't see anything wrong with it. I really don't.
You're skipping over the entire thing that I just...
You're right. She didn't believe the bunker story. That's what I was saying. Like, I remember that. Because I remember editing and I was just like, this woman does not believe the fact that Trump is going to build a bunker. She was like, oh, you guys are just making stuff up. I remember what it was. It was like her dismissing their claims. Like, he's not going to leave. He's going to just live in the bunker when shit goes sideways, which I thought was a little bit doom and gloomy of them, but whatever.
Just read.
What?
The ballroom is being funded by private donors, as you're saying.
Yes.
Right? Now, these, in quotes, private donors are giant companies. It's Amazon, it's Lockheed Martin, it's the billionaires, basically, and the military-industrial complex are giving him money. In exchange, he's giving them all contracts or loosening any restrictions that federal law may have on whatever they're doing. As I said, so you've got Palantir is one of these companies, obviously, who has massive government contracts. Lockheed Martin makes all of our missiles and bombs and shit. They're...
Yeah. I mean, they're saying there was one already until they bulldozed down the East Wing. I mean, there's a whole bunch of fucking underground tunnels, too.
Getting a huge contract. 14 of these 27 donors that we know of, because we don't exactly know all the donors that are going in because it's private. He doesn't have to reveal them if he doesn't want to. So that we know that 14 of them have gotten new or expanded contracts. We know that 19 of them are going to get $338 billion in contracts over the next 5.5 years. We know that 16 of them are up against some kind of federal enforcement action. Either they're getting hit with fines, they're being told you can't do this, they're being told you can't merge with this other company, whatever the case may be. Those are all being lifted now. So you donate $10 million to Trump's ballroom, and you're going to get a contract that pays you billions for the next 5 years, or you're going to get out of some kind of jeopardy that your company is in because you've got federal enforcement coming down. You understand what's happening, right? These companies are giving him money for his ballroom, and then he's giving our taxpayer money to them in exchange. He gets private money given to him. He gives our public money to these companies in exchange. You can see the corruption. Yes or no?
Kind of, but kind of not.
What do you mean? How do you not see it?
I see that they're giving him money to make the ballroom.
Right.
Then he gives them a contract, or what are you saying? How can he...
That's exactly what's happening.
And that is on paper and has been proven.
Yes, that's what this report is that I'm telling you about. 14 of the 27 companies, half of these companies that we know of, have received
basic
contracts
concepts.
Almost immediately on the heels.
Basic fucking concepts. This is the thing. Now I'm asking the question: is she capable of comprehending? I'm doing a dice roll here. See, she fails. She's got to roll at least a fucking 14 to pass. Let's see. She passed. She should understand it. Let's see. He isn't just putting in a bunker. He's putting in a hospital, in a data center, in the other military complex. What?
Was giving the donation.
Right.
New contracts or like extensions of the current contract they have or expansions of the current contract they have. 19 of them are part of this a larger thing that's like an extended kind of thing over the next 5.5 years.
Her intelligence isn't that high. You're right. It should be 24.
$338 billion of our money is being given to all these companies. Then 16 of them are facing some kind of federal enforcement action, which is they're getting fines for some kind of impropriety, or they're having trouble doing some kind of merger or opening a power plant or whatever the case may be. They're having...
He's rolling her eyes.
Some kind of roadblock by government regulation. That's just disappearing now.
Yeah. Is the ballroom worth all that? No.
Right.
Isn't it incredible to think that all that money that they're stealing from us could actually pay for universal health care?
Yes. Yeah.
Doesn't that infuriate you that our government is robbing us?
That's weird. She was pushing back, and now she's like, "Yeah, it's not right." Is this a tired thing? Like, I don't know. And then now they're going on to universal healthcare. I'm confused. This is weird. This is a weird ending to this. I'm not comprehending how Like, she was so pushing back.
Line and giving us nothing in return. We still don't even have a medical plan from Donald Trump. There's still nothing in place and nothing being implemented.
I know.
That's fucking insane. I'm surprised you also didn't bring up the fact that he's like basically invading like national parks and like different land in Utah.
I don't know about this one.
You know what I'm talking about?
Cummies are kicking in.
There's like two sacred sites in Utah.
Rack and drill or something. Yeah.
Like native land that they took all sanctions away. Like now they're just gonna fucking drill all over it. And then they took, like endangered species, basically they said, go fucking kill a manatee, I don't care. Like they're rolling back all of these protections on our lands and our animals.
We brought that up before.
For fucking corporate greed and money. That is your president.
The only thing today I agreed upon is the bunker. I do think we need the bunker to save the presidents coming in the future.
They should put a room in the bunker that just has a chair and a single round and one of those great big American Eagle pistols. What's the caliber on those? I think ML has her script from Half-Watched Newsmax, and when she runs out of no, she usually just concedes. I think you might be right. I get to the end. How long has she been leaning? It hasn't been as long as Trump has been leaning.
All right. Well, that was the last topic we had. I want you right now to say one way or another.
Abolish ICE.
Huh?
Abolish ICE.
I know you said abolish ICE, and you're against the war. You're against all these things except you want the bunker built. But I do think you disagree with how it's happening. That the money he's getting to build all this is coming from these companies that he's just giving deals to. You disagree with that, I assume?
Would you rather have the bunker or universal health care?
Probably universal health care.
Probably.
So
yes.
Because it benefits her. That's why. It's not because it helps people. It's because it benefits her.
Trump is still your president.
Yes.
But you disagree with him on almost everything.
Yes.
Okay. So would you then say that in the future you might vote for a Democrat who you disagree with on almost everything?
No.
Why not? What would be the difference between how you now feel about Trump and a Democrat who you disagree with on almost everything?
Wow, 50?
I would vote for the person that I think would do the best job for our country, whether they are a Democrat or a Republican.
What are your hot buttons? What are the issues that mean the most to you? What are you voting on? Healthcare?
Healthcare. No more ICE. Get ICE out of here.
Okay. So
you're voting for a Democrat.
Yeah, those are two big Democrat positions that no Republican will have.
I think you should actually like take time to research Mamdani and AOC because you've been fed like all your.
They didn't even do the repetition correctly. Reporting, reported is important. Is important in education. Repetition is there we go. Repetition is important in education. Yeah. Here's the thing. I think my brain's broken right now because I just had the most made by badass Hebrews in Israel, to be honest. Hell yeah. I mean, kind of hell yeah. It just depends on where they stand on things. When it comes to Gaza, then I'll give them a hell yeah if they say the right thing. My brain's a little broken because it just feels like this feels weird, and I'm not comprehending the weirdness that is happening right now. Am I wrong in saying like it feels like she came to this conclusion way too quickly and is now saying things that are like, I don't know, like out like this is coming out of left field feeling in a weird way, just kind of like how when she said abolish ICE, it came out of left field to me. I don't know.
All your bullshit that you know about them from Fox News and Newsmax. I think you should actually look them up, look into their policies, look at what they're trying to achieve. I think you'll be shocked.
You have some very socialist views right now.
She's just fucking rolling her eyes.
I know this.
Okay. You're a MAGA socialist. Before we say I love yous and everything, I should let everybody know we are going to be off this Wednesday. We are going to try to do a show next Sunday, and we will be off the following Wednesday as well. Then we will be back next Sunday. I am gallivanting.
Who's gallivanting?
Me. I'm going to be gallivanting.
You can't do it while you're gallivanting.
Well, the time difference is going to be pretty insane.
Wow.
No, I'm not going to have time to edit and everything. So I'm going to try to get next Sunday. Once I figure out our schedule and everything, once we're over there, I will let you know. But the Wednesdays I think are not going to be possible.
So I don't need to take my camera and just go on a walk about and talk to people like I used to in the good old days.
Yeah, feel free. If you want to make a video and send it to me, I will post it. Or you can post it if you still have access.
Yeah, I could probably do that. I could send it to you or something. A little butterfly video or something.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, people have been asking in the live for you to do like a vlog about your butterflies. Go in the backyard, show us what the plants are, show us your little butterfly cage, all that stuff.
I could do that.
So maybe one Wednesday Mom does her butterfly vlog, and then the next Wednesday I can do my skincare routine vlog. And every pod.
Yeah, just email me those videos and I'll post them for sure.
Okay.
But thank you for joining us. Mom, I love you. You're becoming a socialist. You kind of already are one and you just don't accept it yet. Haley, I love you. I'm sorry about your car. I hope they get to the bottom of that. Please tell Dad that I love him.
All right. I love you, Haley. Sorry about your car. I love you, Chad.
Love you both. Sorry about my car too. Don't know what I'm going to do about it.
I will be on tonight at 6 p.m.
I can't do it tonight.
Mom?
What time would that be?
8 for you.
Oh, darn. No, I'll be in bed.
It'll just be me, as always, holding down the fort. Join me if you dare to talk about today's show and anything else that you might want to talk about. It'll be on our YouTube. And once again,
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. It is 9:40. I am mentally like I don't know. I got to the end of that one and I was just like my brain hurts. I don't know. All right. Anyway, I do want to kind of like cap off the Grand Platinum thing. I be very honest with you, just kind of digging through the article and just kind of like reading into it a little bit. I'm going to read some more. It just feels like Grand Platinum is a problematic individual. I don't know if the Reddit post can be taken with like an insane amount of like gravitas. I don't know, but the sexual assault stuff is awful. And as someone who is a sexual assault survivor, I like there's just nothing about that situation that you can excuse away. Emil feels super checked out, so eager to talk about the lighter stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you get to the end of some of these and you're just like, where did the heel turn come from? Like it doesn't feel it like I'm talking about it like it's a TV show. It doesn't feel earned. I don't know. Oh no. I'm sometimes just like in the category of like, I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel anymore. Hey, Wednesday we'll get to do we'll get to watch the damn this thing.
Says here, made in China. The underwear I've been wearing for the last 25 years is made right here in the USA.
My bad. I know how patriotic you are about whatever touches your boy parts.
Surprised you don't like outsourcing, Pop. Cheap labor.
Is this supposed to be Chad?
Helps the bottom line.
Yeah, well, the bottom line stops at my crotch.
His strategy is that if you don't know how to feel, you can just check out and let it happen. True. I don't know how to feel just about anything anymore. Yeah. We're gonna do Wednesday. I think part of it is the natural aspect of cramming a bunch of topics, then boom, over and out, nothing of depth was discussed. I think my problem with the show lately has just been it. We live in crazy pants times. Damn, it's such a 2010 thing to fucking say, huh? Yeah, the thing is, if I'm gonna be blunt, I just fucking I don't know. I watched the show and I feel like I said, it feels like Groundhog's Day where it's like, haven't we already discussed this? And she doesn't remember it? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, I want it to be, I want it to be interesting and fun. And, I don't know. Spot on Luke, spot on Crivens. Yeah, I don't know. I have some thinking I have to do. I was going to do a video on Mary Lou, and I have pulled footage for it, and I don't know. I really don't fucking know. Remembers enough to say we talked about this. No, we're riding on the rails of the gravy train. I don't know. I just I think a week off of the podcast is going to be good because then I can just focus on something else on the stream than that. She just loves Trump too because of racism. Yeah. Are we tired of winning yet? Fucking exhausted from winning. maybe we don't do, since we're going to do Wednesday is going to be kind of like a catch-all day where we'll just going to do whatever. Probably be on at 1 on Wednesday. Wait. Yeah, we can do Wednesday. I can do Wednesday and Thursday this week, actually, in the afternoon. We're so damn hot. This was her guy, and she's always been ride or die for politician, which is always a bad idea. Yeah. I don't think there's been a politician in the last, I don't know. See you Wednesday, Southern Discomfort. We're going to do it. We're going to watch it. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been a ride or die for any politician. I think the closest maybe was Obama, and even then I was just like, he's a cool guy. Seems like it. Do a Montana plan and then Ren. Possibly. We're gonna do explain the Montana plan. Believe that is part of it is removing money out of like the government, sort of like PAC money out of the process. I was all behind Bernie. I was too, but I was behind Bernie in the sense that he was the best candidate. And I like Bernie as a cult of personality individual. He is a fascinating person, does all the right things. There's a couple of things he's kind of problematic on. He's been kind of hit or miss on Israel when it comes to really being critical of them in certain ways. Lately, he's been absolutely just fucking like, no. Fuck those guys. Ren and Webby new album is fun. Check it out. Well, let me I need to get the release form for it. States control what is in the Articles of Incorporation, so they should be able to add restrictions like political spending, subverting Citizens United. Yeah, I'm gonna find a good video on Montana plan. We'll watch that. We'll do the Southern Discomfort pilot, and hopefully it's not claimed by anything. I might grab it and just like upload it and see if it gets claimed, just to make sure that we're not going to get hit on the stream. And then, yeah, if we have time, we'll do the Ren thing and go from there. But yeah, we'll have Wednesday and Thursday, I think, this week, because wait, do I have anything going on Wednesday? We're gonna aim for Wednesday. We'll do Wednesday. When you send you the release again, if it's in the Discord server, then you don't have to. I'm just gonna go and grab it. Like if it's in our like DMs or anything like that, we're good. Delirious D. I wish ML would ask ChatGPT if it is a reliable source. It says no. Does it really? Hold on. Let's see. Okay, fast answer. Yes, but with caveats. I'm generally reliable for explaining concepts in science, history, technology, math, and many other subjects, summarizing complex information, helping with writing, coding, brainstorming, and problem solving, providing step-by-step guidance for many everyday tasks. Okay, however, I'm not infallible. I can make factual mistakes, misinterpret ambiguous questions, be less reliable. Be less reliable on highly specialized topics or recent events if they're not verified. Damn. Occasionally produce information that sounds convincing but is incorrect. Sometimes called a hallucination. Jesus. Whoo. Okay. All right. There we go. On that note, I am gonna go get something to eat. I'm hungry. I think that's also why I'm like shutting down. Is like I have not eaten since like 1 today. So I'm gonna go get some food. See you guys Wednesday. 1:15 is what we're gonna aim for Central Time. Have a good night. Appreciate everybody hanging out. And I will see you all very, 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 very soon.